Good morning, California, and welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. I'm Jane Anderson. I'm your chair through this meeting, along with my vice chair, Ray Kennedy. We're going to be working on the congressional districts, continuing to work on the congressional districts. Today, should be posted on our website is the run of show. And today we will be having 5 90-minute drawing sessions, similar to what we did yesterday, which means we'll be actually working until 8 o'clock. So at 8:15, that is when we will be actually listening to public comment. You must call in before 6 to get in the queue, and we will be taking public comment at 8:15. And this morning, we will be going into a meeting and then having we'll be doing a roll call and then we will be going into a closed session for a short time. So please please give us the roll call.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Farinshari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Estoy aquí.
Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Hi, Nido here.
Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm here.
And Commissioner Anderson.
And I am here. Thank you very much, Robbie.
You're welcome.
So I've sort of already gone through the run of show, and we will be taking a 45-minute lunch today. Whew, longer than our 30-minute. So because we will be having, as I said, quite a solid day. This morning, in our first 2 sessions, we will be working on Los Angeles. After lunch, we will be starting on the north. Because this is our schedule was 2 days on Los Angeles, the Southern California, 2 days on the northern. Then our last day we're picking up everything else. So that is where how we will proceed today. And with that, do we have any? The commissioners have any announcements or comments or anything like that? That's okay. Well, seeing no hands, I think we can continue. And at this point, oh yeah, yes, I'm sorry. One more thing to note. We have up on our map viewer, if you go to our website, we draw the line ca.org and go into our map viewer, which I believe is in the data area. Yes, then it will actually have the iterations for Southern California that we were working on yesterday. So when we come back out of our closed session, that is what we'll go to, and we'll have a review of what we did yesterday. And that will be, so and it also has the assembly iterations are also up there from last week. Well, actually from Monday of this week. And those will be dated. So the way to determine which is which is go for the latest date. That is the current version, because we have our draft maps, and then the other iterations are dated as iteration this and this. So for the public to make sure that you are able to follow along. And we also appreciate there was some confusion with what was posted on the website in terms of naming being not consistent with what we were looking at. And that has all been cleared up. And we really appreciate the public notifying us of that. And as I said, it takes all of California to get this job done. And we really, really appreciate all our comments from the public and their great participation. So with that, we will go into closed session, and then we'll be back at let's see. We'll just say we'll be back at 12 at noon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Our meeting is going to continue now with our map drawing. We're back out of closed session where no action was taken. And moving on here, we are going to go through a review of what we did yesterday in the Los Angeles area. And actually even a summary of, I believe our line drawing elves were active last night and helped us clean up a few things. So Jamie, could you please walk us through where we are now?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Anderson. And would you just like me to walk through what I did overnight in LA?
Or if anything that happened overnight that might have changed,
Okay,
the
yeah.
LA or the previous work.
So just like a broad overview, I did balance the districts in Orange County overnight. We left it and there was like 398 people under in one of the districts or something like that. So that change all occurred within Orange County. So those have not changed significantly since yesterday when the public watched you do this live line drawing. Just a note that I did balance those. And then I will start in LA County here in the CDCOV. The direction I received was to balance this district by pulling in Glendora and Claremont if needed. So just pulled in part of the southern part of Claremont. It's at a 0 population and the Latino CVAP is 54.68%. Moving to South 60. I did add commerce into this district. That was something that was discussed by the commission yesterday in open session, and I did do that to balance this district to -1 people. I also slightly split Downey, the city of Downey, and the Latino CVAP in this district is 56.02%. Additionally, in the LB North District, there is a split in Long Beach, and it includes Lakewood, Bellflower, Downey, and some of these gateway cities, including Florence, Huntington Park, and Walnut Park being together. This was also part of commission direction and is similar to areas that were included in public input that the commission had pointed me to in open session yesterday. And this is -1 person deviation. For SP 710, this is balanced to 6 people. It includes Southgate, Linwood, Hole, Paramount, northern areas of Long Beach, and Signal Hill. This area here, there's a COI of Khmer speakers here. So just respecting that COI. This also includes Carson and West Carson, and then Wilmington, San Pedro. Coastal San Pedro is split for population purposes. This is a similar or the same split in this area as to what we had in assembly, and per commission direction, the ports are not together. Moving to Shoreline, Santa Monica is included in this district now. For population reasons, Gardena is not. Gardena is included in South LA, STHLA. Hasn't changed significantly, just balancing population. This includes LAX, Inglewood, Hawthorne, Lawndale, Gardena, Westmont, Compton, Watts, and other areas here. I will move north to 10 Corridor. This also hasn't changed a ton. I did include downtown Los Angeles with historic South Central, adjusted this line to include the Khoi of Koreatown. So Greater Wilshire is split, but included in this visualization. Additionally, to make up for some of the population switches, including the shoreline area, just some slight changes here in Culver City as whole. I'm going to zoom out to the Malibu SFV district. Changes here that involve Santa Monica being removed, or that the Westwood North Neighborhood Council area is included, as well as Bel Air, Beverly Crest. Studio City is also included now. This is just for population. I'm going to move on to CDNELA. This includes East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights. I tried to add as much of Eagle Rock as possible while still balancing population, including more of Echo Park, I believe, and then also including the Khoi boundary, areas included in the Khoi boundary of Koreatown. Next, let's look at Glen 2BA. This includes Glendale and Burbank whole, LaSalle Park, Silver Lake, Hollywood Hills, West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Mid-City. The boundaries in the north changed a little bit for population, just in trying to balance these two closer to zero. Looking at CD 210. This includes the same areas in San Bernardino County as when the commission left off line drawing with Sivan yesterday. Change here includes this line in Glendora moving further north to balance population. Pasadena is split, and that again is just a result of total population requirements for congressional districts. Looking at the district just called SFV, this includes Reseda, Lake Balboa, Van Nuys, north of Oxnard. So the Poso neighborhood is included in the district to the south of that. This includes North Hollywood areas, Pacoima, the city of San Fernando, and Mission Hills. And then moving up to AVSCV, it's pretty similar geographically speaking to what was here at the beginning of yesterday. This includes Somar, Santa Clarita Valley, all of Antelope Valley, and then just for population, consolidated population discrepancies between the rest of Southern California and Los Angeles County. Moved this area, which is east of Lancaster, Palmdale area, and included that with Morcoa. That population doesn't necessarily have to go to Morcoa, but I'm just going to zoom out. And this district then is a place that can accept that 17,000 some odd people that will be coming from the northern part of the state down to the southern part of the state to balance all of the populations. So just kind of to help us all visualize how that could work, consolidated the population discrepancies here in Morcoa. But again, it doesn't necessarily need to be there.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Jamie. That was quite a lot of work. We certainly really appreciate that. So, at this time, what's the commission? We still need to, do we like these? Do we want to look at these? And we were thinking about some architectural changes, and if there's any of that we need to address now. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, can we go back to the Pomona Chino area? Ontario, just want to take a look at that district a little bit more. this looks good. Okay, I'm okay with it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, that's quite all right. Now, commissioners want, do we like this the way it is? We want to go through things, make changes. You know, I know we were concerned that some issues that areas weren't connected to the other areas. We wanted to see if we might be able to work with some of that. Now is the time to do that. And so let's bring up what you'd like to do, or what you think you'd like, and then get very precise if we want to actually draw any lines, move any lines. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Because we know there's so many different VRA requirements in Los Angeles, would it be possible for legal to provide us, they gave us the VRA maps with all the jingle requirements and all that, but it was kind of in general for the Los Angeles area. Could we have a more specific map so we make sure that we are doing right by the folks who need to be protected?
Yes, absolutely. We'll make sure we get you a zoomed in map with assessment of the 3 jingles preconditions.
Thank you. And I believe would it be helpful if we had the different cities on it, or the different neighborhoods? That I believe, yes,
We can do that.
That's great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Sadwani.
Very much. Thank you. And thank you, Jamie, for all of your work on this. This is, even just seeing the populations get down this low is pretty incredible stuff. So I really want to thank you. And I think we've accomplished many of the things that we set out to do yesterday when we gave some priorities. Certainly things like bringing the San Gabriel Valley back together, taking Santa Monica out of the San Fernando Valley, keeping the 2 ports separate, which I think there had been some split on that amongst commissioners, which is fine. Maintaining historic communities in South LA. So I think this map does a lot of good things. That being said, I do still think that there's, I am a little concerned about how we're breaking up communities in the Southeast Los Angeles area. When we take a closer look there at areas like Huntington Park, Florence Graham, Southgate, Linwood, and how they are paired all the way south down into places like Long Beach, which I think we've heard a lot of quite testimony that those communities are quite different, definitely gives me some pause. In addition, I'll just say, where we left off in our maps yesterday in our work on Orange County, I'm curious to hear where others land on what we accomplished yesterday. I think we heard a lot of testimony last night that it perhaps is not yet reflecting the desires of communities. And interestingly, those 2 areas are all near each other. And so I'm wondering if there are potentially some minor reconstruction that could be done throughout this area that could better reflect the communities on the ground as we move forward with this map. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Jamie, did you want to address the issue, of the Orange County? If we wanted to rearrange things here, would that affect Los Angeles? Would it not? Could you please discuss a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I don't know which specific areas you would wish to adjust. So hard to say, I guess. So I guess, and as I've mentioned to the commission before, we just go off of commission direction. We don't necessarily, last night I didn't stay on the line to listen to all of the public comment. So if you could give more specific information about exactly what areas you're looking to adjust, then I can give you a better answer.
Okay, thank you. But I do see, just casually looking at it, that Orange County is, except for a few exceptions, it's essentially contained within Orange County. So as long as we were making sort of even switches, that should pose no problem. But a fairer statement to say? I mean,
Yeah,
well, it's work.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Three things. First of all, we saw over the last couple of days how difficult it is to get these population deviations so close to zero. So yes, I want to thank Jamie for a lot of hard work. I do want to call our attention to the North Hollywood Toluca Lake area, because it seems like that's gone in the other direction from where I had hoped it would go, and I don't know that there's a solution. I just want to inquire if there is a way to group North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, Valley Village, Valley Glen area a little bit better. Second of all, if we could look at the northern tip of the San Fernando Valley District and look at extending that north well into the forest. I don't know that there's population there, but I think that would be a better way to go with that. And finally, in response to Commissioner Sadwani's question about Orange County, I think particularly after hearing the input that we've received since yesterday, I would favor going back and rotating population in Orange County to remove Huntington Beach from Savannah Anna, putting all or as much of it as possible into the North Orange coast, rotating population up to OCS BLA, and then back into Savannah Anna by taking in theoretically the rest of Fullerton or Fullerton and Brea. I don't recall exactly how that worked out. I would like to preserve the Costa Mesa, Irvine, Tustin area as a block if possible, and make the population adjustments farther south between North Orange Coast and OCS BLA. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, two things. First, Jamie, it looks like you took care of the POSO line. I think it's the last one we needed to move. Okay, so just wanted to confirm that. POSO folks, you can now relax. Then Gardena. I know we got a lot of COI testimony to try to keep Gardena or South Gardena with Torrance. I'm wondering if there's any way to do that. But I don't know the area well enough to know what trade-off would make any sense. Just wanted to mention that.
So yeah, that is, I think there is a way to do that. It's the discretion of the commission if there's something else you would like to split or adjust. Bearing in mind that this current configuration of SP 710, there are some VRA considerations in some of the areas included in that district right now.
Thank you.
And just another reminder that this was part, like adding Gardena wholly to STHLA was part of the trade-off of moving Santa Monica from the district with Malibu and San Fernando Valley.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kudokawa.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I can't see the map, so I'm not sure if I can make a suggestion right now based on what Commissioner Yee has asked about Gardena. But I think if we could, it seems like hopefully what would be a simple fix. I do want to also just weigh in on Orange County as well too. I agree. I think we heard quite a bit of testimony yesterday, feedback that we have asked communities to, continue to provide us on our maps. And I think we heard loud and clear that there was quite a bit of maybe I won't say just disappointment, but concern about the pairings that we created. So I do want to just point out I think the separation of Fullerton from Buena Park and the Savannah Ana district. And also, we also heard quite a bit, as we had spoken about previously, about the, I'm going to call it the economic differences between the Huntington Beach and even Seal Beach, I would say, with those groupings of cities in the Savannah Ana district. So if there's a way that we can be creative and figure things out, I think we've also said that while we've received lots of quick testimony that they don't want to cross over into Orange County, into LA and into Long Beach, I think at this point we just need to be flexible on something like that. I think to keep similar communities together seems like that's a small price to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, thank you. Just following up in terms of the issues as I see them, I agree with both Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Kennedy about the possibilities for swapping, reorienting, let's say, some of those Orange County districts. I think what I'm hearing on the one hand, as Commissioner Kennedy laid out, is there's a possibility of swapping out that northern portion of Fullerton and putting it back into Savannah Ana. And then on the other side, trying to pull in additional population by hopefully keeping the city of Huntington Beach whole. So I think that could be one potential localized solution. Alternatively, however, if we're looking a little bit more holistically at this region, and again, I don't know if others share my concerns about Southeast Los Angeles, another possible option could be pulling together Long Beach, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, and attempting to keep Huntington Beach as whole as possible. It would continue to have a split in Long Beach, which I know is not what they want either. But it could at least be a coastal district, which could then open up additional opportunities to potentially pull Fullerton back in with Buena Park, as well as make some adjustments in Southeast Los Angeles to keep some of those communities who are compact and have asked to be kept together closer aligned. That would be a less localized change, however. So, I want to lay that out and would love to hear thoughts from my colleagues.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
I completely agree with what Commissioner Sadwani said, just because it does open up I am concerned about the southeast part of Los Angeles as well. I did want to say that we have heard conflicting testimony about Gardena. So we have heard straight out, that part of Gardena to go with Torrance. And we've also heard keep Gardena whole and keep it with the traditional working class neighborhoods in Inglewood and Hawthorne in that area. So this does allow us to, in some maps we listen to, we're respecting one COI, and other maps we're respecting the other COI. I could be wrong with that, but I really do think that we've had those two different remarks. I also, if possible, it would be great to have San Pedro be whole. I think that what was done was a great compromise. You have Long Beach and San Pedro, but you have the two ports separate, which is really what they want, because that's where the competition is. But if we could have all of, but I do think that that's a good place where the cutoff is, having been there. And I'm wondering if we could maybe start with the Long Beach and Orange County and just to get, feel like we got something done before lunch and then move on, continue to move on from there. But if we could try to finish up Orange County before lunch.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Okay, I've been taking notes, and I believe we have 6 different items that we'd like to address. And I'll list them, but then I'm going to suggest which ones we should do first, which is kind of the low hanging fruit. We have the Central LA, the areas, which we had been talking about yesterday. Is the area? Maybe I'm not saying Central LA, but that interior. It's I don't want to call Central LA because that has different names. I mean the middle. How about that? So I don't want to specifically say which particular neighborhoods I'm talking about. And then we also have that Toluca Lake, North Hollywood issue. We have the forest area up into the Angeles Forest. We have the Gardena into Torrance, half it going down with Torrance, the whole going up as it is. We have the San Pedro, keeping the port separate, and we have Orange County. And I believe what we should do, because they're the easiest ones, is we can give direction to Jamie on the forest area. Could you please go up to the Angeles Forest where Commissioner Kennedy brought that up? I don't believe there's any conflict in that. There's no population. If we could extend that that borderline up into the Angeles Forest. So again, we're looking for more. Mr. Kennedy, I'm sort of quoting a little bit or reducing a bit what you were saying. Oh, Ms. Clark.
Yeah, thank you. I'm unclear if you're asking me to do that right now. I would say that probably addressing the bigger change like first maybe understanding.
Yeah.
What?
No, I'm yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that, yes, that's, no, quite all right. I think this is an area we can just give you direction and say, could you please do that one up in the forest area? And yeah, I think we have sort of gone over that before. I don't believe you need, if you need more specific instruction, please let us know. No. Okay, great. Okay. The Gardena Torrance area, that's an issue which we'll probably discuss, which is another easy one way or the other. These are also items that we could ask Jamie to come back with us. What would it mean? And also that Toluca Lake, which would then put us into spending the time in the Orange County and the middle of Los Angeles, which is where we need to spend the time. So with that plan, do we want to spend a little bit of time on the Gardena Torrance, Toluca Lake area? Mr. Kennedy, did you need to be more specific about what you were hoping to see? And we can give instruction to Ms. Clark to do this offline, or?
Thank you, Chair. I think I mentioned that the objective was to try to group as much as possible of Toluca Lake, North Hollywood, Valley Village, Valley Glen, and Van Nuys together as possible. I understand after the last 2 days how difficult it is to get these population deviations down to 0, but it looks like that general area now sits in 3 districts, and would certainly want to try to bring that down if we're not able to consolidate the entire area. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Clark.
Just thank you so much, Commissioner Kennedy. And just a question for the commission is, happy to look at that and try and make those changes. It's certainly possible to balance everything to plus or minus one person. And a question is that yesterday, the The commission also identified a goal of not losing any of the districts that are currently over 50% Latino CVAP, regardless of whether or not there are VRA considerations in those areas. And I will explore this change and just wanted to understand which is the preference of the commission, if both are not possible.
Thank you. Well, that's a very good point. Commissioner Sinai.
Just answering Jamie's question right there, I think that keeping the Latino, 50% Latino, any community CVAP, if it's over 50%, any minority community CVAP that's over 50% is a priority for me.
Yes, I think that speaks for the commission. Commissioner Vasquez?
Oh, yes, I was going to agree.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Absolutely.
Yes, yeah, that's I don't think that was, I thank you very much for, someone had to say it, Commissioner Sinai, and thank you very much. I think that's a direct direction. Commissioner Fernandez.
And triple, quadruple, yes.
Unanimously, yes. Thank you. Okay, another item down. The Gardena Torrance, do we want to discuss that for a minute or two? And who has the COI on that? Now, if we did, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai, I think you were saying that it was part of Gardena, or did we have that divided before, part of Gardena going someplace?
We've had Gardena, cut right where Jamie was showing, and with Torrance, because it's a strong Asian business community, and going down that part of Gardena, and then going down the east side of Torrance, using Hawthorne as the street where kind of that COI ends. We've heard from Torrance that I think it was our first public input comment back in September of 2020. The first time someone called in saying, don't split us this year. And the only reason I remember it so vividly is because I've grown up in the South Bay. And that's why also the Hawthorne. But we have also heard from traditional Black communities and working class communities that there is Gardena is part of their COI as well. Okay. And I'm trying to get exact information. I've been going through all of them, but I just want to say that there is different ways of looking at this one. We've kept it simple in the past, but it can be more complex.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, just quickly, and I apologize, I should have mentioned this earlier. I just want to remind everyone that our draft maps were mainly put together based on the feedback and the communities of interest that we received prior to the draft map. So I just don't want us to lose that, because it's so easy to react to the recent input that we received, but let's not lose the input that we already had prior to November 10th. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose that piece of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. That's very valuable information, because you're right. We really those were based mostly on communities of interest. And I think Commissioner Sinai said earlier, let's not forget all the input that we've heard just because we hear something new. So Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. The COI input that Commissioner Sinai may have been referring to, but certainly that I'm reading for this area, is that it's the northeast portion of Torrance, and it is with Inglewood, and their cut is at Hawthorne and north of Sepulveda, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry. So the cut in Torrance is that area?
The cut.
It wants to go up.
That's a different COI, but
all of Gardena and the northeast portion of Torrance with Inglewood. And Torrance is cut at Hawthorne Boulevard.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
So basically, we have two COIs here, and they're kind of, they're competing to a certain extent and not, I mean, they're competing for Gardena. So there's the Asian business COI that is done the way that we did last time, going down to Torrance, using Hawthorne all the way till Lomita. And then we have another Black business and cultural COI that is all of Gardena, and then the northeast part of Torrance.
Mm-hmm. Would the commission like to see the two different ways, and we can sort of say which one, general consensus over where we'd like to go? Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was going to say the COI that I'm reading from is coming from Advancing Justice, which is representing and respecting the AAPI, the AMENSA, along with the Black Citizens Census and Redistricting Hub, and a few other groups, consideration of the Pacific Islander group, et cetera. So I think they're representing the Filipino COIs as well. So I think they're representing a couple of groups. So we can look and see where there is a difference or a distinction between two different COIs, but they represent a wide group as well. So it shouldn't be too different, but let's look at it.
All right. Jamie, could you kind of have a look and give us what that would do? Like, where we find where that is in Torrance, please?
Yeah, and just to clarify, absolutely, I can. And just to clarify, is the direction to include this area in Torrance into South LA, or to remove the southern portion of Gardena and include that in the shoreline?
Actually, that's you've exactly described the two options. So could you sort of outline one and say the first one outlined that, so we take part of Torrance and put it up. We can have a look just at the CVAPs and what that would look like and how that would affect all our populations. And then we'll do the opposite. So we'll have the two different versions. We can come to consensus, or I'm sorry, two different versions, or leave it the way it is. That's the two different cuts, or keep it whole the way it is. And is this the line? Oh, Hawthorne, I see. Wow.
So I'm going to zoom out. This area, this is the northeastern part of Torrance, and this line is Hawthorne, this is Sepulveda, and then these are the city boundaries. And this represents 67,098 people.
Ouch. That's a lot of people.
And just noting that for population purposes, there's this little census block group here that is currently also in shoreline that would become non-contiguous. So we'd have to address that as well, but
yeah,
that's okay.
Yes, no, that's okay. And can we see the deviations for that, please. I mean, and the deviation, the actual CVAPs for that. If we add that to South LA.
Yes. So, if this was added to South LA, then South LA would be overpopulated by 67,000 people. But the Latino CVAP would be 42.42. The Black CVAP would be 35.46. The Asian CVAP would be 8.85. And the white CVAP would be 11.47. Okay. And I apologize to the interpreters. I will slow down.
Oh, okay. And could you just pan out, please? Zoom out just a little so we can see the whole thing. Right. So to add that many people, some other area would have to go. Some other people would move to a different district. Okay. Commissioner Sinai.
I would recommend that we do go in this direction just because, we went in the other direction last time and that might free up some areas. We may need to do some things differently, as we've said in Southeast LA, and we might, if it doesn't work out when we do the Southeast LA, the other option is just to leave this in our potential list and we come back to it after we figure out what we're doing in Southeast LA. I don't feel good moving anything until we figure out what we're doing in the Southeast LA part.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I was just going to say, I did not realize the size of the area we were talking about. I thought that would be a nice kind of easy, simple thing. That's not the case. So I think we might, as you say, put that on pause for a moment, thinking this could be an area where we rearrange some population and address the middle of LA issue. And I think, and the Orange County. And so with that idea, I'm thinking we look at LA and see how that we might want to go there to see if it, like Commissioner Sadwani said, she has an idea that could affect Orange County in that direction, or if we do Orange County separately. So that's that's what I'm proposing to the group. So let's decide which way we'd like to go. Commissioner Sinai, do you have a different one on this, or do you still have your hand up? Okay, Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chair and Commissioner Sinai. I just before we move on, I just wanted to take a look at Shoreline. Looks like there's a teeny tiny neck. And I just wanted to take a closer look at, is that what we're looking at in the corner of Westchester? And it looks like it's just the beach. Is that a problem for us at all? Legal? We have a neck.
We have Mr. Larson with us.
If I'm on right now.
Thank you.
Can we zoom out, please?
I mean, I'm assuming this is respecting the neighborhood council boundary. Is that? I'm not sure what the neighborhood council boundary is for Westchester there, but it's
Can you zoom out
noticeable.
just a touch more? I'm sorry, Commissioner Solon. I didn't mean to interrupt. Thank you. Actually, can you zoom out just a touch more, so I can see a little more of the context here?
Is that a city boundary, Jamie?
This is not the city boundary. This is where LAX ends. Previously, and this boundary has been here for a couple iterations, I think. This was created because the commission would like to have LAX with Inglewood. And there is a strip of beach just west of LAX, and that is what is represented there.
Thank you.
Am I right, Jamie, that I'm sorry, is the gray area there? Maybe you can zoom back in, please. Just trying to be responsive to Commissioner Sidwani's question. The gray area in there, if you can zoom in at Westchester Playa, where it says Westchester Playa, whereas LAX, I think.
This is LAX.
Yeah. Am I right that the gray area is basically unpopulated? Unless Tom Hanks is still living in airports.
I am not sure exactly what you mean by the gray area, but there is some population in some of these census blocks. I think most of them are up here. But in this area, I believe it's mostly zero population. I can turn on the census block layer and we can have a look. So there's 4 people in this census block. Up here, there's 32 people, but largely unpopulated. There's 1 person assigned to this census block.
I'm gonna go find that person. I think this likely, given the relative non-population in that area, which is just created when you have an airport that's literally up against the Pacific, that probably is justifiable and doesn't create significant contiguity or compactness concerns. If we want to go into more detail, we could probably discuss it in closed session, but I think it's I think this is likely not a significant legal concern.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
No, I'm sorry. I was just like looking at it, and if there's zero population, why we just don't grab it so there isn't that border, but I guess that's okay.
Commissioner Sinai?
Jamie can speak to this better, but the reason we had that little sliver is to connect the coast, because the airport is going inland and the coast. And really, having grown up in that area, that's a bike path, and it's used all the time in that regard. And Dockweiler, and the beach. So you can. So I wouldn't grab it because that's what's keeping the coast all together.
Yeah. No, thank you. And you can't own the coastline on the West Coast. It's public. Okay, so back to the matter at hand. Do we dive into the central LA area or just talk about what we want to do there? We want to do Orange County or a combination. I believe we should. I think we should figure out what we're trying to do in Los Angeles. What areas we're looking at. Mr. Sadmani?
Yeah, Chair, I was actually going to suggest we perhaps look a little bit more at Orange County. We've laid out a couple different possible options in that area. Okay. And it would be great just to see what the range of options are, and then also to feel out commissioners on either one of those options, because the first one was that more localized option of swapping Fullerton and Huntington Beach potentially, and we have to take a look at the population and what would balance. The second one would significantly impact the Los Angeles map, and I think we would need to make a decision on which direction we might want to go to do that.
All right. That's certainly a plan. And Commissioner Forciari?
Yeah, Commissioner Sidwani, I'm not sure what the second option you're referring to was.
The second one was we've received COI testimony that would bring together portions of Long Beach, probably maintaining this sort of split down into Huntington Beach, which might be another option. We had a lot of testimony last night about keeping Huntington Beach as whole as possible and in a coastal district. We had a lot of testimony about keeping it out of districts with some of the communities further up in Cerritos and Buena Park. So that would be an option to do that and create a more coastal-based district.
Yeah, okay. So either way, though, if we're going to put
Well-
Buena Park with Fullerton, we got to march that population around and then figure out and get that population there in the southeast or western corner, and then figure out what we're going to do with the whole of this southern part of LA County. So yeah, I vote we start with Orange County and balance that out.
Alrighty, Orange County it is. Could we have a quick look at, sorry, Jamie, should we be calling Siobhan in?
I think Siobhan has earned a well-deserved day off, so I'm happy to have a map with you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In which case, let's make sure here we are in Orange County. And I'm going to summarize a couple of things that I've heard, and then we can sort of add to that or detract from that. I believe we're talking about adding Fullerton and possibly parts of Brea to Buena Park. And then, Jamie, back out for a minute, because I'll do the kind of what I'm hearing, and then we can kind of do the whole thing. Yeah, idea adding Fullerton, possibly parts of Brea to Buena Park. And then, however that population is, whatever that adding in, extend Huntington Beach down into that, yes, correct. Move that line down however far. And then I'm also hearing that we still want to keep Irvine, Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach sort of in together. And that I believe someone had said, maybe I just heard this, that moving Tustin into the inland, the OCS BLA, or something like that. Ms. Clark.
Thank you so much for that overview. I did hear, I think Commissioner Kutagawa say she wanted to keep Costa Mesa, Tustin, and Irvine locked in as one COI. And just a suggestion, depending on what the overall goal is to start at that district. For example, moving in Fullerton, this northern part of Fullerton is about 82,000 people. We know yesterday that this Huntington Beach move, I think, was like 22,000 people or so. So just kind of thinking ahead in terms of what's the overarching goal, and then starting at that district to try and maintain a boundary around where you're interested in maintaining a boundary.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm still unclear about the goal. So I'm just wondering what the goal is here. Is it to make Huntington Beach whole? Is it to connect Fullerton and Buena Park together? All of which are would be fine. I'm trying to make sure that I understand what the goal that we're trying to reach in this area is. I'm still not quite understanding, and it may just be me, because we spent quite a bit of time on this yesterday. Thank you.
Yeah. What I heard, and this is just one idea, so I'll bring it up there and we can shoot it down or rearrange it however we want, is the idea to Huntington Beach with Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, Orange, which removes Huntington Beach from the inland cities of Fountain Valley, Garden Grove, the economic reasons, and possibly adding Seal Beach to that. So it could almost be Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, Orange, Newport. I think it was Christopher Kennedy that had said Tustin with them. And then if we did it that way, then it would be, is that Cypress, Buena Park, Fullerton, Brea would connect up in that direction. And then we'd probably have to grab more from the OCSB, would need more down in the south area. That would have to kind of do a rotation, actually kind of almost that way. That was what I heard, but Does that sound like Commissioner
still not-
Kugawa had to
I'm still
step
not
out?
understanding the goal. I mean, I understand the movements of people, but
Oh.
what are we trying to achieve? At the end of the day, if we do all of these things, what is it that we want to have happen? Do we want, a district that is, we oftentimes think about it in terms of anchors. What's the anchor that we're trying to achieve, or what's, what is this district that
believe the
we're
anch-
trying to create going to look like?
I believe the anchor that I heard was Huntington Beach whole and away from the inland areas, and then also with Costa Mesa and Newport, essentially the beaches, except they also want to put Costa Mesa and Orange. I'm sorry, Orange, Irvine, because I see the word orange. So with Irvine, that area wants to be together, is what I've heard. And additionally, the Cypress or whatever's under Santa Ana, that Buena Park, Fullerton also want to be together. That's what I heard. Anyone else? Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. We've received some input that should be posted, but input from OSET suggesting the moves that might be made on this. So moving the northern portion of Fullerton, Brea, and Placentia west of North Kramer and south of Bastonchury into Savannah Anna. Move the northern portion of Huntington Beach into North Orange Coast, and then move probably Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, Aliso Viejo, and Tustin north of the 5 into OCS BLA. But I would say, let's avoid that split of Tustin if we can. Looking at those other communities around Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, Aliso Viejo, to see what we can do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Forciari.
So yeah, I saw that, but we can't just grab the northern part of Huntington Beach, right?
No, add which would make Huntington
It's
Beach whole.
physically impossible, right? Just to grab the northern part of Huntington Beach without moving that line, the vertical line, east a ways. Or west, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So,
No.
I just want to acknowledge that.
Right. I think the idea is if we determine how much population is in the rest of Huntington Beach, and then match that with Fullerton, Placentia, Brea, that part. Exchange, that's what I'm assuming, yes? No? Commissioner Kennedy, that's what you're reading. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I'm just thinking we may want to put a time limit on this. And maybe it's till lunch, because it's 2:15 is right around the corner, and because
Okay.
we do have
Great.
the VRA districts to do. So,
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
So let's give that a go, please. Jamie, could you tell us what the population is in Huntington Beach? The rest of Huntington Beach? Commissioner Kennedy?
Sorry.
Oh, no, okay, no, I thought you wanted to walk us through this.
The highlighted area in Huntington Beach is 147,952.
Okay. Jamie, could you do a snapshot of this whole thing? Because this is sort of a trial. We'll see how this goes, and then we can just hit click and reverse it all, please. And now we know it's 147. So could you then go up to the Fullerton, Placentia, and see what population that would be?
So it's all of Placentia and all of Brea, or what areas precisely?
Commissioner Kennedy, you had that? Well, just
Yes,
for.
thank you, I do.
Oh.
It's northern portion of Fullerton, Brea, and Placentia, west of North Kramer Boulevard, and generally south of Baston Shuri.
That's 130,000.
Would you like to see the entire area, or is knowing that this is 130,000 sufficient?
Yes, that's sufficient. Let's have a look at the that area in Placentia, please. Yeah, we're doing an exploration, so we don't need we need approximately, not exact, even though it is congressional.
So this is Kramer. I apologize, Commissioner Kennedy. Could you please repeat those street names?
West of North Kramer, and generally south of Baston Shuri. So Baston Shuri we've seen in Fullerton. So it would apparently be all of Placentia west of North Kramer.
Oh. Where's Kramer?
This line is Kramer.
Okay. Well, that is very close.
So this is 146,655.
And that other was 147,000. So what does the commission think? We would like to try that?
And then just a note that you would still need to, oh no, that is an equal swap, pardon me.
Ideas? Commissioner Forciari.
So I guess my question is, what is the third swap going to be? We're going to split Irvine then? Or what?
No,
what goes north?
I believe that's
Tustin goes north, or what was the third part?
No,
of it?
I think Commissioner
Commissioner
Kennedy had Laguna Woods, Aliso Viejo, that area in there. Is that what you were?
Correct. Correct. And if necessary, Tustin north of the 5 was mentioned. I'm hoping that we can avoid that and make the trade down there around Mission Viejo, Lake Forest, et cetera.
So yes, can we? Let's try this because we have a snapshot. So let's do this one, please.
Well, and I'm thinking that we may want to fill in a bit in western Placentia. just where it's kind of hollowed out there to the left of where it says Placentia.
You know, where was that?
Well, now
You know, since this,
northwest of the label.
If I may make a suggestion,
Yes.
I think it could make sense to make this change. And then since you know for sure it's like the rest of Huntington Beach, then making that change and then just sort of seeing the populations after that.
Perfect.
So shall I make this change?
please. Okay. Then, can we take the rest of Huntington Beach from Savannah Anna and add it to Norcoast? No Coast. Commissioner Forshari? What are... Okay, and then Commissioner Kennedy, could you read what the, or tell us what areas you were
Yes.
talking about adding?
The recommendations were Laguna Hills, Laguna Woods, Aliso Viejo, and then we'll have to see from there. We may need to take from the northern part of Tustin.
Yep.
Yes.
So you're looking for about 50,000 more people. I don't know the populations of these areas. We could see moving them.
Could we check what they are?
Absolutely. Oh, you know what? That's in a different district, so maybe best
Okay.
not.
Oh,
Then-
yes.
Yeah. Then,
Sorry.
Then we don't
Thank
get
you.
to go there. Okay, so it's
Yeah,
gonna have
I
to
thought,
be.
oh, that'd be easy.
It would have to be either northern part of Tustin above the 5, or we'd have to look at some very far northern portions of Irvine.
Or yeah, is that because, sorry, Jamie, could you zoom out just a little bit here for a second? And is there, no, that's already in the area. And what is, the pink area next to our chosen area down here, is that also part of Laguna Beach?
That is Laguna Beach.
Yeah, so that other little, it's like a triangle, it's just, you know,
Yep.
with a point
This is-
contiguity?
This is part of Laguna Beach.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming that the area next to it, which is, that's probably has no population. That little triangle to the west of Laguna Woods, that isn't Laguna Beach.
This is 3 people in total.
Yeah, and the area, the little area right above is the same. Yeah, that's all.
It looks like there's about 16.
Yeah, okay, never mind. Thank you. Okay, so it does look like the only other area would be part of Tustin.
Should I make this
and I-
change and then move on?
Yes, please. Because this is, we're trying something, so. Commissioner Turner.
I was just tracking with Commissioner Kennedy, waiting to see north of Tustin. Thank you.
So this is everything in Tustin north of the 5. Is there a place you would like to pull population from next?
I think
And shall I make this change?
Is that, what is that little triangle there that's just south of the 5, but not in our Santa Ana one?
This?
To the west. No, the other way. In
This?
Tustin? Nope, little area up to, go west.
Oh yeah,
that.
this is part of Tustin, yeah.
So if we grab that, would, 4590, that's a couple thousand
So
short.
this is pretty close. I can make this change, and if in general the commission is happy with this architecture, we know that they're in total in this area, all of the districts were 1 or 0% or 1 or 0 total deviation. So this adjustment is something that we could work on offline.
Okay. Yes,
Could
I think,
make
yes, please. And then we can decide if we like this or if we want to reverse it. But this is a change that we can balance. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct, Jamie? You still have a,
It is, yes.
okay. And you just do some playing with, yeah, maybe, yeah, something or other here. And that one has, okay. What, does the commission like this? Not like this? Want to go back to what we had before? Can I get some, who gets some, kind of come to a general consensus? Yes, no? Start calling on people.
I like it better.
Okay. Mr. Turner, Commissioner Yee?
I like it better. Just to note, of course, Seal Beach is getting excluded from the coast, but that may be the price we need to pay.
True. Unless we want, yes. Yeah, okay. Others? Commissioner Ahmad?
It's like we're in school again.
Exactly.
I'm still trying to, I hopped on late this morning, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened here. But I do see a lot of changes in response to a lot of the COI testimony that we've been receiving over the past 12 hours. So
Well,
that's
these
great.
were options. Yeah, these were options for us yesterday. We went with one, and this is essentially the other. As my understanding, I was away a little bit last night as well. But Commissioner Yee.
Yes, as I look at it then, if we did put Seal Beach in with the coast, then could we then put Placentia back together and then put Tustin back together?
Oh, aha. I'm sorry. I see a couple of nods on that one. Could we grab the population of Seal Beach? Because we know the North Tustin was what was that again? Around 40? Seal Beach is, Seal Beach is 25. We could probably make, do we want to try that, attempt that? Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, that's what I was going to recommend as well, trying to go around that way. Thanks.
Okay. So we know that's 25. Do we want to do that, add that in? Commissioner Toledo?
I mean, I think this commission has consistently said we want a coastal region. I think that was clear in the assembly. We did try it a couple of times, and it was difficult to do. So I'm not sure if that's if it would be possible, but it's worth a try.
Right. Okay. Oh, JB, did you have in case on this one we can just jump back to just this, what we've done so far?
I can Control Z the changes. So
excellent. Okay, then carry on, please. Let's add this one to North NC Coast,
and Placentia,
and then go up and yes, Commissioner Yee, do you want to go ahead and
right? Then put Placentia back together, and then put Tustin back together.
Oh, actually, it wasn't. It was the other way, wasn't it? Oh no, you're right.
No.
Okay, no, you're right. And then,
So just a note that this is a little point contiguity part of Yorba Linda. And this is something that I could either include, or we could have an area of Placentia in the Yorba Linda OCSBLA. With making this change, Savannah Anna would be over by about 10,000 people. And again, this is something like we know that all of these districts balance together, and this is something we could make this change, get some overarching direction from the commission, and then balance to one person with the commission's knowledge that there would be some city splits somewhere for total deviation purposes.
I'd like to let the line drawers try that.
Okay, all right. General consensus, we had Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I agree as well. And my preference is if we're going to split a city, it would be a larger city in population versus a smaller city. Just because it's, well, that's just my preference. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's that I think we might have even said that as one of our mapping, one of our directions, mapping playbook, I believe it was.
Yeah, just a reminder.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then the idea is, oh, okay. So can we back out here and see what that looks like and what our numbers look like? So we have 10,000 too many, 6,000 too little, and 4,000 too little. Okay. But what does the commission think? We like that, and we want to have Ms. Clark bring that back to us.
If she's comfortable with the direction we've given, or if she needs any more, to ask exactly what she needs.
Perfect. Commissioner Kennedy?
Chair, I just wanted to get clarification on where the balancing would take place.
Well, let's give direction on that. What would you, where do you see?
I mean, my inclination would be to go back to Laguna Woods, Laguna Hills, and that area, and balance this there.
Okay, that could balance one.
To clarify, yeah, so the No Coast and OCSBLA are both underpopulated. So we would need to and Savannah Anna is overpopulated. So we would need to have some, population move from Savannah Anna ultimately into each of these districts.
Well, I'm thinking for that, I might suggest taking it all from Savannah Anna into OCSBLA in terms of the eastern portion of Brea, and then rotate population through Laguna Woods, Laguna Hills area into North Orange Coast. Thank you.
Yes, I think that's a very good idea, because we've heard quite a bit of public testimony about Rossmore, Alamedas, and of course Westminster. So that I think that's it. And I believe it was because it was parts of Brea they wanted to be added to Fullerton. So, but Commissioner Toledo.
I'm just wondering if, one of the reasons we moved to Los Angeles and didn't spend too much more time in this area was because we thought that there would be population we need to shift down. And so if that's going to be the case and we're going to be shifting population down, then there may be additional architectural changes we'll need to make to Orange County. But that's just going through my mind right now in terms of we still. What I heard earlier was that there was some desire. I don't know how much, but there's some desire to make changes to southeast Los Angeles.
Yeah. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, so I just kind of say this population is kind of in an island at this point, surrounded by VRA districts, and there's not really a lot of, I mean, we can go around in a circle, but beyond that, there's not a lot we can do.
Yeah. Thank you. Go Commissioner Toledo.
I think we do need to solidify our VRA district, because that's going to be our that's going to be another limiting factor, and so it's in Los Angeles, and then of course if there's going to be changes impacting this area as well. So just
Okay.
going back to that. Thank you.
All right. So basically you're saying stop here, and it's time to go to Los Angeles. That's what I'm understanding, and that because then don't have Jamie can work on. Well, I think we've given you direction, and so we can change that if we're going to. If you want, we want her to do that or not, depending on what we now do in Los Angeles. Is that sort of a good summary?
I mean, maybe, but I also worry about the bubble we might be creating in the southern portion of Orange County. Right now, we have this 4,000 and 6,000 negative population, and if we go up to so those are the two considerations. To some extent, we need to figure out what we're doing in Los Angeles Southeast if we're doing anything, and then and need to push population down, and then there's this other issue of creating a bubble that we might not be able to get out of once we've made changes to the VRA district. So those are the two considerations. It might be good to just balance out the population now, and recognizing that there may need to be some architectural changes to the northern OC later. I mean, that's just my thinking, but I'm just sharing. Thank you.
Yes. No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sadwani. And no, you already said.
Oh no,
Okay.
I haven't.
You were just in different order, so I was thrown. Sorry.
That's okay.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think that was exactly my point from the get-go, right? Is that the changes that I'm hearing we all want to make in Orange County can be localized, and I think that's what we've been looking at, right? And Commissioner Fornashari said, right, we have these VRA districts, we can move them around in a circle, and I think that's what we're playing around with now. If we're going to have additional changes, though, in Los Angeles, and in particular in those VRA districts in Southeast LA, right? And we've heard, from our council about where our obligations are and are not, then the alternative is greater architectural changes, which may impact this, right? Which might change the approach to not simply being cycling populations around this circle around the Santa Ana district, but could be taking in different portions of LA County in could be various ways in which we might think about it to satisfy our obligations in Los Angeles might have additional impacts to the architecture where we're working right now.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And I think that's probably Commissioner Toledo's point also. So we should just make these even, so we know if we're coming in and taking something, we have to then remove something from the same side. That it's sort of a balanced idea. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Yeah, just a note that unless the commission anticipates this having any changes outside of between LA and Orange County, then we will know that whatever areas we're working in will generally balance. And again, just a suggestion to not necessarily need to get everything down to a super tight deviation live and in public, just for the sake of time, given that it sounds like there are large architectural changes that the commission would like to explore. So just from a mapping perspective, as long as the exterior boundaries of these areas in Orange County aren't going to change, then it would be contained within whatever areas we're looking at together.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, we are self-contained at this point in Orange County. Just also calling attention to the 16-person overpopulation Viva Cal. Let's not forget that, because that would cause us some angst if we had to go back and clean that up after all of Orange County was fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, I was actually just going to state what Jamie stated. Right now, I don't see the need to take the time to go back to balance between the Savannah Anna, the North Coast, and the OCS, because it's already balanced. Between the three, it'll balance. And I don't want to necessarily say I don't want to waste my time here, but there's going to be population that's pushed down. So let's just go up and then later deal with balancing with whatever is pushed down.
Yes, yeah. Whatever we push down, we have to pull back up on the other side. Commissioner Toledo.
Well, given that we're so close to lunch, maybe I guess, maybe you can assign a commissioner to work with just balance this over lunch in Orange County while we come back, or if you're interested in doing that. Or maybe not.
I think we gave Ms. Clark or Commissioner Kennedy, but we gave her direction on where to do the
Sounds
switching.
good.
I think, but now what I was hoping is we have 3 minutes. Oh, Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm going to disagree with Commissioner Toledo, because if I hate to give direction to Jamie and have her go do this when we know it's going to change, because that's going to, like her energy's going to be exhausted, and she also needs lunch. So I would just recommend, and maybe Jamie, maybe that's not the direction you wanted to go in. You're probably going to say that's okay, but this would be iteration number 335. So.
Well, yeah, Ms. Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. That's very thoughtful. And I don't think it'll take me too long to just do a general balance. I'm not going to get it down to 1%, but I could do that really quickly over lunch based on the direction that Commissioner Kennedy provided. That's totally fine with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
And I just worry about the bubble. I just worry about leaving a bubble there that might be hard to reconcile even after we make our changes wherever. So,
yeah. Okay. I was hoping for us to give a couple of directions to Jamie about Los Angeles. Does anybody have anything really fast that they want to see moved in Los Angeles, or are we waiting until after lunch? Because actually, no. I was hoping to give Jamie direction now, because after lunch, we're supposed to be heading to the north. Okay, Russell. No, wait, sorry, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. We were exploring the idea of going into Torrance, to bring Torrance up to Gardenia. If there's a way to do that, I think that's a good way to go.
Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Clark. Ms. Clark. I always need lunch.
I think what would be most helpful in terms of getting those types of directions, thank you so much, Commissioner Yee, is to get then also direction on what to remove or how to make the population swaps just as explicit and clear of direction as possible, so that when we come back, the commission sees something that they're expecting to see.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Jamie? Yes, so the direction I would have wouldn't be anything new or different. I think you have the COIs that I've been tracking and following, and as information is coming in new that we've been sharing. So, Chair, I think she has all of that she's saved and tracked, so I'd be interested in just seeing how she's putting it together with the new direction she's receiving. You're on mute.
Thank you. Do you know where you would take something out if that went in?
No, I don't. And I would anticipate that potentially just based on the knowledge of COIs that the commission, I guess I would suggest maybe moving the Torrance thing in, making swaps here with 10 Corridor, and then trying to take part, maybe this is South Robertson. I'm not exactly sure of the population swaps here, but I would love specific suggestions. Thank you.
So to respond, Chair, I guess in what you're asking, I'm responding in a way that says to follow, COI input that we've given before, and I understand that she'd need something to know what to remove, but then we would need to be doing live line drawing to see which area she's in before I gave direction all over the map again.
Okay, there wasn't something in this that would come out.
Right.
Okay, all right. Well, then we can't really do that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I'd be interested in thoughts from colleagues and the community. This is not ideal, but the portions of Delaire and Hawthorne west of the 405. I don't know whether that would be helpful. I don't know whether there's whether the 405 does constitute a clear dividing line in that area, but that was something that I spotted that might be worth investigating. Thank you.
Oh. All right. Is that something that, I don't know if that has that many people, but we could maybe give that a go. All right. We're past break. Let's say Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Fortieri, is this something sort of specific? Because we're past break.
Well, I would still put this Torrance piece until after we do the South LA piece, because then I think we'll be able to understand and see where we might pull from, and then go back to the Torrance piece.
All right. That sounds good. And Commissioner Fortieri, were you about to say the same thing?
Yes.
Yes, great, thank you. Okay, well, unfortunately, we don't have, other than the balancing, we don't have other direction in Los Angeles. And I guess when we come back, we did lose that time. I guess we're gonna have to do another one on LA. Okay, well, we'll Jamie, I think we'll probably be seeing you after lunch. So thank you very much. Okay, well, we're on to lunch, and we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We will be continuing on with our investigation into and drawing the congressional maps, congressional district maps in Los Angeles County. And we have the illustrious team of Ms. Jamie Clark and Ms. Karen McDonald helping us today. And could you, Jamie, get us the maps and give us a rundown on where we are?
Absolutely. So the commission just reconfigured within Orange County some of these Orange County based districts. Over lunch, I did balance them a lot closer to zero. And as a gift from me to you, I made the BVCAL District 0 population. So that's not a concern anymore. And these then are all within like 14 to 18 people total, I believe. So looking pretty good. You're muted, Chair Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to say for the public who's tuned in with us now, tonight we will be having an additional drawing session. So while you need to get in the queue before 6 o'clock, we will not be hearing public comment until 8:15. So you need to call in by 6 o'clock. You can then know that we are not going to call on you until after 8:15. So as long as you don't hang up and come back before 8:15, you'll be in the queue. And with that, let's continue on up into, we were starting to look at what we want to do in Los Angeles County for essentially architecture. And I'd like some of the commissioners who've been thinking and have these ideas in mind to please, at this time, give us what they'd like to do and what are the goal, what you'd like to see the map look like, and then we'll go through how we can get there. So, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Hi there, I'm back. I have a question, and I apologize if this was already asked and if there's a rationale for this, but can I ask why we would have everybody call in before 6 o'clock to then just wait for 2 hours, 2.5 hours before we start to take public comment? Could we not open it up closer to the time and leave it open for the 30-minute time frame that we normally do so that people can be often doing other things?
Well, actually, it's because the meeting officially ends at 6, and the lines are actually open all day. They're open until we close them at 6, and so that's the time that we're required to before the official end of the meeting. Now, the meeting closes at 6 or until business is done, which is why we continue on. But for the official reasons, we need to close the lines at 6. So that's why. But that's why I want people to know that we will not be getting on, so they don't have to hang on there because they could be called at any minute. That will not happen. It will be at 8:15. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's helpful for the public to know why we're doing it like that too. So thank you.
Yes. No, thank you. Let's back with the architecture of the maps. So I know we want to get certain communities together because they are, and they're naturally together. They have common interests, and we'd like to look at the VRA districts first and work out any changes that we'd like to do. Do we have any? Mr. Sadwani.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have specific direction at this point in time. I just wanted to raise, I think we've heard a lot from the Southeast LA folks. We've heard a lot from the Long Beach folks. And so I think the pairing of places like Vernon, Huntington Park, Florence Graham, all the way down to Long Beach, and in particular, those areas that we're looking at in this district, I think we've heard quite a bit that they are very different in nature in terms of their demographics, and that Long Beach very much sees itself not a part of the city of Los Angeles, not an appendage of Los Angeles, but as its own entity. And so I think for me, seeing this combination just definitely gives me pause, especially given the vast amount of communities of interest testimony that we've received from both areas. So I'm not, it's not my interest to blow up the entirety of the map, but I definitely want to name that as a concern, because I do think we're pairing some communities together that are very much not alike.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, does anyone feel that way, or does everyone like the map the way they are? Maps the way they are. Because we need to, I don't mean blow up the map, but if we want to make some changes, now is the time to make those changes. And yes, we have heard from communities who they said, well, my community isn't together, and it's divided, and but we need to get some direction and ways to go. Mr. Kutagawa.
Yeah, I would affirm that. I think we've heard COI testimony, especially from the northern part of this district, who feel that the north-south length is not necessarily combining communities that they feel have common interests together. And in particular, I think I've read some that cite Long Beach specifically, that they feel quite different from, just across multiple kind of, I think, factors that we've been looking at, especially up here in the north, so I would agree.
Okay, Yes, Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, I guess I want to start with a couple questions. Is the commission generally happy with STH 60? And what's the one with West Covina in it, above it? CDCOV. We made some changes to that, to both of those, I think, the other day. And I just want to kind of understand the constraints before I make my comment. Are we gonna think about changing those, or?
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of the pairings, right? So, in general, I like CDCOV, looks good. The STH60, I do think that the way that spans across, you're spanning. Well, Commerce is a very industrial area. Montebello, Pico Rivera, more densely populated, more urban in nature. And then when you get further out to places like Whittier, Hacienda Heights, Rowland Heights, very much more suburban. So I think it was Commissioner Akutagawa yesterday who had suggested Downey going in with Whittier potentially as a potential swap, which would then, we would have to look at all the populations, et cetera, but Pico Rivera, Montebello, Commerce coming into some other kind of configuration, either with East LA above it in the CD Nila, with Vernon, Maywood, Huntington Park, Florence Graham, right? I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways, and we've seen them, right? We've had numerous visualizations and iterations of this map over the last several weeks. So just trying to take a look at those neighborhoods and what makes the most sense there.
Okay, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I guess on this, I think generally speaking, I think the CDCOV and the STH60, I mean, if we decided we did not want to touch it, I think it's generally okay. However, to what Commissioner Sadwani also said, and I think I suggested this too, is doing some swaps. My thought is that on the LB North district, there's some, and the SB 710, there's some core cities. Again, I think some core cities that if we could try to keep them grouped together because they share so much in common, that then we could figure out from there what other cities we can potentially, make some swaps so that the ripple effects is not going to, go out to the other districts, but will be contained. And I would, I want to name, and we've heard this, especially, the last week and a half or so from Florence Graham, Huntington Park, Walnut Park, they for sure want to stay together. I know also that Maywood, Bell, Cudahy, Bell Gardens to a degree want to also stay together too. I think if you bring in Vernon with them, I think that would be good. Although they really do belong more with them, but one could argue that if needed for population, they could go to the Nila district, but they really do belong more with the these other gateway cities. Southgate and Linwood, I think we've seen some COI testimony also stating that they would like to be with Bell and Bell Gardens as well too. Paramount depends on who you ask, and same with at least in terms of these more core gateway cities. But I would suggest Vernon, Huntington Park, Florence Graham, Walnut Park, Maywood, Bell, Cudahy, and Bell Gardens, and then start with that. I think we could perhaps include in Southgate and Linwood too, if we could make the numbers work. Also, I'm sorry. I'm stating this because Downey and Bellflower and Lakewood are very different from those upper cities, those northernmost cities that I mentioned.
Yes, thank you. I was saying you were saying those too quickly for me to gather them to give actual direction. But Ms. Clark, did you?
Yeah,
raise your hand?
I wrote those down, and I generally understand where this could be going. I guess a question of mine is in thinking if Commissioner Akutagawa, you wanted this to be self-contained, then are you okay, for example, with the ports going together? Is the intention to keep Long Beach in just 2 districts as opposed to putting it into 3 districts? And et cetera. And if part of Long Beach, we're going to go into Orange County, which has been suggested by some commissioners, then what goes back into LA County to pair with some of the other cities? For example, is that Cerritos and Artesia? Can Cypress go in? A lot of changes just happened to the map to be able to have this area of Buena Park and North Fullerton all be together, and all of that would be changed likely, or, there's just a lot of changes that are potentially being discussed here. And just a question is how to accomplish all of those while maintaining some of the things the commission has already worked out. Additionally, right now, SP 710 and LB North are both over 50% Latino CVAP. The commission, again, has identified not wanting to lose 50% Latino CVAP districts, and just kind of thinking through the changes that are being proposed. I don't think it would be possible to have 2.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, Chair, is it okay if we turn on the shading for the VRA districts? I just want to see where they fall into this piece.
Certainly. Yes, could we do that, please? Oh, I thought you meant for the are you talking about the heat map? Yes, the heat map. Please.
No. This is what I was asking for. But if someone else wants the heat map, go for it.
Yes, okay. I thought you were going to looking for areas of that you wanted to do because of combination of Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was just gonna, Jamie, I just wanted to make sure for clarification, so if I heard you correctly, you were saying that if we make some of these changes, including some of these other questions around which direction, it could result in 1 less Latino majority district? I just want to make sure I heard that. Okay, thank you. So these are just some of the decision points then that we would have to discuss along with the putting the ports together, right? And Orange County.
Yes. And may I respond, Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, so those are just some of the things, like when I'm hearing and trying to think of how to make the dreams of the commission come true. These are some of the things that are coming up, right? Where I'm like having a hard time conceptualizing how to accomplish everything that you want to accomplish while making these types of changes. So I think just those questions were more just kind of to frame maybe some of your decision-making process.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Jamie, if I could ask you one more question for perhaps clarification and understanding before we start making or try to start making decisions. I guess when I said limiting it, I wasn't thinking about just the 2 districts, but perhaps taking parts of South 60 if we have to. If that were in play, would that give us an ability to maintain the VRA districts? If we brought down, like, say, Norwalk and La Mirada, maybe down?
I think that could be possible. Of course, you're going to, meet your equal population, and then your Latino CVAP is, of course, going to be in play for your second criterion. I think that is possible, but again, this is talking about a lot bigger changes than just to a couple districts, including undoing some of the changes that you just made. And additionally, yeah, I don't know that just that swap of like moving Norwalk, Santa Fe Springs, for example, or La Mirada out of South 60 and adding other areas based on the list of cities that you identified earlier as wanting to be together or wanting to kind of group together. That's the place where I have a question as to whether or not you could then maintain 2 Latino CVAP districts.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm thinking now.
Okay. All righty. I understand there's a Commissioner Forciari, you had your hand in the air at one point.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of play out what Jamie just played out. What are the trade-offs that we're talking about if we do that? If we group those cities in the north, then we've got to do something with the south. If we do a self-contained thing and put the ports together, that's one outcome. I mean, there's a little bit of swapping we could do with maybe moving Lakewood into Orange County and Seal Beach and part of Huntington Beach with Long Beach kind of thing, but it's little bit because we're kind of stuck with Orange County basically surrounded by VRA districts. So, I mean, if we really want to change things, then it goes up through STHLA and 10 corridor, and then the map is dramatically changed. So I just want to kind of play that thinking out with you guys to just think about what the impacts would be.
Yes. To do something like that, we'd have to add in cities above, like, the Monterey Park, but further up, not just Monterey Park. Commissioner Ahmad.
Yeah, thank you. At this point, I think it would be helpful if the yellow shading was removed and perhaps the heat map, so we can start to zone in on places where we can make those edits.
Aha. And could you scroll up just a little bit, please, Jamie? And then maybe up a little again. So we can really see the tops of that, the other the COV. Great. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Actually, it's okay. I think I need to think through some more things first.
All right. So I believe everybody's thinking about stuff. They're not quite happy, but don't have a concrete idea of what to do. So we should maybe move to different areas so we can give you guys every time to think. Actually, Commissioner Sinai.
I guess I keep raising my hand and putting it back down. I understand the thought of putting the two ports together, but I just want to share that Long Beach, as you can see, the Long Beach along the coast is very different than San Pedro. San Pedro is more, it's a harbor city, more in line with Wilmington and Los Angeles, it's I think the the move over up where it is makes more sense. The North Long Beach with San Pedro makes more sense than trying to connect the two port areas. I realize that part of a port area doesn't have any red because it's probably doesn't have people there. Okay, Jamie shaking your head, yes. So I figured that, but I just, this quarter, the 710 and the 110 quarter is really hard, hardcore working class. Very diverse, very mixed, a lot of renters. So if someone had asked me, do the people who work in San Pedro and the ports live in San Pedro? And the answer would be yes. They're fishermen, they're port, a lot of them. So, but having said all that, I think putting them together in a smart way, just in an intentional way to open up doing a better job up the further north, because as we scroll up, things kind of, there's a much more dense Latino communities and are, have different, everybody has said this already. And I think the only way we can do this up at the top and really think about it is thinking through intentionally how to pair San Diego, San Pedro, Long Beach, and maybe even Lakewood, some of the communities there.
Well, or if we go north, some areas that are not in, how the Long Beach North has some very densely populated Latino areas, and then some not. But it still creates you get the numbers over 50%. Why not do something like that up north? And then we can do something to grab, the Florence Graham, the Southquake, the Linwood into an area. So it kind of creates one in a slightly above as well as below. Does that idea help anyone with how they'd like to combine communities? Commissioner Kutagawa.
Could we see the CVAP for all of LB North? I think, okay, so Latino CVAP is 50.83.
Yeah, I could read those out loud for you, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you.
Sure. For LB North, the Latino CVAP is 50.83%. Black CVAP is 8.23%. Asian CVAP is 8.80%. And white CVAP is 30.76%.
So, Jamie, is it possible? I think I saw this happen when you select certain cities, and I don't know if you could just quickly do a selection by city, or do you have to go block by block? But if you were, we heard a lot from Florence Graham, Huntington Park, and Walnut Park, and they spoke about one about the three of them wanting to be together. However, that they would, for the assembly district, that they would have been okay going into the 110 corridor district. And just kind of thinking about, I'll stop here if you want to share the CVAP for this, because maybe what I say may be moot if depending on what the CVAP is.
Or is your question about the CVAP of those three cities?
Yes.
The Latino CVAP in Walnut Park, Huntington Park, and Florence is 90.73%.
What's the black CVAP in this area too?
The black CVAP is 6.56%.
In Asian and white? Probably really small then, 90%.
Yeah, Asian CVAP is 0.46% and white CVAP is 1.89%.
Okay. I guess what I was going to try to, I was thinking about what Commissioner Sinai said about the, trying to keep that Port of LA, the Wilmington, Carson and others. I was just thinking, perhaps doing a swap and bringing maybe Rancho Dominguez or Compton in and bringing in Florence Graham and Huntington Park and Walnut Park, since they had spoken about wanting to stay together in the 110 LA if it meant being able to be there. But I think that that's going to blow blow our CVAP. So that's okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Forciari.
I'm going to say something that won't be popular, but I'll say it anyway. If you can zoom out. We've got a couple of islands of low LCVAP in our VRA districts, right? Got Southern Long Beach, Lakewood in there. We've got Hacienda Heights, La Habra Heights, Walnut, all those guys with low LCVAP, kind of pulling the area in the middle with like really high LCVAP apart. So I know this won't be popular, but if we took those 5 cities, Walnut, Hacienda Heights, and moved them south, Long Beach moved it southwest, then we have the whole concentrated area where the LCVAP is highest to design some VRA districts. So I'm just sharing an observation. I don't have an answer, but it's an observation.
Jamie, could you move a little bit north, please? Okay. Again, sort of with that kind of same idea, but the opposite way. Can we? Yeah. Well, the issue is if you grab Lakewood and Bellflower, the towns that are under the SB 710. Thank you. If you sort of grab those and move those east. Well, SB 710. Well, no, we actually like some of the ones that are in the north of that of 710 are ones that we would like to actually combine with some in the Long Beach one. Right, Southgate with Cudahy, Linwood. Nope, no, not that way. You can tell I'm really not that familiar with the downtown LA, unfortunately, or the central area. But I'm just thinking, can we do something like grabbing some of the like Montebello? Well, I know we don't want to break up East Los Angeles, but some of those areas and add that a little bit like across the El Monte, kind of the Monterey Park, Rosemead-ish, kind of pull something up that way. And then that would leave you more like the Paramount, Downey, sort of across the center area, kind of essentially like we have them north, south. Oh, wait, we did this once before. Then we went east, west, but not completely like that. More like a, something sort of like that. Because we have how many of them across here? Trying to do more of a combination. We would then have to, the port would actually have to go combine a bit with the Torrance, and we've never wanted to do that, have we? anyway, that's a sort of what I'm trying to do is, okay, where could we move these so we could put this population together? This would be a little bit easier if you're all there. We had our pointers. Commissioner Sinai.
The San Pedro and Torrance, I think they would be better than San Pedro and Palos Verdes. But what I would like us to think about is we've got the VRA. I mean, we've got numbers, VRA, and then COIs are number 4. And we're going back and, we're keep focusing on COIs versus the first 2 criteria. And I think right now, I would encourage us to look, kind of here. The issue is, as I kind of agree with what Commissioner Farnashari was saying, Lakewood, that east part of Long Beach, the south part of Long Beach, there's parts, Signal Hill, there's parts that we could put together. I mean, I hate to say it, even Cerritos and Artesia, but anyway, I won't go there. It's Orange County, but there's things that we can put together so that we can start really looking at the VRA districts and building some really strong VRA districts that are equal in number. And then we may need to clean up later, come back down to the south and the west, to clean that up. But my concern is you can have a VRA district, but when you pair it with a really united, large urban center that's a different, that's not Latino, we need to think about, are we really sticking to our commitment? I mean, not commitment, obligations of VRA districts. And the LB North is, I think, a little low. So anyway, that would be my recommendation, which was similar to Commissioner Farnashari's, is just starting by grouping the areas that can be together. There are some VRA, there are some reasons to group them together, and then build the VRA districts up in the northern part the way that the community has asked and the way it makes sense and is strong.
Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I guess I'm going to just maybe go the other way. It seems like there's some sticking points now, in terms of, do we combine the ports, not combine the ports? Then there's also, I think, given the numbers that I heard for just Florence Graham, Huntington Park, and Walnut Park, I am concerned about perhaps combining those cities together. That would perhaps okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I think maybe we just, to ensure that there's at least 2 VRA or at least 1 VRA district, a strong one, and at least because that one's at 52%. LB North is at 50%. It's, maybe we just leave it all alone. And then we just try to fix, it looks like the deviation numbers in Orange County still are a little off. So, we just look at where do we need to, readjust and rebalance, because Savannah Anna looks like it's a little over, as is OCBC, SBLA. Maybe that might be the generally speaking, I think, if everybody's just okay with it, we have some decent numbers for the VRA district, maybe we just kind of leave it and keep moving forward to the other areas that we need to work on.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Toledo.
I mean, I do think some of the VRA numbers, especially in the Long Beach area, are on the lower end. But I would be in support of looking at the lower Latino CVAP areas and trying to move them towards more of a shifting population to to increase CVEP. But I also recognize that that would take significant amount of time to do that. So I am open, but I would support Commissioner Funishari's concept of shifting population if it's something that the commission wants to do. Thank you.
Aha, I have an idea. What if the LBN North at Bellflower then dives right and gets Norwalk, La Mirada, the Whittier, whatever, grabs that area, which would then have Downey. So yes, so instead of going up into the west, it would actually go to the east. And then that would open up the Downey, those areas that could then join, sorry, that reverb there, that would then join, that would sort of release those to then move possibly through the other direction. So then we might have to grab a few more areas, to the north or the other direction a bit, or even, that could open up a few things. If the only issue, of course, would be, well, it might even have to grab part of Signal Hill again, to get more Latino group, more Latino. Yeah. So, and anyway, I'm saying, see, what if we open it in a different direction? Because right now it was just going straight up and around, and then that's pretty much sort of locks everything in. And I know everyone's talking about combining these areas, so maybe sort of doing a shift over without combining the ports, keeping those separate, but they would actually, instead of going up and west, kind of go up and east, but then would release some of the areas further west to go up north, create that, go into that other area. Now, you guys all know those cities better, and you know what would pair with other pairs. You're more familiar with the COIs than I am. So I'm just kind of spinning ideas here because we really only have about 10 or 15 more minutes, and then we will have to move on. Maybe we're looking at this. If we want to come back, we can, because I know there's some issues here, but we do have to keep on going. So, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I mean, I can see some of what you're suggesting, and the direction maybe is I can see Long Beach being like underneath, shifting that population, keeping Long Beach maybe creating or pushing the Long Beach district into Orange County and then moving the rest of it up as a potential way to bring population, but I can also see some of the connecting some of the other regions if we're looking at options. And I think that's, if I understood correctly, that's an option that you were suggesting, Commissioner Anderson. Or maybe I misunderstood.
No, I was keeping this all within Los Angeles County, where Long Beach right now, the LVN North goes up and goes Bellflower, Lakewood, Bellflower, Downey, Bell Garden, over in that direction. I would suggest it goes Lakewood, Bellflower, maybe Downey, but Norwalk, La Mirada, even La Habra, go over this way.
Oh.
And then so that would open then you could, if we like, and it could actually, this would be better. Long Beach would actually grab back a little bit of Signal Hill, that lower portion exactly, and then would go up and go across the Norwalk, La Mirada, and by taking that portion out of SB 710, you would at the South Gate, you would actually grab, say, the Florence Huntington area, or that sort of area, and that would release the Bell Garden, Commerce, to go over and replace what had been switched with the South 10.
So I completely misunderstood what you were saying, because I the only options that I see at this point would either be Long Beach going west or Long Beach going east, keeping the in order to keep the seat, because those are areas with lower Latino CVAP.
Oh no, I understand that, but really, what we do have to watch out for here is, yes, we could put all, got all these Latino areas together, and we'd be at 80 and 90%. which that is not our VRA obligation. That's the opposite of it. So we do need to have some lower density areas with the higher density areas. Now, what we also understand, because of just the sheer numbers and where people live in Los Angeles, that cannot always happen. And we do have some areas which are just naturally have very high Latino CVAP. And that's just you can't avoid that. But in areas where I think we do keep the area of Long Beach in it, and that's why I said, but we need a little bit more density. So I would grab that area around Signal Hill, because right now, just looking at the shading, I'd say if we grab Long Beach, just go straight up to Lake the way it is now, Lakewood, Bellflower, over Norwalk and La Mirada, we wouldn't be at 50%. We'd be like 48 or something like that. Where if we grab that Signal Hill area, we might make it because of the density. But that, as I said, but then that by taking that area of section of that SP10 out, that around Signal Hill, we would require more, which I've been hearing Linwood, Southgate, I think, with the Florence, Huntington Park area. And so that kind of opened up to move those forward. Did that help at all?
I think it confused me a little bit more. Maybe if we zoom out, I think it's the map. I think there's just so much.
If I had the pointer, you could actually. Jamie, does this make sense to you? Are you seeing what I'm trying to?
If we were in the same room with a pointer, I think it would help. But
yes, it would clearly help. But Jamie, could you see what I was saying there?
My understanding, Chair Anderson, of what you were saying was to have this area of Long Beach with Signal Hill, Lakewood, Bellflower, Norwalk, La Mirada, some of these areas, balance the population there. And
Correct.
Then after that, I'm not sure about the other
then after that,
balancing them.
Okay, then after that, so now pretend that our north line does not, essentially that line across there exactly goes up and over at La Habra. So that's one district. Then coming back down to the San Pedro port, it's SP 710, that would go up north. It come across but remember, it's lost that little areas of Signal Hill. So we come up there and now come up to the top Paramount, and at Southgate, we don't have enough people because we took a chunk out. So we would gather people from, its north boundary would then become in there, correct? So then that would release the line between Vernon and Commerce, and that section up there would be open to move into the Montebello, Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights area. Does that make sense? See what we're doing? Instead of, we're recombining those three districts. Okay. How about if everyone thinks about it? Commissioner Kutagawa.
So, Chair, I think I'm okay. Here's what let me just share what I think I'm hearing you, or at least this is what sparked the idea in me in hearing what you were saying. So one thought is, I think what I heard you say is you take that SP 710, which goes from the Port of LA and San Pedro, you keep it going up to where it is, but you also balance out by taking in Huntington Park, Florence Graham, Walnut Park, Maywood, Bell, and Cudahy potentially.
Well, I don't think you could. I don't think you could take that much, but correct.
Well,
correct.
Yeah, we could figure out. But then that would mean taking out, like Signal Hill and putting back some of Long Beach back in, and I.
No. It would, the Long Beach North would grab that portion of Signal Hill, and the portion around Signal Hill and that little bit would come from SP 710 into LB North.
Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing. So anyways, I'm just saying, it would be a longer district that would go up, capture some of those south, those gateway cities. Then, like I heard you say, is then you take, I guess I would actually recommend putting Bell Gardens in with Bell as well too. So Downey, Bellflower, I think I heard you say take Norwalk, Whittier, those cities. So then that would be, that second VRA district,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And then
That would be LB North, we call
yeah,
it.
and
yes.
then there's still the South 60 and figuring out, okay, like, what are some of the adjustments that we could make to keep that? But then I think I'm hearing you say is then you take the southern part, like, Lakewood, and Long Beach, and then figure out how to combine it with some of those OC cities.
No. I'm not saying that because I'm saying no. You're taking the SP 710 and getting rid of the Signal Hill area and gathering, say, the Huntington, Florence Graham Huntington Park area. You're taking LBN North, grabbing that little Signal Hill area, going up, maybe down, maybe not, and going across into that direction. Correct. So then say, what we're saying now, what has not been claimed would then probably be the Bell Garden, Bell Garden, maybe Downey, which could go with Commerce, Montebello, Pico Riviera, and across the Heights and Diamond Bar Walnut. That's an idea. It's how to rearrange, get that, because what I'm hearing is everyone saying, let's combine Bell Garden, Downey into West Whittier, and they go across in that direction. So I was trying to give us a way to do that.
Yeah, actually, Chair, Bell Gardens and Downey are pretty different communities economically.
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw something open that would get thoughts rolling here. Commissioner Forciari.
Well, I'm just kind of following up on Commissioner Kutagawa's comment and Commissioner Toledo's comments. Commissioner Kutagawa said, maybe we should just leave it the way it is. Commissioner Toledo would like a little more LCVAP. So I look at Hawaiian Gardens and it's very red. And I didn't know if we could, what the effect of swapping Hawaiian Gardens in and then maybe a bit of Lakewood out would have, and maybe that would strengthen the LCVAP enough to be comfortable.
And just leave as is. That's a whole nother idea. Commissioner Yee. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Toledo, do you want to?
I was just, I'm still, I think an option might be still to unite Long Beach, Signal Hill, Seal Beach, and Huntington Beach. I think going through in order to create space up, in order to push population from the Los Angeles area into the south, we'll have to rotate through the other portions, but in order to open up, in order to be able to effectualize some of the changes we want to make, and potentially want to make in the Los Angeles area, but I don't know if we have enough time to do so. So that's the question.
Okay, what I'm not hearing out of that is what areas do we want to move around in this that are above Vernon Park? Maybe I'm missing above Vernon Park. I'm not hearing of anything being wanted to be moved around. I mean, Vernon and Montebello. Is that, I'm just not hearing it. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, with Commissioner Kutagawa, I can live with the existing boundaries. Of course, there are trade-offs. All trade-offs are painful. I can live with these trade-offs. However, I see the merit of your thoughts. I'm wondering if, in terms of process, if you want to pursue them, to take it offline with Jamie and you can prepare a proposal. I especially like the idea that it could put more of Long Beach together. But such a proposal would need to stay exactly within the combined boundaries of the three existing districts. If it could do that, I'd be open to considering that further.
Okay. Again, I brought that up because I'm not the one who actually really knows what area should go with what. Like, Commissioner Kutagawa said, yeah, but Bell doesn't really, they're very different. So, I'm just trying to toss out an idea because I don't know to the extent, even above this area, that we'd like to make changes. So maybe they're much smaller. But Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, we lost the heat map, which I was hoping to get back on. But my concern is that I get that Long Beach and San Pedro, they don't want to be together in a port city, but let's not, we keep acting like that's a constraint. Because I'm kind of looking at if you combine Long Beach with San Pedro to Signal Hill, you might be able to get the VRA stronger, and then kind of like the middle portion right above it to that might be something that's lower. And then once you go further up, then you have a higher CVAP. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm just, 50 minutes in, and I would like to see some sort of visualization. Would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank
And
you.
if they can work on it
Commissioner-
offline, that would be great. Thank you.
Right. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree that I think a strategic pairing of San Pedro and Long Beach could make sense, especially if you think about sort of on a more macro level, one congressional representative advocating for the interests of port communities generally, to me makes sense, as opposed to two potentially maybe working at cross purposes. I think this sort of unifies the policy considerations of port communities. So I would like to see something visualized that doesn't have Long Beach and San Pedro as constraints.
I might jump in as okay, because these are the congressional districts, and having two people on Congress in the 435 people makes a much bigger influence than having one. And they are competitors, and this is a lot of the ports. I'm up here by Oakland, the Port of Oakland, and it's a lot of federal issues going on here. And it's not state money, it's federal money. And I really do see why they should be, as Commissioner Sinai was saying, the Port of Los Angeles it's a sort of a different type of port than the Port of Long Beach. They're yes, they are competitors. And I don't really think they would be cross purposes at the federal, they would actually be like two voices instead of one for the area. So I would kind of like to see it together, which is kind of one of the ideas why I sort of spun that a different way. And I think that's might be, or the idea of maybe taking it down into Seal Beach, but whatever the commission really wants to do. And Commissioner Kudokawa? Sorry.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
May I respond?
Yeah, please
oh,
do.
absolutely. Oh, yes. Oh, no, absolutely. Yes.
I'm wondering if we're now working off general consensus, or sort of how much opposition to one idea carries the day. Because I've heard mixed on this, and so I would like us to make a decision and move forward. And I don't think I agree necessarily that if you don't want the ports together, that means we don't get to visualize it.
No, absolutely. No, I mean, just as everyone gets to say, then I said as well. Because, if the consensus is we put them together, that's what we do. Commissioner Kudokawa.
I guess I'll be honest. I mean, I could go either way. I see the logic in both arguments. However, I think like what we've all been reminding each other, throughout this process is we should not hold any line sacred. And if this is what's best, perhaps this is what we have to think about. I do like the idea. I think this is what Commissioner Vasquez was talking about if we were to combine the port cities. And I will also say we've gotten some testimony that also spoke to, there's kind of an east-west divide in Long Beach. And if you take the port side and then the more affluent west, the west side, which is the more port side, which is economically more similar to San Pedro and Carson and some of those other areas. And then you get the east side of Long Beach, which is much more affluent and I will say more similar, to like the Seal Beach and the Huntington Beach, as well as, those cities along the LA border. Options would be to create then, kind of like that middle section that Commissioner Vasquez was talking about that would interestingly, I mean, Carson, could, and I'm sure, this would be where it would be good to get feedback from the community, but perhaps move Carson into the South LA district, because a lot of the population there shares a lot in common with also, Hawthorne and Lawndale as well too. Not as exact, but they could go into that and then create, then look at combining some of those other cities up as you go further north. So that's just the thought that I wanted to just contribute to this. But I do agree. I think we should make a decision about whether or not, are we going to hold it sacred like we did the Golden Gate Bridge issue? I don't know if I don't know if we should. So
how about, okay, I'm hearing like 3 options here. Maybe we'll get these working offline and come back with it. Option 1 is combining the port areas and making that a district and then combining the Bellflower, essentially the northern parts of the SP 710, LV North, and if we need to, for population purposes, and make just a whole different one in that area. But I don't know if that also you want to put Montebello in one of those, if there's some switching around in there, I'm not sure. And so making that one, so that would be one option. Another option would be that thing that I sort of came up with. A third option would be adding the Long Beach, Seal Beach, Huntington, and then we'd have to go in to get Brea or something else. If we take one, we have to put back in Orange County, and doing something like that. Is that sort of 3? So that's one. What I'd like us to do right now is come up with some options and then take them offline and be worked on. So we'll do that between now and 4:15 in our next break. So Commissioner Fernandez.
No, I just, that's fine. My preference would probably be to combine the ports. Again, I understand why they wouldn't want to be together, but that would fall under criteria 4. So we've got criteria 1, which is population, and criteria 2 is VRA. So we really need to focus on the higher criteria when they come into play. Sometimes they don't come into play, so that's fine. We can go down to number 4, but we really need to concentrate on 1 and 2 right now, because that's what we're dealing with, are the VRA districts and getting those CVAP numbers higher. Thank you.
Okay. And the instruction on that would be to make sure that it's at least the 50.83.
Or higher.
And combining them.
Or higher. Thank you.
Okay. Or higher. Yes. Okay. And Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes. So we've laid out many different options here. It sounds like one of the key goals is to increase Latino CVAP in some of our VRA districts. I think that's a reasonable goal. I would be happy, if Jamie is willing, I'm happy to work offline on this, because I think we've spent a lot of time talking about potential changes and not making any. That being said, I think there's just, several options that if Jamie's down, that we could potentially come up with more than one snapshot to bring back to the commission as perhaps 2 options. One, it sounds like Commissioner Anderson, some of the changes that you were mentioning, to the extent that I could follow them, I think that some of them were making some sense to me, making some swaps within some of the areas here to shift around so that communities that are more closely aligned can stay together, and as a result, increasing some of that Latino CVAP. Another one is playing around with Long Beach. Long Beach has currently cut. They've been asked to stay whole. So one of those options could potentially be, bringing in Signal Hill, as has been mentioned. I'll say personally, I found the testimony about keeping the ports separate very compelling. It's not a preference of mine to combine the ports, but if we work on this, I'm happy to look at both options and see what is available to us in order to meet this goal, this priority of improving and boosting that Latino CVAP. But I do think, my sense is if we work on it offline, we should keep the changes from a population deviation standpoint relatively localized within this area and not rippling out further into other counties, north in particular, because I think that's where we're headed next, is to start working on that. So that would also be a major priority while maintaining many of the other pieces that we've already built throughout this map. So that would be my recommendation for moving forward, and that we should move on so that we can finish our congressional maps as soon as possible.
Perfect. And great. And I'm so glad that you volunteered to be our commissioner to help out working out those options. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I just wanted to just, I guess I'm noticing some of the OC deviations. I have some suggestions on how to shift a little bit, but then I think it'll also depend on where these other changes to the port area, Long Beach and others are. But I'll just state here that depending on what does happen, Los Alamitos and Rossmore have also requested to be with Seal Beach. So, that I think it looks like Savannah Anna is under by 300 and something. So it could be that we could take those two into the NOC coast and then maybe, I don't know. There's too many moving pieces, but I thought I just mentioned that as a COI to help do some balancing if we needed to, depending on which direction we go.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to name I'm in support of having whichever commissioner work it offline. And I also wanted to acknowledge and thank the response of those writing in from Long Beach in regards to the congressional representation for the ports being separate. And so just wanting to assure them that I do see it. I do see their correction that they're not intending ever to combine or proudly independent governed. And thank you for all of that. And wanted to read that since I read out other information that I received that there was talk about for years about them combining. I wanted to make sure that they know I stand corrected. I hear directly from you that that is not your intent. And so I wanted to name that for sure. And thank you for taking the time to write it in. Now, having said that, I really can go either way, but this can't be, because of the criteria, it can't be a sticking point for us. And so we just do need to be open. We see the importance. We know how the ports impact all of the congressional districts. We see all of the testimony. And so just wanted to thank you for that and to say that I do think we should work it at this point offline, have options, and we will have to move in one direction or another. And for sure, unless some miracle, it will not necessarily be satisfactory to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Just a couple things that came up that I wanted to make a note of. First, in terms of the deviations in the Orange County-based districts, just a reminder that I did balance BVCAL, so that's 0 population. So the rest of these districts in Orange County right now are around 16 people total out of balance. So no major reworkings or adjustments needed in general in Orange County. This will all balance out. And of course, I'm happy to work with any commissioner on different iterations. A note about some of these things is that I think that minimally 6 districts would be impacted by some of the changes that we're discussing. So that's just a note for everyone to keep in mind. That these are big changes that'll impact the map in this area. And it sounds like that's the goal. So just a note of that. And another question that I have is, when would this need to be accomplished by?
That's a very good question. And it would have to be, well, because what we're going to do then is go to the north after our break. We'll go to the north, and we'll have our last drawing session will be on the north. I don't know if we'll finish that all, so say we do the morning session tomorrow in the north and to finish it all up. And so it could be even that second session, like before lunch tomorrow, or say it could be in the after lunch, whichever. I know that's a bit of a tight time frame if it's after. It has to be after lunch.
Yeah,
by after lunch tomorrow.
Just thinking through if it's two different redraws of this area. Of course, I will do my best, and just in consideration of the total population concerns and some of the other requests that I've gotten from commissioners about other parts of the map besides this, and thinking about balancing everything, I, of course, will do my best to have this prepared by tomorrow morning. And that is all I can do, is my best.
Well, yes. No, it's certainly better than that's all we ask, and that's what you give us, that and more. So anything you do for us, Jamie, we really, really appreciate.
Okay, I apologize. I do have one more question, which is the redraw of this area a priority over the other requests that the commission has given?
Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Yes. What are the other requests?
Yeah, just in turn. So my list of requests that I have, I can pull up my notes, is extending Northern San Fernando Valley-based district into the forest, looking at that Torrance.
Yes. The ones that we go ahead.
Yep, the Torrance thing. And keeping San Pedro whole, working on I know that some of these changes would impact the CVAP for some of the districts, but just thinking about like all of the direction that the commission has given, wondering in terms of just workload, what is the priority for the commission? Which should I prioritize changing this, or should I prioritize doing the list of direction that I've received from the commission already?
I believe because those are small items that are sort of more isolated, and this we need to do to move the entire thing forward. So I would say this. Now that's what I'm. Any other, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I mean, I think equal population and VRA, I mean, in everything we do, if it's in the VRA area. And so, of course, if it's obviously outside of VRA area, then communities of interest, such as was just mentioned, those items would take priority. But outside of a VRA area, as long as we're speaking of VRA areas, I would put the requirement, these requirements above the community of the COI or the content or the community of interest requirements.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And so yes. And as I said, this is a sort of major work, and those are minor works. So the possibility of because if we say we really are going to go ahead and do this one, then we need to pursue that and finish it. Or we'll go with this, in which case then we can scale back and do those other minor things. But these options would be, I believe, number one in this area. Now, having said that, commissioners, is there any other area, do we like the rest of Los Angeles County? Is there any other items that we have come to mind that we have not said? Speak now or forever hold your peace. We got our POSO. Commissioner, I'm sorry, we do have that other area, maybe up the Commissioner Kennedy item.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Well, thank you very much, everyone. I know this has been a long haul to get where we are now, but I think we at least have some plans of, we can work out some options that we can agree to and move forward with the entire Orange County. And I appreciate all the hard work from everyone. And Jamie, thank you for all the work that you're doing and about to help us do. And we're going to take a break and we'll be back at 4:30, and we will go to the north. So if we could, I believe we have Kennedy, please. Welcome back, everyone, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We're still working on our congressional districts, and now we're moving to the Central Valley. As you can see up here, we have the map of our Central Valley, and at this time, we'd like our mapper, Kennedy, to please walk us through the VRA districts, or actually even just do an overview of what we have here, but specifically let's go walk us through the VRA districts, please.
Hello, I will begin. Thank you. We do have a total of 3 in my area, starting with King Tulare Kern, going up to Fresno Tulare, and then Stannis Fresno. Here in King Tulare Kern, we have areas from Arvin, Benton Park, La Cresta, East Bakersfield, Cottonwood, Old Stockdale all together. And there we have received testimony. You have received testimony to make this line a bit thinner and take out areas of Bakersfield Country Club and Old Stockdale. And so those are in and have been wanted to be moved out. And then moving north, also in this area, we have Pixley and Porterville together, Terabella, not split. And then we do split into Kings County, right beneath Lemoore Station, Lemoore and Hanford. And then we move into our Fresno Tulare district, where we have Tulare, Lindsay, Tonyville, Farmersville. We create a split in Visalia, having the northern part going north. And then we do have the areas of Lemoore, Hanford, Home Garden together, going up into Fresno County. And I've been speaking very fast again. Sorry to everyone taking notes and signing. As I slow down, we go into Fresno County. We have the areas of Kingsburg, Parlier, Reedley, Selma, Fowler, Sanger together, going up into the city of Fresno. We have Sunnyside, and notably Sunnyside and Old Fig Garden, as well as this middle part of the city. And we have this line at about Shaw Avenue right above, cutting across. And then we go into Stannis Fresno, which has the western portion of Fresno County, West Park, Southwest Fresno, west of the 99. And then we have the rest of Fresno County to the west, including cities of Coalinga to Riverdale, Raisin City, Mendota, Fireball. And then we continue to move north through this district, and you'll find into Madera County, we have Madera, Madera Acres, Fairmead and Chowchilla together. The entire city, of course, the entire city of Merced, because we have the entire county of Merced, which is what I meant to say. And then moving up into Stanislaus, we do have a split through Turlock and Ceres and Modesto to kind of maintain this CVAP at 51.66%. And then we have Patterson, Diablo Grande, Grayson as well in that district. And those are the 3 VRA consideration districts in this area. And I will zoom out so we can look at all 3 of them together. And I did anticipate, I guess going forward, I will say anticipate those changes in Bakersfield. And there is a shapefile that I have trying to match some of those lines that were brought up from before. So at any moment you want to see that, let me know as well. And it
Wonderful.
kind of, it makes changes through here up into keeping Kings City whole, and then brings this CVAP in Kings Tulare Kern to 55% from the 53, and then goes into Fresno Tulare Kern, maintains a 53%, and brings in Three Rivers as well, and does not touch the Stannis Fresno because it kind of goes through the Fresno Kern.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I just was curious. Kennedy, thank you so much for everything you do. And the first thing I just was curious about the shape files. Is that the communities who were moved out of this area in the assembly, and specifically Stockdale Estates, Stockdale Country Club, Sundale Country Club, etc.? Are those the ones that you have in the shape file?
Yes, it's actually it's something I've created also on my own, because following that shapefile, it was the entire state. So they have made different priorities than you did, but following within Bakersfield, I tried to stay as close to that shapefile as possible, as from the same group of people that came and spoke about the assembly as well. And it does remove Old Stockdale and the Bakersfield Country Club.
How about Rosedale and Seven Oaks?
Yes, it does remove Rosedale. It's kind of the way I had to do it. Rosedale actually isn't in it the way it is right now, but for balancing population, it did cut through Rosedale.
Thank you.
Which I can show you also. If
Yeah,
you'd
can
like
you
to
just
see
show
that.
if you have it in shapefile, that'd be great to just take a look.
Yes, so I can show you what I did and the other shapefile as well. I'm going to change the color of it to a blue because your background is blue. I'll do a dark blue and apply that and turn that on so that we can see. So here in this green black is what we have previously, and what I kind of changed it into. We move in, and let me move in a bit closer so we can see what's there, but goes through Old Stockdale. And I'm going to turn on the terrain layer so that you can see what is around us as well. So goes through Old Stockdale, down this, I'm not sure exactly what this road is, but comes down here, doesn't include Old River, but does have Pumpkin Center and Greenfield. And then moving out to the east, the new version does take out Bakersfield Country Club as well. However, it does create a split through Oildale for population concerns. And that is after trying to, I mean, we're staying here, but just wanted to also show that this in its entirety does also go up north and take in, following the blue lines, it does keep Kings County whole. It does create a slight split through Tulare as well, but keeps still keeps Porterville, Terabella whole.
Thank you very much, Kennedy. Great job as usual.
Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kennedy, for the phenomenal work you've done. This is exactly what I wanted to see. The testimonies, the COI testimonies that reflect this, that you have a shapefile for, that removes the Stockdale Estates, et cetera, and all of those piece parts that we've talked about. So thank you for that. Moving up, Kennedy, into the other area, were you able to move Fresno into the Merced, Fresno, Stannis, Fresno area?
So that area remained untouched for the most part, because I was trying to keep the CVAP. A lot of changes here dropped the CVAP, and so it was already at a 51%. So trying to keep that relatively the same.
Yep.
And so I really tried with moving populations between King Tulare Kern and Fresno Tulare, because they had a bit more wiggle room. And as you can see, what the changes from the Fresno Tulare Kern. It was at a 53.11 and now it's at 53.7. And I was also able to bring in Three Rivers so that it is connected to Visalia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, Kennedy, fabulous work, and thank you for mind reading us and anticipating this, these suggestions. So just to recap then, in blue, we have an application of the COIs we've received that would basically match the work we did in the assembly districts, correct? And that you've balanced these out. And I didn't catch any particular concerns or decision points that you raised, so I'd like to suggest we go forward with these.
And I will say I didn't balance them 100%, and maybe there are other splits you would like to do elsewhere, like maybe you don't want to split through Oildale and you want to split more through the city of Bakersfield, or you don't want to split through Tulare and you want to split through Porterville. I just, chose some spots, and so that might be, choosing where you might want to split differently. And so that's just a note because it's not 100% balanced.
Yeah.
As you can see in Kings Tulare Turn, it's still under 332 people.
Sure. I mean, I'd love to get the neck through Oildale larger, but I imagine you already played with that, so I don't have any particular suggestions.
Thank you. Commissioner Forniciari.
Yeah, thank you for this. This is great. I really appreciate that you put Kings County whole. I'll just confess that I worked on trying to do that too, and I just made it worse. But you did that and you made it better. So I guess my reaction to your question about looking at your splits is I'd rather not go chasing my tail because I'm afraid it's going to impact the CVAP and great work. Thank you.
Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, echo everyone else's comments. Thank you so much, Kennedy, on this work. And as we were going through it, I did appreciate that when you did have splits, they seemed to be in the bigger cities. So thank you so much for doing that. And then just to Commissioner Forniciari is thank you for your efforts as a commissioner, and thank you to Kennedy as a mapper. So thank you both.
Yeah, sometimes you find out where your talents really lie. Commissioner Toledo.
I was wondering if I can't tell from the map right now just because of where we are, but I just want to make sure. I just wanted to ask about the Lamont area. Did the Lamont area make it into this map? Lamont.
May you refer me to where Lamont is?
It's a little bit. If you zoom out a little bit.
I guess what county?
Oh, it would be.
It's by Bakersfield.
It's by
just south.
by Bakersfield South.
Oh, I think Arvin and Lamont are together.
Arvin and Lamont are the communities that I was looking
yes.
at.
I know that COI. I needed to hear that all together.
Yeah, because I was looking
Arvin
at for
and
the
Lamont.
Arvin and Lamont COI specifically, and just.
Yes, Arvin, Lamont, Benton Park, Cottonwood, Hillcrest, La Cresta, East Niles, Fairfax. Those are all together in this area still.
Thank you, appreciate it. Sorry, I was blinking. I knew it was below Bakersfield. I just couldn't.
No, it's okay.
The
I
map, the
blinked
way
too.
it's being showed here is we've just been looking at maps for the past couple months. Everything's blurring. Thank you so much.
So, Kenny, may I ask a question? So, the blue is just a shapefile of everything, or is this what you've actually done? Like, if we say, hey, yes, I love all those. Can you please incorporate those? Do the new lines just become the blue?
The new lines, I would have to do a little bit of clicking, but they would become the blue and not affect any of the other areas. I just worked, this shapefile is just what I worked on in these three areas together.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just sort of noticing is, did
The
one of
black?
one of, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the black are the previous lines or what the current districts are that were posted as the draft. And this was just work I had done offline.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Commissioner Turner.
Kennedy, I just wanted to support Commissioner Yee proposal that we move forward with this. And I wanted to say that I support your split in Tulare, and I'm hoping that split is going down the 99.
And we can take a closer look right this second to see exactly what it was cutting through, but it's right around that area. One moment while I pull up that so we can see all in the area. So it actually does not go out to the 99. The 99 goes in a bit more.
Okay, so when you're adjusting, that would be a suggested place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And yeah, and I would say that this line here, Tulare has kind of a skinny bottom, so it just touches the outline of that and goes to this eastern part of Tulare.
Okay. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Well, we do have a Commissioner Yee said, I recommend that we accept these changes, and I fully agree. So can we make those changes?
Yes, we can. In one moment, I can do that, and I can do that right now. And it's just clicking to make the districts match that, and there's only 3 of them, so I'll do that right now.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. They really jump out at you when they're blue.
And this is just going to take another 3 or 4 minutes just to let you know.
There we go. Thank you. So once we have these lines, these all in our area, then I'd like us to sort of, let's see, zoom out a little bit and then sort of go through the rest of the architecture in the county, see what we like and what we don't like. And hopefully if we like all the architecture, then it's just balancing. Now, are there any areas in the Central Valley that commissioners particularly wanted to see? Or just Commissioner Sinai?
Do we need to look at San Benito with the Central Valley, or do we look at it separately?
I believe we're going to look at it separately. We'll sort of look at the Central Valley, and then we'll probably go back all the way up to the north and sort of have a look at the entire coming on down.
Okay, the changes have been made. And
wonderful.
If you would like me to talk through that, just as far as deviations go, Fresno Kern has 0% deviation. It's -8 people right now. Kings to Larry Kern is negative 332, a negative 0.04% deviation, and a 55.49% CVAP, Latino CVAP. And then Fresno Tulare is at a 0% deviation, positive 37 people at a 53.17% deviation. And then Stannis Fresno remains unchanged, a negative 1 person, minus 1 person, negative 0% deviation, and a 51.66% Latino CVAP.
Wonderful. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. So if anything in this area, Kennedy, I'd be interested in increasing the LCVAP in the Stannis Fresno area. Is there a, can you put on the heat map real quick?
Yes, one moment.
And Commissioner Yee, do you have a similar question or something different?
I was just going to ask about how to move forward with zeroing out the deviations, whether Kennedy has enough instruction to go forward with that, or whether we need to provide some instruction.
Great.
And I will say, so, you know, I have a negative 332 population here. Depending on what you end up deciding to do with this area further, might further populate this and might make a probable swap between the two. I'm not too sure, but I think once we're done with this area, that might be helpful as far as balancing Kings to Larry Kern, at least, with Fresno Kern.
Right, and I believe
Great.
ultimately we get that deviation over to the ECA, where we'll take care of it later. Yeah, thanks.
And in addition to the deviation, Kennedy, if you just would keep looking for opportunities to increase the LCVAP in Stannis Fresno area.
Yes. Did we try? I can see that one area that right by, it's in Madera. Yes, that little area right in there.
And we have tried that. They're just, I mean, it is red, but there just aren't very many people there. So it does not have too big of an impact.
And
but I will.
Can we? Go
yes,
ahead.
but I was just going to say that I can try that right now quickly.
Yeah. And also, are there areas that like a bit of population where we could take some out in terms of, you know, switching?
Yeah. And Chair,
Yes.
me, I'm comfortable in just seeing what, because I know we've played around with this before and we could not. And so I just wanted to name again, and I trust if Kennedy keeps working on it, you know, if she can increase it, it will, because I know we didn't have much success in it before, but.
Correct. We did try
So we
quite a
don't have
lot.
to keep,
Taking,
yeah, we won't have to do it live now.
all right. We'll do this. We'll try this one little thing so we can always, and then.
And just, yeah, to show 570 people, the CVAP stays the same and our deviation goes up. So that's, yeah, one of the things we tried. And we tried multiple options too, because at one point, the series split wasn't preferred. And so we tried moving things around there and it kept dropping. And so, yeah, but I can continue to look at that further, but we have exhausted a lot of options looking at that.
Right. It would be a question of trying to add this and, you know, add that and take out the same area of like virtually no Latino population. But, well, thank you very much. Yes, that is our goal. If we could do that, we would really like to. But barring that, how do we feel about the architecture here? Can we sort of zoom out a little bit and have a look at the whole thing? Commissioner Toledo.
I'm almost thinking that maybe we should look at the San Benito Monterey area at this point rather than going to the north, just because it's connected to this, at least in our draft maps, connected to the Central Valley to some extent. When you look at our draft maps, there's connection to the Central Valley. I mean, it's up to you, Chair, but I'm just raising that as has a point.
Yes, but we would have to change and get Tamina in. And I don't know, does she have these maps up and ready?
Well, wouldn't Tamina be being brought in anyway if we go to the north? Because isn't Tamina the line drawer that helps us with the north, or am I confused?
No, Tamina's doing the coast and the Bay Area, the North Coast.
Oh, got it. So we're looking at the eastern part of the north.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Cher.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So now, so we can have a look here, and could you sort of just walk us through? So we have these. The one at the bottom is the Fresno Tulare.
Yes, I can walk you through that. So
Yes, please. Just
one that I just in moving these VRA consideration districts around, we have there's a Fresno to Kern. So what's left in Kern County that's not in the VRA district, and then we have into Tulare County, this kind of Sequoia National Forest area. Going into Fresno, we have Northern Fresno and Clovis all in one district. And then moving to the east, we have Mono, eastern parts of Fresno and Madera, Inyo, Alpine, Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, Gold Country. Into El Dorado, we have a split slightly in the middle of the county. El Dorado Hills is going north, and we have Lake Tahoe, a part of this, going down into this area, going into San Joaquin. I'm going to zoom in closer so that we can see those cities. Oh, and another big part of this is that Modesto and Turlock are moving outwards into the Eastern California district, as well as Oakdale to Knights Ferry. We also have moving north, San Joaquin kept whole except for this southern border, which Ripon is going south, and then we bring in Valley Home from Stanislaus. And then continue to move north into Sacramento. We do have Elk Grove and Vineyard together with Southern Sacramento, Fruit Ridge Pocket, Lemon Hill, Florin, Rosemont, and La Riviera, and Mather as well. Then we have this Northern Sacramento district that has Thomas area, Del Paso Heights is here, Arden Arcade and Carmichael are together here, Foothill Farms, McClellan Park. We have Rancho Cordova. We have, I believe this is Citrus Heights, Antelope, Rio Linda, all together in this Northern Sacramento. And then going to Placer Sac, we have the El Dorado Hills area to Cameron Park, Folsom, up to Roseville, Granite Bay, keeping most of Placer County whole, except for all that is a part of the Tahoe area. Then continuing to move north, we have a portion of Yuba, Yuba County, that was split kind of in half. There's the Air Force Base, Olivehurst underneath it. We have Nevada and Sierra counties kept whole, and these county districts are extremely small. And so my apologies for that. Let's turn it up a little bit. And even more. Okay, that is better. And then we have Plumas as well in here. And then backing out to view this Northern California, we have the portions of Yuba City that weren't a part of this district that I just went into. Sutter, Colusa, Glen, Butte, Tehama, Shasta, Lassen, Siskiyou, and Modoc. The portion of Humboldt, which we can bring in easily. There's not too much population there, but and that's an overview of the districts in this area. And I will zoom out again so we can just take a look at all of them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I know that people want architectural changes in this area. I can think of a few. The Tahoe area. Putting the area back in from Humboldt back into Humboldt, things like that. So do we have any commissioners who have any ideas or changes? Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, so Commissioner Yee and I worked on Plan FY that was distributed yesterday that makes a number of changes that take into account some of the things that were brought up, the Tahoe thing, and the Bay. We looked at Commissioner Yee looked at the Bay Area. I looked at the North State, and we thought we could just. So this was our draft maps. The plan changes a number of these things, and I was wondering if we could just bring that forward to talk through that proposal.
Yes, please. Unless Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have any objections to doing that, or?
Oh, no. Yeah, let's do that, and then I'll leave my hand up in case I have any questions. Thanks.
That's fair. Oh, the same. Okay, that's perfect.
I'll do the same.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Mod?
Yeah, I just wanted to verbally state out loud that it's Commissioner Yee and Fornashari work together because two people are allowed to work together, right?
We didn't actually work together. We worked
okay, separately.
Separately with the mappers, and then they merged.
Got it. Okay, but regardless, it would still fall under the two people grouping exception. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm excited to see this.
And Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, thank you. Just I'm also excited to see this, and I mean I have seen it because it's posted publicly, but yeah, so excited to see it.
Yes.
And see more of the detail because it's harder to see the detail in the posting. Thank you.
No, thank you. And yes, for the public, this is posted under our handouts for today, and it is under FY handouts. Okay, great. So yes, can we? Could you show that to us, please? Do we need?
Yes, I do have. So I'm going to turn on Commissioner Fornachari's layer in green.
All right.
And we can walk through some of those changes through my area.
Perfect.
And I'll have the black lines on, which are what the original district is, so that we can see that. So starting in the north, he brought back in Humboldt. And Commissioner Fornachari, you can speak through this as well, or I can if you would like me to.
I can go, or you can go. I mean,
Okay.
maybe I should go because you don't know what I was thinking.
So yeah, we'll start with that one. That one's done, and
She's a
I
mind
can.
reader.
So
Yeah.
yes, so
You don't want to know what he was thinking.
Okay, I'm going to let that one go. So just wanted to be consistent with where we're at with that change. If you can go south to Santa Rosa. So we had 4,000 people, over 4,000 extra people in this district. And so, we had a split in Santa Rosa in black. I moved that up. It follows along a street, and then as you've all seen, to try to get to zero, you're picking little blocks, and so to really try to get it to zero, if you go move a little further south, I went out there to get it to zero or one or wherever it was, but I'm sure our line drawers can maybe clean that up. So I had 4,000 extra people over in this district. So if you can zoom out, So if you can see, I moved some of Vacaville into North Cont, and I was picking stuff up where her hand is waving, and I didn't realize I was getting stuff down there, so that needs to be cleaned up. And then if you can go further north, so we can clean up the details. So I think if you zoom out, I think the rest of it was the same in this district. Yeah, I didn't change Yolo Lake other than grabbing a little Vacaville. And I added a little bit of more of West Sac in to be in the Sacramento area. West Sac was already in there. I just added a little bit more for population. And then down by the W of Walnut Grove, I had to move a little more population over into the Sacramento County.
If I may really quick, if I can just have a moment to screenshot the changes that we made of the Central Valley, then I can pull up and so everyone can see the deviations and the cleaner lines.
Oh, okay.
I just need to screenshot the changes that we have now because I couldn't easily bring the changes over to your plan. So I'll just do that really quickly. Thank you for your patience. It's coming up right now. That way we can see all the deviations and so forth that are a part of it. I just couldn't move those other changes. So I wanted to make sure we had everything that we solidified already. And I'll go right back to the area that we were talking about. With the lines cleaned up.
Okay, so now what I did is, there's no, the other one is not here anymore, right?
This is your other one, just, this is just.
Oh, okay, good.
I made it into its own plan and
Yeah.
It's with the everything's cleaned up a little bit more.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't seeing the green.
Yeah, so the black is the new green now in this plan.
Okay, and the green is the old black?
The green is it's just what your shape file is. It's what you did, but I made it I changed it into a plan so that we can see deviations and everything else with it.
Okay, so zoom on out. Yeah, go ahead and zoom on out. So to balance out, go up to kind of Yuba City. So to balance out Norcaw, I don't think I changed anything there. I just had to balance it. So I grabbed some population around Marysville and moved it over. I tried to fix this Tahoe thing by putting El Dorado County north with Placer Sac, but it was just too many people, and the deviation south wasn't working out. So I moved the rest of El Dorado County back south. I mean, there's other ways we could make that change, and possibly it's a little bit difficult here because you have population north and east of Sacramento County, but then there's a big blank spot there, just where her hand is, where the hand was down south of the pink one, right there, that big blank spot. And so it makes it really hard to move population between these two districts, but we could think of something different. But if you zoom on in, then kind of kept North Sac mostly together, but the balanced population, I moved Folsom and Citrus Heights into Placer Sac, Folsom and Orangevale, and then part of Citrus Heights. And then if you go to just north of Sacramento, if you recall, the line was kind of a squiggly line right down the middle of downtown Sacramento. So I moved that line as recommended up to the American River. But I had to do a little balancing right around Arden Arcade to get population balanced. So you can see the river turns south below Arden Arcade, but I had to take some of that south and a little bit of Arden Arcade. But Vineyard, Elk Grove, Florin, Fruit Ridge Pocket, Lemon Hill, Parkway are together. Rancho Murrieta had to come south into this southern district. And that's as far as I went. I didn't touch Sac San Joaquin, but I did balance out ECA as best I could with what I had. So when I stopped, the population between you see North Cont is 11,000 over, and well, this doesn't all work out. You'll see when we get to Tamina's map, there's 17,000 people sitting in North Contra Costa County, and that when the work that I did was merged with the work that Russell had done, and well, me and Kennedy and Russell and Tamina, and so there's 17,000 folks sitting there, and so then we have a couple of options on how to, and those are the 17,000 that need to go south. So we have a couple of ideas of how to move those south.
And before you're off the mic, this is the version, like this moves it through INYO. So if you wanted to speak about that as well, that's right here, the 17,000.
That moves already in here. Oh, okay. So in order to move the 17,000, we moved it through Discovery Bay. So we grabbed Discovery Bay and Byron and moved that in with Sac San Joaquin. And then if you walk that across, then we had to move the eastern portion of what was Sac San Joaquin into ECA. And then where did you put it? Oh, you moved it out of INYO?
Yes, this version, like Commissioner Fornaciari said, there's two, but this version pushed it out through INYO. And so INYO has about a little over 18,000. And so it did require splitting a bit of, no cities are split, but the county is split up north to get it to 17,000 to push south.
So the other option for moving that 17,000 south could be to come in through this Fresno Kern, and then we could move, keeping INYO, go through Fresno Kern, and then have parts of California City, Mojave, Roseman, maybe. I don't know what the populations are.
Yeah, it was California City had to be split, and then we had Boron and the Air Force Base out to here, all moving that way. And we have a version, I have a version of that I could show you if it got to that point as well, if that's something the commission wanted to see. But instead of, so it moves this line here of Fresno Kern a little bit more north, and then takes in that 17,000 and pushes it out through, like Commissioner Fornaciari said, through California City, which does get split. And then the Air Force Base out to the east goes into the San Bernardino County.
Yeah, so that's where I left it. I don't know if we want to, well, I guess we'd have to switch mappers at this point if we wanted to have Commissioner Yee talk to his changes, but maybe we want to just stay here and get feedback. It's up to you, Chair.
Yes, I like, thank you for all the work that you did in putting into this. And I see where you made a few architectural changes, and I see others where you just balanced. And you can see the plan, how this really gives us an idea of how we ultimately need to move the population down one way or another. At this time, I'm going to take the hands because I think we want to stick on architectural changes first, and then moving population. So Commissioner, oh yes, thank you. And Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Fornashari and Kennedy, and I should say Commissioner/Mapper Fornashari. So thank you so much. Kennedy, can you move up to? Oh my gosh, I'm losing it right now. Up to the Delta area, please, by Rio Vista. I just wanted to zoom in on that area that was brought in for. Yeah, just if can you? Yes, thank you so much. I was trying to figure out one of the many islands that we have. Can you zoom in just a little bit more? I'm just trying to actually see what the. Okay, I don't get to see anything. All right, thank you. And then if you can zoom out a little bit and go to the Yolo Lake, I just wanted to look at that one more time. Okay.
You want to see? People in the area?
That's okay.
Which one?
I understand that the population had to move down, so thank you. The only structural change major, I do like the way it looks, so thank you so much for this. Separating Lake Tahoe. That's kind of a stickler for me. So if there's, and I don't want to take the time now to try, because I do know that Commissioner Fornashari, as he mentioned, he did look at that. And you probably also looked at that, but that would probably be one of my priorities would be to keep the Truckee Tahoe area, preferably in the Placer Sac. But I think that would cause so much ripple effects to go around to try to do that. But that would be my my architectural change. If you wouldn't mind really quick, if you could tell me what the population is in that South Lake Tahoe that was cut out, just so I kind of have an idea of what the population is.
Yes, one moment.
Thank you so much.
So that has a total of 30,532 people.
Okay, thank you. That's just a huge population for that part of the state. So thank you. Thank you both again.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kutakawa.
Yeah. First off, I just want to thank everyone for all the work that you've done on here. It looks great. I was kind of focusing on that Tahoe region as well too, but I think there's going to be some going back to the drawing board there maybe. One question that I wanted to ask, we came up with a kind of a semi-solution that worked for at least most people on the Eastern California, where we went in and took Amador and I think Calaveras to a degree. I wanted, if we could just kind of go down on this part. It looks like we're still into Modesto. I think, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't go any further south because I didn't know what was happening with the VRA districts. And yeah, this is kind of a decision point for us. I mean, there are options. I mean, it's a lot of population that we would, have to get, maybe from like Sacramento area, and then, I mean, you got to grab population from somewhere to fill out the population requirements for all those counties that aren't very populated. So, where we want to grab it is, I guess, the question.
Yeah, because I feel like we heard quite a bit of, I guess, passionate testimony about not wanting to be connected to Modesto, and also the Modesto folks saying the same thing. I'm wondering if we were to, stick to the county line there, and then move up through Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, would that enable the entirety of Tahoe to be included, including up to Truckee?
If I can also say one thing about that, that would underpopulate this district, and taking from these other VRA districts, switching between this one, the options that are kind of closer to this line lower the CVAP in this Stanislaus district, and then dealing with the population, it's a little bit difficult between those.
Would also, again, I mean, if we were to take Truckee, Lake Tahoe all the way up to Truckee, if you took like, maybe parts of Madera, I think there's some of the parts of Madera was, I guess, the flatlands or on the valley floor itself. I mean, would that also pick up? I mean, it may not pick up all, but would it be enough to pick up? Yeah. And you said Stannis Fresno would be underpopulated? Or you're talking about ECA would be underpopulated if we remove Modesto?
If you stuck to the county line in Stanislaus, is that, I guess I don't know if you meant north or south.
Oh, I guess I was thinking that we would just remove Modesto and so go the opposite way when I said county line.
Oh, yeah. So removing Modesto also, this area is helping with the Latino CVAP as well.
Okay.
And so that's what we've kind of fuddled around with that before. And we took out all of that and take out the split in series. And that was not
and
something.
Then, and you can't go north on that into Saxon.
Can I interject here? I think what you're proposing, Commissioner Kutagawa, is to remove the northern part of Modesto from ECA,
yes,
like at the county line. So then let's play that out, right? So we have a couple 100,000 people, 200 and some in Modesto. So go scroll back out a little ways, please zoom back out. So then we would go into San Joaquin and combine San Joaquin, until we got enough population there to make a district. Then we march up into Sacramento and balance that out, and then ECA would have to come up, and then come into like Cameron Park. All these towns there to get the population needed. And we may be able to grab like parts of Placer in there so Tahoe could be whole. But the balancing's out. I mean, you either get population in Modesto to fill out ECA, or you get it up by Sacramento. But you need a couple 100,000 people to fill out that district. So, it's an architectural decision on where we want to get that population to complete that district, and then make the changes, march the other changes up if we do make a change.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, I think we heard from both sides of that Modesto, Stanislaus border with the Eastern Sierras area. The preference, I hear what you're saying, whether it's you take from Placer or whether you take from the Modesto area, although the Modesto folks did not want to be part of this district either. So, I know it's just shifting where we grab we take in and add to this district. I don't know, from my perspective, and from what I've heard from some of the COI testimony, obviously from the people in the Eastern Sierras, they would prefer to go north rather than make that left turn into Modesto. But I'm sure everyone else has opinions on it.
Yeah. Yeah. I see where you're going there, and you could almost like put into Stanislaus, take Tracy and the Knights Ferry and something, and move those into Tracy into, you could do it that way. And then you'd make the Tri-Valley together. And then you'd end up kind of having to take that out, and you'd probably get rid of all that you'd actually give Solano County back to Solano, and create a whole large delta area through there. Kind of take it up that way. And you'd probably have to grab Glen, grab down in there until you get up to Sacramento. There are ways to kind of do that. But Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I just want to also give my thanks to Commissioner Fernashari. I think especially on the western side of the North Coast District certainly reflects the discussions that we've had over the last couple of months. The agricultural district to the east, the Yolo Lake District, as well, for the most part. It has an agricultural focus, essential worker focus. The only modification I'd make, and it'd be more refinement, if we're looking to swap populations, would be in the Santa Rosa area. I think we've mixed some essential worker populations with some populations that are a little bit that are different and in terms of income, but in terms of it is the population center, and this for the most part this looks great, and so I wouldn't change too much because I know it's difficult to find the population in a rural area, so this looks great. And the other aspects of it also look very good. So thank you, and thanks for the hard work. And just wanted to show my appreciation. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you again to all that's contributed to this current iteration. A couple of things. So for sure, Modesto, I wish there was a different place. I understand the 219,000 plus population in Modesto makes it difficult with the constraints we have on the map. So should there be an exploration, I wouldn't mind going on that journey to do something different. However, I do understand, and I don't think that there are some differences in parts of Modesto, but I think they also may be well served with some of the other eastern communities that's in Central Valley. So we would have to probably find the best of the end result, I imagine. But what I do want to say is that, Kennedy, when we were talking Fresno, Tulare, Fresno, Kern, et cetera, and some adjustments that you still need to make, I failed to say at that time, I certainly will work with you based on testimony that we continue to receive down to street level so that you're not having to guess and pick and choose. So I'll be able to help you with that as well. And then as it relates to South Sacramento area, up there, I think the maps do a really good job for the most part. In the North Sac area, if we can look, okay, and what's already included, okay. Yeah, and you've got that pretty balanced. Okay, well, so I'll look at that a little bit more offline as well to see if there's something that can be done to bring in Lemon Hill, Fruit Ridge Pocket, Parkway from the Sacramento district into the north, and then see if that gives us more, frees up space as we move down. But thank you so much.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Oh, you wanted those communities in the north to be in the north? Oh, yeah. No, right now you do have it's Oak Park, Lemon Hill, Meadowview. You have the Pocket area, West Sacramento, with Elk Grove, and those are quite a few communities of interest that are being filled, having to do with cultural, education, homelessness, all that stuff. But that's not why I raised my hand. Kennedy, just really quick back at the Tahoe. I believe it is split right at the county line, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah. So I would prefer for it to be together, but I'm also okay with this. I'm okay with this iteration of maps. And again, thank you so much. If you're going to split it somewhere, splitting it at the county is a good place to be. Thanks.
Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody who worked on this. Just keeping it here on the Tahoe area, if we can't have all 3 counties in the same district, I don't think carving out South Tahoe to put it with Placer and Nevada would be a good solution, because El Dorado sees South Lake Tahoe as one of their assets. And so I think this is a great kind of middle point. At least we don't have them in 3 different districts, which at one point I think we did have Truckee, North Tahoe, and South Tahoe. So this looks great. Thank you.
At this time, could Katie please read the instructions for the public comment to call in?
Absolutely, Chair. Uh-oh, I made the mistake. Really? I'm clearly on island time. All right. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 811-4925-9556 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And the lines will be open until 6 o'clock. Please call in, and we will come back to you all later. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. Yes, for the public comments, now remember, you must call in before 6 o'clock because that's when the lines will close. We will not be getting to public comment until at the earliest 8 o'clock. And it could be 8:15, but I'd be on back at 8 o'clock, but you have to call in before 6 because that's when the lines close. So thank you. With that, Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the map, which by the way is great, so thank you, Team FY, for working on this. I like the way that it looks. I also am very cognizant that there are some refinements in several of the draft visualizations that folks want to make. However, with that 17,000 district, the one that's populated with 17,000 right now, it's North Cont. I think this map is not updated to show what's posted online. But moving that population through Sacramento, through North Sac, potentially into Placer Sac, and then down ECA to Southern California might help us make those refinements that quite a few number of people already spoke about. So I would be in favor of exploring that path so we can get to the needed populations for these districts. But otherwise, I like it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, following up exactly that thought, I'm wondering, Kennedy, if you could zoom out so we can see Marcoa and just remind ourselves of what the big picture is of population balancing that we're going to need to do to zero out throughout the state.
And I would like to say I do not have Siobhan's most recent version of the map in this area too, so it's moving it down, but this is most likely not the right deviation from what you worked on.
Right, that's what I saw, and that was confusing. That's exactly, and that's the reason why. Yeah, perfect. Okay, in that case, yeah, that's all I had to ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Commissioner, before we get to Commissioner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Porter, was that directly about that?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just in the big picture, the maps that Tamina has, she's got the 17,000 in North Cont, yes, and then, we showed you how we moved that. I think, if you're thinking of running it through El Dorado County, as you move population south, the border of the district goes north. So I think it's going the opposite direction of what we're wanting. So
yes,
just an FYI. But I think what I'm hearing is, maybe Kennedy and I can spend a little time investigating potential opportunities to make El Dorado more whole, and how we can move that population around. I'm not sure exactly how we do it, but maybe we can look at that if you would like me to do that, Chair.
Thank you. I actually have a couple of ideas. And one, I really appreciate, yes, this was a lot of work, you really worked at balancing and thinking about many different things. I also agree though, and because I've been toying around with this, but not on the QGIS. Yes, there is a way where we can keep the Tahoe area together. And it does not mean like just that little tiny issue right around. So that is an area I would really like to work on. The other area that I've never been happy with is Solano County. Solano County, the way it is right now, is most of Solano County is not in Solano County. And I've never, we're not hearing that much from, well, I don't know, from Solano. But literally all of their county has been put into Contra Costa. And that's just, I believe the capital of Solano, I'm not exactly sure. I thought it was in Vacaville, wasn't it? Or I don't really know exactly where it is. Commissioner Fernandez, you? But I know we were talking about adding Vallejo or Benicia and everything to Contra Costa County, but that has never sat well with me. And it certainly doesn't, and I know that means we'd have to do something different in that area. But I would really, really like us to pursue that. And even if that means we're creating, some of that other population, we create a large Delta area, that actually includes several of those parts of North Contra Costa, and even the bits of San Joaquin, and of Sacramento, and that whole area, something like that. But that has never been something that's appealed to me. Then of course there's the area, but I believe if we worked out the Tahoe area, we could then work out in that the whole ECA and being with the valley. And I believe actually that bringing the population down through the valley is actually sort of the easier thing to do, rather than completely. I think that would agree more with public testimony than it wouldn't than the other side.
Just Chair, if I can jump in, we really can't bring it down the valley because the valley's all VRA districts.
Through ECA and then down into the Kern.
Through Fresno Kern. Yeah, we can.
Correct.
Yeah,
Fresno Kern.
That's certainly an option. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the valley. So that's the Fresno Kern, and then with the Cathedral City, that sort of area. That would be my preference. I think it would be a cleaner. But again, now Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to respond in terms of trying to move that population up and through to get Tahoe together. Along the way, we're going to be breaking up other COIs as well. Again, I think the split is good in terms of county lines. And then also in terms of the Vallejo Benicia, just as a reminder, in the Fairfield and the assembly map, we did not put that with Contra Costa, and we said, okay, maybe in congressional or Senate and some of the bigger districts. So I'm okay with having Vallejo and Benicia go in with Contra Costa. I do agree with you, however, Chair, that I prefer to try to keep Fairfield in Solano County.
Yes.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah.
the Tahoe split, I think is good. You're going to have different COIs that you're breaking up if you go up and over, just the same way as if you go down. So it's a trade-off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yes. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. This may seem like a minor issue, but I hope that we can try to use terminology like grouped with rather than moved to, because we've already had instances where people are putting out misinformation and trying to make people believe that their children will have to enroll in different school districts, that they'll be paying taxes to different jurisdictions, because people keep using this terminology of moving people from one county to another. We're not moving them from one county to another. We're grouping them with people from another county. So, let's not feed the misinformation out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy. That's a very, very good point. That actually didn't occur to me. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's exactly what we're doing. What happens in the county, happens in your county, regardless of where your assembly lines are drawn. So I didn't realize that information was going out there, and I'm really glad that you brought that up. Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Fernandez said. I think we're okay unless we actually brought all three counties together. I don't think it makes sense just to bring North Tahoe, Lake Tahoe, and North South Tahoe, and then Truckee together. The other thing about Vallejo and Benicia, what Commissioner Fernandez said was accurate. We couldn't bring them in. We didn't bring them in for there's just a strong working class community that doesn't feel represented by Solano, and they've asked to please be part of the Contra Costa. Ideally, can we zoom in a little bit in this area? I don't know if it's possible above, like by Home Benicia. Well, there's a place that's like a little dot where two freeways come in. It's a triangle. And ideally we could stop there and maybe move and still pick up Antioch. And then that would put Fairfield and others back, move that part up. But I would, at this point, if we could get, if we can include Antioch in North Contra Costa, that would be ideal. But I hope that we don't take Vallejo and Benicia out from here.
No, yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sinai. What I was talking about is Fairfield on up, because that's, Fairfield by no means thinks they're part of the Bay Area. They're in Solano County, that's what I was talking about, from Fairfield, Green Valley, Suisun City, that whole portion. I would really like to put not with Contra Costa. But I believe that we might have made some changes in the actual East Bay. Hopefully we put Pittsburgh with Antioch, Albany back with Oakland and Berkeley and Emeryville, things like that, Tri-Valley. But Commissioner Forciari.
I can envision that we will have that exact conversation when Tamina's map comes up. So stay tuned.
Great. Well, since we've kind of gone over the areas we still would like to work on here, and we are going to be taking a break at 6 to 6:15. Do we want to sort of, Commissioner Forciari, you said you would like to work on a couple of these ideas with Kennedy. I also can give you a quick rundown on this.
I think I'm pretty clear on what, Commissioner Kennedy and I can work on some of these things offline and come back. Senator Kennedy, Kennedy.
The other Kennedy, not Commissioner Kennedy. Yes, and I have an idea. I can tell you pretty quickly of how you'd rearrange to do that one. In which case, do we have any other ideas about the north or San Joaquin, Sacramento, any of these areas? Do we want to do any exploring right now? Mr. Snide.
Can we not move to the other map, to Munis map right now, or we have to wait until after break?
Well, we would just have to get Tamina in. I think that would take a little bit of time to switch.
Break would be preferable.
Yes.
I could, if I am a little unclear about what I am walking away to go do. So maybe, I don't know if there's direction that I could, I know, I will work with Commissioner Fornaciari about this northern part. I'll work with Commissioner Turner about moving just some street lines in Fresno. But generally it seems.
Yeah, can I jump in here?
Okay.
So
yes, please.
So we're going to have a conversation focused on North Contra Costa County and Southern Solano County, and the commission has to make some decisions there on how we want to go, because we got the 17,000 people parked there, and if we decide we want to add Antioch into that area, then we got to figure out where we're gonna how we're gonna. That's 110,000 people. We have to figure out how we're going to manage that. I'll just say it that way. And so I think we have potentially a few options to look at, and then we can figure out how we want to manage that at that point. But some of the options are going north, some are going south, some are going around in different ways. And so until we make that decision, I think going any further and making explorations in the North State, should wait. And once we have a decision there, then we can kind of go forward with what we want to do. So
okay, Commissioner Fornaciari, should we say? I'm assuming that you have Fairfield and Dixon and all that. That's the part of the thing we have to deal with.
Well,
so that has not been removed.
Okay, so that's an option that we'll explore.
Okay, so assuming we do want to take that chunk out, that would have to go north. We'd have to rearrange north.
Well, it doesn't have to go north. And so why, Jane, Commissioner Anderson, why don't we just switch maps and have that conversation, because we can tee it up and we can see what the impact would be for a few different options, if that's okay.
Okay. Certainly, but I don't see how we'll do that without looking at the north as well.
Yeah, but Tamina has all that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, Commissioner Fornaciari, just for the members of the public, I'm wondering if you could, if we could zoom into North Contra Costa, if you could explain the 17,000, where they are, and what the challenge is there.
So,
because the number 17,000 doesn't appear.
Right, the numbers aren't correct on this map. So when we left our draft maps, there were about between North Con and Concord, and the one below it, there were 13,000 people left in this area, and then there were about 4,000 people on the coast, and they kind of all wound up there. And so as the Bay Area got balanced, they all wound up in that area, and then we've come up with an option for moving them. But then the other thing is, if we put Antioch with Pittsburgh and Vallejo and Benicia and the rest of it, then that's adding 100,000, 110,000 people into that area, and then we have to move that population elsewhere.
Right.
Thank you.
And, we have Kennedy and we have Karen in there. And said, do you guys want to say something now?
Yeah, I just, hello, this is Karen.
Hello.
And I just wanted to ask if we could please just wait for for Tamina to come up. We're just PDFing the changes that, or the map that Commissioner Fonachari has just described. And as soon as that's sent up, which is just a few minutes from now, then Tamina can come up. We have it posted for the public to follow along, and then you could discuss it. So we need a tiny little bit of time to actually.
Perfect. Well,
Just show
no, thank you. And we can sort of just finish this discussion and we'll go on our break. We're going to come back at 6:15. But I just want to say right now for the public, the lines are open. They will be closing at 6. So if you want to make public comment tonight, you must call in before 6 o'clock when the lines close. Now, we will not be getting to public comment until 8 o'clock at the earliest. So, but you must call in, then you can, as long as you don't hang up, you're still in queue, and make sure you're back by, say, 8 o'clock. We might not go, it'll be between 8 and 8:15 when we get to public comment. So Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I think Kennedy was requesting clearer direction and as to next steps on her end, and then I also just wanted to suggest maybe after we do that we can go to a break, and then while we wait for Tamina, just in terms.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
I was just wondering, why is it that we open up the phones and then we make people wait for 2 hours? I haven't chaired and I haven't been part of the creating the plan, but it just seems kind of unfair to make people wait for 2 hours.
Sorry, that very question was asked earlier by Commissioner Kutagawa, but the public who were up on the call at the time might not have heard it now. And so the reason why we must do this is because the meeting is scheduled to end at 6. So that is when we need to close the line. Now, the only reason that we are able to continue our meeting and continue getting public comment because it's at 6, or as business ends, and we are not finished with business. So you need to get in the queue. But what has often been the case is get in the queue and we'll get to you. We'll get to you. Well, I'm telling people right up front, no, we aren't going to get to you until after 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. So they can get in line, then they can go off and eat their dinner or something, and then come back. That's the reason why I don't want them having to wait in line and thinking I could be called any time. So I'm trying to accommodate, keep within the rules and help the public as well. So thank you for asking the question. Now, Ms. Kennedy, for direction on this, the areas that we are looking at is, can we do some rearranging such that we can actually get Truckee, Tahoe, and all of Tahoe into a district? So it would be, parts of, El Dorado, Placer, and then Nevada, and then because Sierra is part of Nevada, essentially that sort of thing. That's an area that everyone would kind of like to look at that. The other area is, that has to do with that area in Solano from Fairfield up. Say that population, how would that fit? If that has to be part of Solano, some areas like that. So those are the areas that's what we're trying to look at in terms of, can we rearrange those upper districts? And Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I believe the 2 or 3 of us that brought up the Tahoe Truckee, I think the 3 of us were okay with how it is. So I'm just wondering if, I don't want to have Kennedy go and do something and then it's not, necessarily what was agreed to. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay. But I know, Sutter and Yuba wanted to be together, and they're not in this plan. So there's some areas that we might be able to not break up certain COIs and put other COIs together. So that's kind of what I was thinking, some of those ideas like that. But again, Commissioner Fornaciari has been sort of paying attention to all these things. He's been looking at the numbers. And so I think if anyone can come up with a possible other solution, it would be him. So at this point, and he volunteered to work with Kennedy. So, and with that, and Kennedy, is that, other than that, another item that is the Modesto, is that worth pursuing to try to get Modesto, say, with San Joaquin or something like that? So the Modesto people would not be with the Sierras and vice versa. So thank you very much. With that, I say we'll go on our break. As far as Kennedy, do you have enough direction, or we'll be working with another commissioner? So I think that might help.
I believe so. As far as that northern area, maybe looking at a version of that. As far as Modesto goes, I think that would make a lot more changes. Like, I've tried doing that, and it would just make a lot more changes north that you might not really be happy with. But I will continue to work with other commissioners to get everything done.
Great. Thank you very much, Kennedy. And with that, we're going to go on our break. The public, again, the lines will be open until 6 o'clock to call in for it, but public comment will not be taken until at least 8 o'clock. We'll be back at 6:15 to continue working, and hopefully at that time we will be looking at Tamina's map, and we'll be doing the coasts in the Bay Area. Welcome back, everyone, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are continuing on with our exploration and drawing of the congressional district lines. And at this point, I just want to give a quick comment for those in the public who are in our queue. Thank you very much for all those who have called in, and can't wait to hear all your comments. But we will kind of continue. We're going to have another 90-minute drawing session, 15-minute break, and then we will get to you. So we will not get to you before 8 o'clock. Between 8 and 8:15 is when we will be taking public comment. So please stay in the queue. But again, you can go off and do something, you can come back, because we will not be getting to you until about 8 o'clock. So with that said, Tamina, we have the whole East Bay here in the San Francisco Bay Area we're looking at. So could you please walk us through the map that we're looking at?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, one moment, please. Sorry about that. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes. We could hear you before.
Oh, okay. I couldn't hear because I turned my volume down to not interfere with Kennedy's. So that's why I can hear now. So where we were last, if you'll remember, we're going to go over the end of Plan FY. We started talking about Commissioner Fornaciari's changes with Kennedy, and so just wanted to go through the ones that Commissioner Yee was able to make in my areas. What you're looking at now is actually Plan Y2, which has just been sent up in PDF form, so you'll be able to look at it. The only difference between Plan Y2 and Plan Y1 is that there used to be this bubble, the last time you saw it, of 17,000 people sitting here in Northcont. It has been moved through, and in the way that Kennedy explained, and I can show you kind of what those pieces look like because they're on the map here. And so I am happy to go whichever way first. If you want to take a look going down at zooming in on some of these areas that you just discussed, or if you'd like to see the changes that Commissioner Yee made in the Bay.
Well, we would like to see them. One thing is the way the map is shown right now, we cannot see the cities. Is that if you zoom in, we can see the cities and things underneath it? That's
Can you see?
sort of a-
Yo, let me take those colors off.
Thank you. That is, that's definitely a little better. Yes, so I see Commissioner Yee's hand up. Could you please give us what you have changed here?
Sure. Tamina, I'm wondering if we could pick up the changes on the peninsula first so we can just get past those. You'll recall we spent quite a bit of time in the assembly plan to make some changes, bringing East Palo Alto and the Bellhaven neighborhood up to farther up the peninsula. And so working with Tamina, we matched that change. This involved the same tactic that we used in the assembly plan, which is to move Pacifica to Half Moon Bay into a district that goes all the way down to Mountain View and south. So that doesn't match exactly the assembly, but it's pretty much the same move. Remind me, Tamina, did we do anything else? I don't think we did anything else here.
Things. So
Right, please.
just a few lines to correct some COIs in San Jose, but
Oh, that's right.
and we put this area of Fremont back together. We corrected the line in Dublin to be closer to what we had in the assembly. And then the big news up here, we got Albany back with Berkeley. And Albany is now with Berkeley and Oakland. And there is a new San Leandro split in the south of San Leandro.
Great, thank you. I see it has the Cherryland together.
Right, so the far
Great.
south of San Leandro is with San Lorenzo, and then Ashland, Cherryland, and so forth, Eden, and unincorporated areas.
Unfortunately, yes, I see we were not able to do any work with the Tri-Valley. Commissioner Toledo.
Just want to see where the cut in San Leandro is. Does it go along a road, Commissioner Yee, or is it, or is it for population?
It follows a waterway for a time, and then
Yeah, so we were trying to take kind of the Bay Fair area and go over, and then we had to adjust for population. So we used the Bay Fair area and the Lakeside Village area first, and then came to 880, and then came down to the Estadio Canal. And then this was for population balancing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And any other? Okay. And can we go across, so we still have, could you go up to the top a little bit, please? Tamina? I see, so we still have the Antioch that we'd like to do. And I see how, yes, so could you walk us through, now that we can see a little bit closer, how you've sort of moved the population? Is that the?
Certainly. So as I mentioned, we started with the 17,000 plus population bubble that was in North Cont. That was just from balancing out both Kennedy and my areas to plus or minus 1 or sometimes 2, and here's a 3. And so the plan was to move it through Contra Costa. So the first move was changing the line in Pleasant Hill where the split was. The second move was to take Byron and Discovery Bay and some of the unincorporated areas surrounding it and moving that in with Stockton. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see. The third move moved this area that used to be part of the San Joaquin County in with ECA. The fourth move is really one that you're still contemplating, which is whether to push it. And I'm sorry, these are not what you just saw in Kennedy's areas, so please ignore the numbers in this areas. But out of ECA, our two options were to either continue to go straight down south into San Bernardino or to resolve the population in the Fresno Tulare area. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, the California City area.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, so two things in play here. One is balancing out the north and south of the state, and zeroing all that out, involving that 17,000 population that we need to move from north to south. So the two options, California City or moving Inyo whole with San Bernardino. The second issue is the whole question of Fairfield and Antioch, and whether we think about a swap there. There are possibilities. The possibilities would lead to more and bigger splits in the East Bay. Not impossible, not inconceivable, but quite a bit more complicated. So I believe Commissioner Fornashari worked on those, and I don't know if he wants to talk through them.
And yes, thank you. But before we call on Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I like the map the way it is. I think it captures many of the COIs that we want, although I'd be supportive of exploring the Antioch swap, the Antioch and Fairfield swap, given that the populations are quite similar as well. So I think it would be comparable. Thank you.
Thank you. I might put myself in the queue because I understand that Fairfield is the capital of Solano County. So I would really like to put that back in Solano County. And the COI that we were trying to get that we did not get in the Assembly or in the Senate is the Vallejo, Benicia, all the way out to Antioch, Pittsburgh and Antioch. So I would really like to see that explored. But that's my opinion. So do we have other items that we want to in this East Bay area? I'm going to call on Commissioner Fornashari, but are there other areas here that we wanted to address, that anyone wanted to do some architectural changes on before we
just like to note that the reason that we did not get the Vallejo through Antioch area together in the Assembly is because it's more than an Assembly district, so it would not have fit.
No, but it was, we also had other items in that, I thought. But Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the idea of moving Fairfield out and Antioch in is an interesting idea to me. My question then for Tamina, Commissioner Fornashari, and others is, how do we carry that population of Fairfield around and through to wherever it needs to go? I mean, I do like the idea. I just want to understand a little bit better the mechanism of making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I was going to say I was a little, I don't know, it was Commissioner Fornashari, if you want to proceed with this, fine. If not, I was thinking, actually, I should not just hand it off like that, but you're welcome to.
Yeah. No, that's fine. If it's okay, Chair, I'll go.
Yes, no, that's because I was going to call on you next. So thank you for volunteering.
So the simplest fix that I could think of that I asked Tamina to look at was put in Antioch and then move Richmond, El Cerrito, Kensington down into Oakland, move that population out of the bottom of Oakland, send it over into Alameda, and then back up into Contra Costa, because we have to, if we take Antioch out of North Cont, we have to replace population. So that was the first thing we looked at. And then subsequently, Tamina has explored the idea of taking Fairfield out, I believe, swapping Antioch and Fairfield, and what those would look like. So I haven't seen those, so I would have to defer to her to walk down that road.
Okay, so then if I could be a little bit more specific, I am specifically interested in that Fairfield for Antioch swap, and then how to handle the Fairfield population once it goes into Yellow Lake. Thank you.
I'll take
Yes.
down my map for a second and see if I have some visualizations which may address this.
Oh, thank you very much. In the meantime, Commissioner Sanai, you also had a question?
I was just going to second what Commissioner Kennedy said, since we work on consensus.
Yes. And it's a lot easier when I can see faces here. So would people want to see that? Who'd be interested in seeing the Vallejo? I know. And who is not interested in seeing that whatsoever? Or I'm sorry, I should say, who wants to just keep it, that likes the maps the way they are, would rather not change anything. Commissioner Kutakawa?
Sorry, I was just slow, so I just wanted to say I'm in support of exploring that swap.
Great, thank you. In which case, Commissioner Fornshari, are you ready to walk us through it, or Tamina, is this you are doing these visualizations?
Yes, give me 1 second. I almost have the map up right.
Okay, no, not a problem. I was just getting ready to call on Commissioner Fornshari.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet, so Tamina can walk us through.
Chair, just quick. I don't want to say I'm completely against it. I just feel that that's a lot of population you have to move around somewhere up there. So this will be interesting. Thanks.
Yeah. No, thank you. I think we've done a lot of exploration in the south. I can do a little exploration up the north here. So just little fun and games up here.
I can mention a few items while we're getting it loaded up. So some of the splits that this would involve, it would involve splitting Richmond, but then part of Richmond would be paired with Vallejo and part of it would be paired with Oakland. And then it would be splitting Oakland instead of San Leandro. But you would be able to get more of the Tri-Valley together. So that's one route we can go.
So there are three visualizations that, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
There are three visualizations that might be interesting to look at. I didn't really address the Fairfield issue in all of them. All of them were the question of how do we get Antioch into this circle? But this one I think addresses most of Fairfield. We'd probably be able to clean it up somehow. So this visualization puts Antioch in with North Cont. Antioch goes up through Vallejo, Benicia, and then takes this part of Fairfield on the west.
You're not sharing the map yet.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Now you have everybody over here laughing at me too. Sorry about that. Okay, so
we'll call it doing a Tamina.
Can we have the city lines darkened maybe a bit? Because my eyes aren't quite as young as they used to be. So it's a little hard for me to see them.
Okay. So here, with the cities being the ones in color, the first move was to take Antioch. Antioch is 115,291 people, thereabouts. In fact, I'm going to take those numbers off so you don't have to stare at them.
We like the numbers.
Do you? Oh, okay, I'll leave them. So Antioch, about 291 people. That was moved into North Cont. This particular visualization, so there were several ways to resolve this bubble, this 115,000 people, right? So one is you go up through Fairfield, you hang a left, you go through Yolo Lake, down North Coast, and over the bridge. So that's option number one. And I have done that if you'd like to see it. Option number two is you go up through Fairfield, and instead you come through the Elk Grove area, and you come back around through San Joaquin. which is what this is. Option number 3 is you cut out Richmond and you move the Oakland line and you come downwards, but anything that does the downward move does not address the Fairfield. And then option number 4 is to do a rejigger of Contra Costa itself up here, move more of East Contra Costa in, and come down and change the split down here, which again does not address the Fairfield part. So I will go through this one because it addresses the Fairfield part, and then you can see where you'd like to go from there. So we moved Antioch in, which brought us into North Cont, overpopulated by Fairfield. So now the majority of Fairfield, excuse me, is back with Solano County. So then Yolo Lake had to give away something. So Yolo Lake gave away part of Woodland and Davis, which were joined to the Sacramento area. The Sacramento area split Elk Grove, joined the southern half of Elk Grove to the San Joaquin district. Which came around to the Stella Tracy district, adding Tracy and Mountain House. Tracy is split in this visualization, but they were added to Stella Tracy with Livermore. This helped reunite part of the Tri-Valley area, with Pleasanton, Dublin being whole, going up to 680, and part of Livermore. And then that completed our circle.
And that was option 1, right?
And that was option 1. Please don't shoot the messenger.
It's okay. You aren't in the room, so.
Chair, if I may, I suggest we
Yes.
go through all 4 options so that we have them all in our minds and actually
Oh,
see
yes.
them.
No,
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, 1 moment.
And then, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kennedy or Commissioner Fernandez, do you want to say something about this particular one before we move on?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just say at this point that I am not a fan of the Elk Grove split, but I was hoping and was happy to see that this enabled us to perhaps improve the situation down in the Tri-Valley. So, I don't know if there's any way in this to reunite Elk Grove, but to me that's the issue that I would have with going this way, which otherwise I like. Thank you.
And Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I do not like this one at all. I know that's shocking. It's splitting up. If you move up, it's splitting up Yolo County. We've already taken out West Sacramento from Yolo County. Now we're taking out the other major city of 4 cities that county has, and we're breaking it up, and we're splitting Elk Grove, and we're also then moving Tracy back in to a different district. So it's tearing up so many other COIs. So yeah, not a fan of this one. And even if you were here, Tamina, I would not harm you in any way. I love you.
Much appreciated, Commissioner.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, Tamina, if there's another option through the tail or through the Sacramento tail without having to go through and interrupting Yolo County, which I'm not a fan of either. But if we could go through the bottom part, the delta portion of the Solano County and shift down. I don't know if that's an option, so I'm just asking if that could be potentially an option or no. I see no, and so I just was asking.
Unfortunately, there's just no, we're looking for 115,000 people. So I need Davis and Woodland in order to do that in this visualization. But stay tuned, there are more.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. You took Woodland too. So actually 3 of the 4 major cities in Yolo are now in a different county. So
2.5.
Yes. Yeah, Commissioner and I just we'll go through all 4 And then unless it's a clarity question about a particular one. And my hand is up because I do have a clarity. Tamina, I'm sorry, but can we actually see the cities a little darker? I mean, because it's like there's a haze layer over them. Because it's you know what? Yes, when you clear it and you get in closer, you can kind of see them, but or maybe that's wonderful. Yeah, I think, did you just change the color of them, the lines?
I just made their lines darker. Is that any better?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Okay, so now you're going for option 2, please.
One second while I remove the colors.
For those that's not in the room, we're just saying this one's going to be great. We're going to love it.
I don't know. It might be 3. You never know. Could be 4.
Okay, so this is visualization number 2, or this is the Richmond split visualization. I won't worry you with the numbers. So as I said, this does not touch the Fairfield issue at all. This one was really looking at just Antioch and what would happen if we did a Bay Area rotation to get Antioch in with Vallejo and Benicia. So the long and short of it is that you have a split in Richmond and through part of San Pablo. This is along the freeway. So this is the 80. And then this area is along McDonald going back out toward the 580. I would welcome a better split for that. Richmond, unfortunately, could not fit by itself because it is non-contiguous and has El Sobrante, San Pablo, East Richmond Heights, all of these other smaller cities and census designated places all wrapped together. So even though it is just 116,000, it would have to be split in order to be a trade with Antioch. So then the northern area of Richmond and north goes up with the North Cont district. The southern area of Richmond going south, including El Cerrito, Kensington, the Heights, are going to come in with Oakland. And it's going to create a new Oakland split down here in the south. Which then pushes this Oakland population into Scala Tracy, which creates a new split here in the Tri-Valley area, in the Pleasanton area. So this used to go down further, and now it takes in more of Pleasanton in order to balance that. And then that pushes that back up. Take that more Pleasanton area comes back up, and Livermore, Pleasanton and Livermore. So Livermore is taken out of the Tri-Valley area and put up with this area that goes up through Bethel Island.
Okay, on this one, the Commissioner Sablani?
Yeah, just as we're weighing our options, Tamina, would you be able to put up all of the different CVAPs for these different configurations?
Oh. And Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I guess from Tamina's description, what I'd be interested in seeing is acknowledging that Richmond kind of goes in all sorts of different directions, if there's a way to split it so that the center of Richmond isn't affected. Yeah, I don't want to split in the center, but if there's a piece of it way over here, and we can divide there, then to me that makes more sense. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I think in making splits, I think if we're prioritizing some communities over others, and I would hope we would prioritize the communities that are least likely to the most underserved and the most the ones that are least resourced and just to keep them together, and as they would be the ones who'd lose the most, I think. And there was other communities who might be able to advocate for themselves better, but I mean, ultimately, I would agree with Commissioner Kennedy that there might be a better way to cut in Richmond if we go in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, Tamina, if you can just zoom out a little. And I would agree with Commissioner Toledo. The way I look at it is try to keep those communities that unfortunately don't have time for their voices to be heard because they're busy just trying to make it from one day to the next. Thanks.
And thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Yep, I sure want to zoom into Richmond and see what streets those are. I mean, I know you said McDonald, but okay.
I can actually tell you exactly what this is. So this is the bottom of the Iron Triangle. I was trying at least to preserve that part of the poorest part of Richmond. But for population, I had to take more of this area west and east of McDonald and Barrett going up. Mm-hmm. I can turn on the streets for you.
Yes, please.
So City Hall is McDonald.
Oh.
This is why I said I really welcome another way to split, because the problem is right where we need to split is right down the center of Richmond. So I tried taking all the Hills area instead, and that wasn't even enough.
Yeah.
So you can see McDonald here in Barrett, where the Kaiser is. This is Gerard.
Yeah.
And then this is the cutting, bottom cutting.
All right. Commissioner Turner, would you like to keep on seeing this, or?
I will go into, I guess, the map viewer and look at the street.
Well, this is one. This is the second option. So there are two others that you might like better.
Yeah, I never anticipated a Richmond split, so I haven't given it much thought. So, yes, let's see the other options.
Thank you. Katrina, one thing, if we go over in this one, and actually in all of them, I put myself in the queue here. I've noticed that you've still left Pleasant Hill together in it, and you could certainly take that out, like that. Yeah, Pleasant Hill. There are areas that are in this area that we really don't need to have in that area. So that would. So if we took Pleasant Hill and put it, took it out of the area and put it with the Concord, the one to the south, whatever that says, then we don't have to take quite as much out of Richmond or those areas. And I'm just noticing what cities we've gathered at the top here, and Pleasant Hill certainly should not be with that. I'm thinking about Alhambra Valley too. I'm not sure if that should be it either. I was just wondering, if there's areas that we don't necessarily want together, because I'm thinking these are ones that are affected by refineries and definitely different working class, and separate the others out, then we don't have to take quite as much. We don't. The grab isn't great. You could do that, please. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, it was along the same lines, just perhaps taking what's what's left of, I think it's Pleasant Hill. And then maybe even Pacheco and seeing if we can get more of Richmond into the district. Or all of Richmond preferably into the Northern District.
Yeah, Tamina, just so, because that might happen in each of the options, could you just give us a population of just that, yes, that area right there, please? See if that would affect us at all.
That is 17,488, so not really.
No, it's something, so, okay. It might be like a switch of it, might make the cut in Richmond much easier, but, okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Toledo, do you still have a question?
Just how many people are in Richmond? How big is the city of Richmond? I don't have my handy dandy guide with me.
No, City of Richmond is 116,000, but it has other communities that are interwoven throughout it. So you have, see, this purple area is all Richmond over here. So even you can take the city of Richmond, but it's non-contiguous. You have to also include El Sobrante, San Pablo, Rollingwood, East Richmond Heights, and North Richmond if you want to take all of Richmond together.
Yeah, it's rather tricky.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Just thinking about that change that you just proposed, if we're moving let me rephrase that. If we are moving the line to encompass more of North Cont into Concord so that we can move the line to encompass a chunk of Oaklamore into North Cont, we would be under in Oaklamore. So we would have to move population through, since that change you recommended, actually, it touches 3 different districts. Just bringing that up.
I see what you're saying. Yes, because you'd have to, well, yeah, but actually in that area, what I was thinking is we'd like to get more of the, if we took that area out of that, then we'd have to take more area out of the Tracy. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, so with, if we, Tamina, were able to keep Richmond whole, can we bring in this Release, I don't even know how to say that, Valley, and part of Pleasant Hill to unify them with the nearby communities of Concord and Walnut Creek?
There would not be enough population to do that.
Green Valley.
You would need to split Concord, which is an option, or something.
I think Concord maybe can take a split better than the other area, but Concord, Walnut Creek, Green Valley. Is that still in the Contra Costa area? So let's see the other options, and then maybe we can explore some more of how else we can do this. I really would prefer not splitting Richmond or Oakland.
Okay, I can move on to the next one.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I missed that. Commissioner Turner, were you asking for?
Yeah, I was asking for us to move to another option.
Oh, thank you. Yes, please. Tamina, could we see the next option? Now this was option 2, is that correct?
The first was the Elk Grove option, then that was the Richmond option. Now we're moving on to the Oakland option.
Thank you.
And I will remove the comment.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're into the Oakland option, which again comes south, so did not affect Fairfield at all. Starting here. This visualization actually took in Antioch, Knightson, Oakley, Brentwood, and Bethel Island, so it goes all the way to the border. If you'll remember, Discovery Bay and Byron were in the 17,000 move that went out. So this goes all the way to the border, and instead it takes the Hercules south through Richmond, Kensington area and puts it down with Oakland. There's a split in Oakland here, which ends the southern part of this district and joins it with the southern Contra Costa I-80 corridor. So all the Oakland Hills are together with Lafayette, Erindon, Moraga. This also keeps Dublin and most of Livermore together in that district. Which then creates the Scholar-Tracy district, which has Pleasanton and part of Livermore, the same split in Fremont that we saw before, but has San Leandro whole with the Eden area and all of the small unincorporated guys over here.
Chair, you have hands raised.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Tamina, could you please put on the highway map? Because I'd like to see where, we know where 24 is, but where the 680 and, right. Yes, so that, just an observation here. So the portion of Oakland, you can't actually get to the rest of the, unless you go kind of a little squiggly. Actually, I don't know if there is a road directly over that area.
One road.
So I just thought I'd bring that up. Commissioner Forciari. Thank you, Tamina.
Yeah, okay. This is different. How many people are in, what is the population of Oakland in this split?
One moment, please.
Oakland itself has 441,000. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Yee? You?
Thank you, Chair. I was, we can explore this more. I'm thinking this one, for me, just falls off the contender list because you're taking Richmond out of the Vallejo to Antioch Coy and pairing it with only half of Oakland. And if you're going to pair Richmond with Oakland, then the Coy is Richmond, West Oakland, East Oakland, and you're not getting that here. So I'm not feeling this one.
Yeah, no, I think we'll go ahead and weigh them all at the end, but yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Forciari, were you done though? I just thought you were waiting for something to, so I went to Commissioner Yee. I did not.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just curious as to what the population of Oakland was. I'm not a fan either, but I just was wondering.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there might be an option through, and you caught me while I was eating. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. If there's an option through, I've been saying the Sacramento Tail, but maybe other portions of the Sacramento area, or is this, because there is, in terms of population, there's more population up there.
Yes,
So just
thank you.
curious, just curious.
Yeah, if I put myself in the queue, I'd say that was another option that I would also want to look at. But you did not look into that one, did you, Tamina? We don't have a visualization of doing something like that.
There's not enough population, Chair. It's 115,000 people. These are some pretty massive moves. So Kennedy and I, these were the visualizations we could think of.
Okay, yeah, it would be a restructure, would be grabbing counties and that sort of stuff, I would assume that you need to do. Okay, and then that was option 3. Would you give us option 4, please?
Okay, so here again, we're starting with Antioch. And again, I will ask you not to shoot the messenger. We are, so this was actually a turn which involved only the north and did not go into the south. So actually it did, I'm sorry. This was the turn, this was the long one. This is the one that went up and then went over the bridge. So this is going to take a little bit longer to go through, but wanted you to see it. So Antioch goes into North Cont. North Cont splits Fairfield, which goes back with Solano. Instead of hanging a right in Elk Grove, we hang a left. We change the split in Santa Rosa, which brings us down to southern Marin County. Takes everything south of Sleepy Hollow without splitting San Rafael. Joins that with San Francisco. This creates a different split in San Francisco that's similar to our assembly split. Since we already had all of this in the greater SA district, I couldn't draw from any more. So this Santa Clara had to come up and take parts of Redwood City, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto. So this COI is still intact, and the COIs in Redwood City are still above this line, but this southern area of Redwood City is with the greater SA district. This shifted over and added Campbell and Saratoga to the Cupertino Sunnyvale Santa Clara district. This split is for population in Cupertino. This pushed up this population to take out to this northern section of San Jose. So it ends with this downtown area of San Jose and Milpitas, but they are whole. Pushing that up allowed for the reunification of Fremont. So Fremont is whole in this visualization, along with all of Eden and the lower part of San Leandro. Livermore is in with this Scholar Tracy area, but Pleasanton and Dublin and part of Livermore are reunited with the 680. And that, I believe, yeah, that brought us full circle here.
I'm sorry. Those are definitely 4 options. Thank you, Tamina. Commissioner Sinai.
So what I like about option 4 is that it is, you know, I didn't look, obviously we didn't look closely into San Francisco and see what how that split's affected. But on the whole, it's keeping a lot of the working class COIs together throughout the north and south and the whole Bay Area. And so, I mean, I know it's not going to be a popular one, but I just wanted to put that out there that it's pretty impressive what it did.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tamina, for these 4 options. That's a lot of creative thinking, and it's a real puzzle. There's going to be pain no matter which way we go. I'm wondering, I hate to do this, but I wonder about a 5th option, and maybe you can even tell me quickly, Tamina, what this would take or why it's impossible. But what if we took Fairfield whole and put it all back in Solano? We'd probably have to do the north, the Vallejo to Richmond to Antioch and go even farther out to Brentwood, Knightley, and so forth. Take all of that. Then what else will we have to do?
I don't think you'd actually have to go that far. You could it would probably be to the end of Contra Costa right here, plus or minus, splitting a little bit of Brentwood maybe.
But that's more people to march through Sacramento, right? That's the big challenge.
Not this visualization. That would be more to march through this will be more to march through San Francisco.
Right, but not for visualization 4. But I mean, just as a 5th option from scratch, start with
I see.
reuniting
Yes,
Fairfield.
if you wanted to take out all of Fairfield and push it through Sacramento that way, then yes, it would be. If that's the rotation you wanted to make, then that would push into here. You may be able to get all of Elk Grove in there. Explore that. Coming down here is going to be the tricky part. There's an option to split Stockton. There's an option to take all of Manteca, Mountain House Tracy through Manteca, maybe French Camp around this area.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Yee, did you have another?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to explore that, but that would probably be an overnight kind of project.
I'm happy to try it. I'm open to ideas.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I just want to thank Tamina for all this creative thinking, and certainly I'm sure it's a lot of work to work through all of these visualizations. I mean, at this point, I like the original one the best that we all came up with, and Tamina certainly put that together. But the second one, I'm open to exploring the option Commissioner Yee posed. I think that might be a solution as well. But I do like the one that we currently have, based on what I've seen thus far. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I also like the one that was proposed by, was it for Commissioner Farnshari or Commissioner Yee? I think that kept quite a bit more communities of interest together. So yeah, thank you for all of the different options, Tamina. But yeah.
Thank you for Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Farnshari.
So just a little context here. When did we have this conversation? It was late this morning, just I think before we started. And so I just bow down to you as an awesome, incredible mapper, because you threw 4 visualizations together and have it plus or minus 1 person. It's just, wow, it's amazing. But context, this was just off the top of our head, 4 options that we could go down the road and just look at. And the idea was to take the temperature of the commission, and see which way the commission would like to go. I mean, option 0 is not to include Antioch, I guess, but take the temperature of the commission, see which way the commission would like to go, and then we can certainly do some offline exploring of other iterations of options that the commission likes.
Thank you, Commissioner Fortieri. Commissioner Kutkawa.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just eating something. I think
Your mic is very, it's breaking up sort of.
Oh, I don't know what's going on with it. Can you all hear me now?
Oh, that's better. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I don't know what was going on. Okay, one, I would agree with I agree with the part that Commissioner Fornaciari said. And if I haven't already said it either to Tamina, I'm just amazed at what you've done. Thank you for all the options. I'm just kind of like, wow. And I'm still kind of thinking through all of them, but I think it's just, to me, I think there's some more work to do. I think I also, and I think this has been said, but I want to repeat it again. I'm just very wary about sacrificing or perhaps maybe splitting one, I'll call it vulnerable community for another one. I think if there's a way that we could try to ensure that, we don't really inadvertently just move the pain in a way that is, from one community to another that doesn't, there's going to be pain for all communities. But I'll just give you an example. The Redwood City split that, I think it was in that option 4. Sure, they're whole for the most part, but they just got, you got, again, a community that is very low income, primarily immigrant, low wage, essential workers across the spectrum in terms of Latino, Pacific Islander communities, particularly, and into, again, one of the wealthiest, I'm going to assume one of the wealthiest districts because it includes a lot of the Silicon Valley. And so, we're just kind of, it's like, I don't want to call it a shell game, but I just want to be careful about, where these splits are. I think I agree with what Commissioner Toledo said earlier, is let's try to maybe limit them. Not that any place wants to be split, but there are some places that have the ability to advocate for themselves a little bit more effectively than some of these communities where, they really can use, the kind of help to ensure, and that comes from being together with like communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. I put my hand up here because I also, there were so many communities of interest that were cut in half and rearranged on almost each of those options. Was a little startling. So yes, I like, if we can't do, I'd almost like go back with what we had. But I do think a different option that I would like to see. Well, one, I was hoping to not keep Fairfield whole, absolutely, and leave it in Solano. One thing that I just thought of is a different, and I know people will shoot this one down, but put that up and put that in, leave it in Solano. And so that would take a little bit more, and then we could actually hopefully get more of the Delta communities along like the, Brentwood or something like that in Contra Costa, North Contra Costa. And then what to do with it up in put it in Solano. And then, unfortunately, it's about the same probably number. I think if you have, it's all of Fairfield, but parts of Yolo would have to go up up with Glen or up with Calusa. Or yes, something like that. Because, and then that could shift up and move things around on the other side. You know, like, or you know, or through Sacramento where the more population is. Because it's, I mean, I hate, Solano County it's supposedly there, but most of it is cut in half. It's just, I mean, there's very little left of Solano County. So I really don't like the way we have it, just the way we first drew it up. And that was an area that I was hoping to come back to. And I would like to see there's a huge amount. First of all, though, I am, Tamina, wow, that you did all of those since first thing this morning is extremely impressive. Thank you very much. But I would like to see something slightly different. I would vote for the original over all of those different options, was my personal opinion. But now, Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have one more question? Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. It's hard for me to say if we have split up a lot of COIDs because we went really quickly. And I think what you had said in Redwood City is that the COIDs that were given to us of a lot of the working class communities were kept together. What I was hoping is, if you can answer that, obviously, and then if you could zoom into San Francisco, just so we can see how you split San Francisco, because I don't want us just to say no without really looking at the details, because it's pretty amazing work you've done. Thank you so much.
I can certainly answer those. So in Redwood City, yes, all the AAPI COIs that were given to us, including, here, in fact, let me go down a little bit, including the North Fair Oaks COI are all together in this visualization. However, Redwood City, the city is still split. In San Francisco, let me turn on this layer. So the pink line is what we did for assembly. We came down and broke down this way. And what we had before was this area of Excelsior, Visitation Valley, and Croc Air Amazon. So came up across west of Twin Peaks, and then the split is in the outer Sunset.
That's pretty impressive. Thank you.
And I take absolutely no offense if everybody hates all of these visualizations.
No, I would say I still like option 4. I think you've done an amazing job. The biggest COI that we've broken is not crossing the bridge, but again, there is nothing is sacred, and if it's helping other smaller COIs in underserved communities, not even underserved communities, working class and others, I'm okay with it. But I'm sure the Bay Area is taking away my Bay Area card, but that's okay because I think the South Bay Los Angeles took my card away from there too. But I see this and I completely understand this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I mean, this option out of all of them, I guess, was the one I would prefer. But again, I prefer what Commissioner Fernashari and Yee, and yet I did like our draft maps. But the problem with our draft maps is we needed to push population down, in the way that Commissioner Fernashari and Commissioner Yee, I'm not sure which one worked on it. I appreciated that. And then I guess my question to you, Chair, is how are we going to proceed? I mean, if most of us are maybe good with what it was, but you want something different. I mean, I don't know how, I guess I just don't want to send Tamina off with 20 different options.
Correct. Yes. I mean, do we have a consensus on this? I mean, do people, I mean, I guess Commissioner, no, we have a few like different ones. Okay. So this is a sort of start again, or do we want to just leave it, go back with the draft? I mean, Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Just off the bat, I don't like this one. I'm sorry, Tamina. However, I would like to see all four of the options, if there's a way that we can post it or share the files so I can compare and contrast. I do think that it would be nice if all of us can come to a consensus on which option to start from, as I know we'll probably make changes and refinements. That would be very helpful, Chair, if we can get a copy of the different options.
Okay, that's Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Tamina, for this fourth option, I did not like it initially. I may still not like it, but can you walk me through again what the fourth option did so that I can reconsider perhaps? And then while you're moving it a little bit, Chair, as far as the question about how do we move forward, because it seems like we're all over the board, I'm wondering even if we're in a place to start with saying which one we collectively absolutely don't want, and maybe kind of come from that perspective, maybe a way to proceed. So let me just look at this one currently. Tamina,
Thank you. That's for that idea.
So this one did what?
So Tamina, I'm sorry, we wanted Tamina to walk through this one again, please.
I'd like to see it one more time.
Certainly. So this one started with North Kant, Antioch, going into the North Kant district. This resulted in this split in Fairfield, and most of Fairfield being put with Solano. Which resulted in a different line in Santa Rosa, which was currently split before, and so it just changed the line of how it was split. Which then pushed population down. We have, or rather pulled it up and created an overpopulation in North Coast. And so this area of Marin County, none of these cities are split here, but this area of Marin County, Sleepy Hollow, pretty much everything west of San Rafael and south joins San Francisco. In San Francisco, we kept together west of Twin Peaks. This is where we had before, the outer Richmond through Visitation Valley. And the one neighborhood split is in the outer Sunset. This allowed the Daly City area to be whole with all of South San Francisco and going down the 101 corridor.
Okay.
Which then we couldn't fit all of Redwood City in here, but Redwood City and its COIs in Menlo Park and East Palo Alto and North Fairfield were able to be kept together in the Santa Clara district, which comes down from Pacifica, which allowed for Cupertino and Campbell and Saratoga and Campbell to join the Santa Clara Sunnyvale Cupertino COI that is here. The San Jose COIs we mentioned before are maintained. The top head of San Jose was joined with the Scala Tracy district, which allowed Fremont to be made whole and kept with the rest of Eden. Eden is all whole and together, with the exception of the division here in San Leandro. Some COIs consider that Eden, some that don't, but that's there. We do have Albany with this with Oakland and Berkeley in this visualization on the west side. On the east side, Pleasanton, part of Livermore, and Dublin join the 680 corridor going up Contra Costa. Albany is the end of the Oklahoma district, which is also the county line. Which brings us back into Concord TR, which picks up the eastern part over here instead of, which it had before, and it just didn't have Antioch, and maintains its same split in Pleasant Hill.
Tamina, thank you so much for sharing that again. I think a non-starter for me on this is back at the Bay Point with Marin and all of those pieces, and the splitting of the COIs for LGBTQ in the San Francisco area. I don't think those lineups felt like we split through those as well. Thank you. So Jane, if you work backwards, this would be one that's a no also.
Okay. Okay. I see. Yes, we could do the, should we want to just go through, is there an option, like, sort of consensus on 1, 2, 4, 2, 3, 1, or, actually, I'm sorry. Tamina, you did 4 options. Is that in addition to Commissioner Forciari, what you first did?
So option, in my mind, option 0
yes,
is we moved the 17,000 people we had to move through San Joaquin County into ECA. So we needed to do that. So that's where this all started.
Okay.
And everything was balanced, and we could move forward from there. Okay. Then these 4 options on top of that were, if we want to add Antioch to North Cont, how do we manage that? So okay. we could just stay with option 0 and not try to move Antioch into North Cont, or further explore some of these options that we've come up with.
Right. Or as Commissioner Yee, and then I said another taking it north or into somewhere on the other side. Okay. So yeah, so there's sort of 5 options we have right now, unless we want to, well, 6, because we can just go with the draft. Well, no, you're right. We can't, because we have to bring the 17,000 down regardless. Okay. So Commissioner Sinai, you said so. So do you have another thing you want to say, or should I go to Commissioner Toledo? Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I just can't support this map. It breaks up the coast. The LGBT community and the Asian American COIs in San Francisco are broken up, and it's not so much the crossing the Golden Gate Bridge that it is breaking up all of the COIs in non-VRA areas. So, and then of course crossing county borders and all that. So, thank you. But
thank you.
There may be one of the other options may be viable. I just don't know at this point.
Okay. So I think we are, like Commissioner Turner mentioned, let's talk about, unless you were already, but should we say about option 4 and eliminate some of them, going 4, 3, 2, 1? Commissioner Yee? Or did you have something else to say?
2 things. One is weighing in on option 3. I think that's a non-starter. That's the one that separates Richmond and Vallejo and joins Richmond with only West Oakland. I don't think that gets us enough to be worth that. And then I would reiterate, I'd love to cook up an option 5 that involves keeping Fairfield whole in its county as the county seat. I'd be happy to work on that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Commissioner Kutakawa.
I just one clarification that I want to make about option 4 that I don't like, and I want to make sure that there's this understanding. I think there's an Asian American COI in San Francisco, but I want to be clear that the COI in East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and Redwood City, the term AAPI becomes a rather catch-all phrase, but in that particular area, it is not an Asian American COI per se. It's more of a Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander COI. They have social determinants that are very similar to African American and Latino communities, and so that's one of my great concerns about that. And I want to just say this out loud now so that all of the commissioners also understand why I'm really concerned about having them be in a place with like Pacifica and Palo Alto and all of those. I mean, this is what I meant by we're trading one vulnerable community for another, and they're very small
And so, again, it goes back to if we can try to keep them in a place where they're more likely to be, especially like in that greater SA one, there's that mix with the Filipino community to the north of that. I think there's more of an option for them to ensure that their needs will be at least addressed. And, you know, in a district like Palo Alto, they're going to be completely ignored and, you know, completely marginalized. So I just wanted to share that part about that district and why I'm so opposed to option 4. And I would support Commissioner Yee with this option 5 if it comes out with something, you know, that we can all agree upon or at least be comfortable with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Turner.
Nope. Let me find it on the map first so I can give you your change this for that. Thank you.
All right. I have my hand in here. I also don't like this one. On this one, there are multiple COIs broken up and other COIs put together that specifically said they don't like East Palo Alto. Those areas did not want to be with Palo Alto and the Stanford and there, you know, as I see it, there's a lot of wealthy mixed with very poor in multiple areas in this map. And also, San Jose is cut 6 times in that one. And that's just, I had a problem with that. But that was mine. And yeah, I would actually, I kind of like the idea of Commissioner Yee, but that's my personal. So Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm not. I'd like to look at other options. Potentially, including Commissioner Yee's option, although I'm not opposed to Fairfield. I'm not opposed to the original map where we have Fairfield in with Vallejo and the north, the Contra Costa area. I think certainly we've received some commentary that there are populations that want to be, that these communities are very similar. You know, as a former resident of Fairfield, I see that connection as well. I see Fairfield being very connected to Vallejo and some portions of, especially Richmond and other portions of the Contra Costa area. I also see Commissioner Anderson's point about Fairfield is the county seat, but just looking at population and what we're really thinking about here is the COIs in Fairfield and that area are very similar to the COI, the population, the residents of Vallejo and Richmond and the northern Contra Costa area. So I'm not opposed to keeping Fairfield in this North Contra district. You know, might there be another option? Maybe, and I look forward to seeing Commissioner Yee's proposal.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm hearing that I didn't hear anyone said I like this one. I heard a couple of, well, this would be, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sinai, you said out of the 4, you did like the number 4. I got everyone was a bit like, well, so I am sort of inclined to go, why don't we try option 5 or another option? Or does someone like a particular one and want to work with a different other one? Mr. Fernandez.
I like option 0. And
yes,
yeah, so I want to make sure I'm on the record for that.
Option 0 is essentially leave it as it is and balance the population through.
Well, option 0 is what Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Yee worked on to balance the districts.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sorry, Commissioner, for clarify, on that one, you did the 17,000. A bit of Fairfield was put into Solano on that or not? Option 0.
Bring that map back up, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. And while Petunia is moving the map, Commissioner Yee.
Yes, that, you know, if we do go with option 0, we would still need to move Albany back out, which means splitting San Leandro and then rotating that population through Contra Costa somewhere. And it would do nothing for the Tri-Valley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was option 0.
Yeah, I was, Commissioner Yee, I was considering that option 0 because I considered that you would work through the whole Bay Area and that 17,000 and you were done. You'd already moved to Albany and that. And then we moved to 17,000.
I see.
And that's where I thought for me, that's what it's option 0, where the baseline was. Then the question came up, what do we do with Antioch?
Sure. Okay. We'll revisit that and get that straight.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad we're getting that clear. So, Tamina, this is our option 0, correct?
This is option 0.
Okay. And so could we walk through this one again, please? Now, I'm confused because I keep on thinking of the 5 different options here.
Sure, and they're all very similar. So I'm happy to just explore what's going on in these different areas. So starting in Northcott, we have this area unchanged. This goes to Pittsburgh and does not include Antioch, but this was the one that had the bubble, so we were able to move that out. That's where this split came from, which then caused an overpopulation in Concord TR. And that pushed out population through Discovery Bay and Byron. Discovery Bay and Byron then joined the San Joaquin-based district. The San Joaquin-based district then lost the corner over here of Ripon, Escalon, Valley Home, and I believe some of these areas as well, which gave it to ECA. And ECA, as you know, is the large district on the east, which then left you with the 2 options of whether you wanted to feed that 17,000 into San Bernardino or into California City.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Tamina. Commissioner Forciari.
Yes. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah. Well, your hand was up.
Oh, it is? Oh.
Yes.
I keep forgetting. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Chair, wondering the 4 drafts that we just put up, doesn't look like we're going to move on those, but Anthony's not here. Do we need to post those? Since we've had discussion so that the community can weigh in on what we've talked about? Are they already posted or? Okay, thank you.
I actually did. Are they posted?
They're not.
Okay.
According to Anthony, they're posted.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
all right.
they're up. I just saw them right now.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Commissioner Turner, did you have a follow-up? No. Commissioner Fernandez.
Tamina, can you zoom in to the Contra Costa? I can't remember what Contra Costa area again. So I'm wondering. Okay, I know the community of interest has to do with Pittsburgh and Antioch, which I completely agree with. Is there any way to bring in Pittsburgh to the Concord TR and then possibly split Concord in terms of the population difference? So then you're only impacting those 2 districts.
Concord has a larger population than Pittsburgh, so you definitely could do that.
Right. So there would be a split. And sorry. It has to do more with I'm trying to not split the smaller communities, and not that that's fair to a big city, but I just feel if you try to loop everything around through Yolo, Sacramento, and those areas, you're talking about really small towns that you're breaking up potentially. And so I'm trying to keep it within the 2 districts that we have right now. So that would be something that I think should be looked into.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Just to be clear, the COI is not just Bay Point and Pittsburgh, it's Vallejo all the way to Antioch. I mean, it's not just Pittsburgh and Antioch. It's the whole working, the whole bay, that whole along the bay there.
Right, but there's
And
also
Bennington
another
Bayport.
COI that is Pittsburgh and Antioch. So they're separate ones.
Yeah, I mean, you if those two were together, that would be good. But if all of them are all the way through, that would be awesome.
Thank you. Mr. Forciari.
One thing just occurred to me, and I don't know if it's a satisfying idea or not, but we could put all of Pleasant Hill in Concord DR and put that population from Antioch into North Cont. It doesn't get us all the way there, even close to all the way there, but gets us part way there.
I put my hand in because I was going to say that same thing. And there's also, I think it's at Pacheco, and there's a little that Alhambra Valley. Any population, I think that we could put into the Concord from the North Concord. I think I'd rather do that, and then try to get all the extra out of Antioch to try to get as much of Antioch as possible in it. Yeah, so like all at Pleasanton, the Alhambra Valley. I don't think there's any people under the unincorporated, but if there were, I'd grab those. And the unincorporated area between Concord and Pittsburgh, grab that. It looks like there's a little bit of Concord. Yeah, so any of that stuff, I would pull that into the Concord so we get as much as the Antioch as possible. And that's Commissioner Toledo.
I also would be open to splitting Martinez because Martinez is not is different than many of these other communities when you look at who lives in Martinez, and so I would be open to splitting Martinez as well to get more of Antioch.
Commissioner Fernandez.
If we wanted to go the opposite way, which is fine, that's what I was going to recommend too, was splitting Martinez. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Is Kensington also one that could be moved out, or is it more similar to like Richmond and I'm not
Yeah,
familiar
it is.
with
And the thing is, you can't get Kensington, El Cerrito, those are Kensington in particular, you can't get there from, you've got to go out through El Cerrito, or you have to go through Berkeley. There isn't you have to come down and around and then go up through Oakland to get into that whole area. So they're sort of together. And they're definitely considered, they're west of the hills, so it's hard for those to also completely different economic wise.
Chair,
Sure.
also, if I can correct myself on these iterations, I thought that they were up, but they're not. So just wanted to mention it. I think we should probably try to get them up onto the website.
I can certainly see. Okay, I can certainly see if we want to have those up. I mean, they weren't. Well, we did talk about them certainly. So
I'll be happy to look into that, Chair.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Sinai.
Did we stop looking at Martinez or?
Oh, well, let's just see what we
there
have
it is.
here. Yeah.
No, there is parts of Martinez that are working class. I think it's gentrified as well, so it's gotten kind of difficult. But if we can the closer we are to the water, leave that part if possible. I don't know where the split is in Martinez.
Well, it's hard because there's a lot of Martinez, which is very, very, it's mountainous, but it's very hilly, but it's actually quite rural. And it's really not like, it's like further parts of eastern Contra Costa, but it's certainly not like the areas right around it. So I, in terms of cutting Martinez, I'd really, really want us to be extremely careful about where we cut it.
And it is the
Because
county seat too.
Right. So can we see if we put this into, how much we have, 24,000?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That's less than a quarter.
But just
of
cutting it, I
Antioch.
mean, you know.
Okay. Well, other ideas do we want to? That's of course keeping all of the. Is there any parts of Solana we could put back with Solana? Right. So then we could easily grab Antioch. That's just so. Oh. Yeah. No, we'd have to bring it out the other way, wouldn't we? We could get, I'm thinking of, another alternative. Commissioner Kudogawa. No, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Yee.
Just want to mention, break is in less than 60 seconds.
Yes, less than 60 seconds. All right. Well, so this is an idea. Do we want to explore just cutting up cities until we can get Antioch in? Do we want all of Antioch? There's a question. In the Khoi, is it all of Antioch? Actually, come to think of it, I don't believe it is. There's some actually rather wealthy parts of Antioch. There's a whole swimming pool area. That's an item we could look up. Mr. Forciari.
There's a what? A swimming pool area? What does that mean?
There's a whole
area where homes have swimming pools.
Well, no, it's an entire estates. I don't believe it's gated, but
okay.
Yes, it's a.
Well,
it's not the working class, as Commissioner Sinai has been saying.
Yeah, certainly the South is large single family homes, and so before we go haphazardly splitting Antioch, I'd want to make sure we understood where where would be appropriate. Part of the challenges here is there really isn't much population to grab near the edge here of Concord TR to bring in to move Antioch out. And so that's a
Correct.
struggle.
It is a struggle. All right. At this point, it's just about time. It's time for us to go to break. So could we, I think we're working at two different options here. If Commissioner Yee would like to work at his option 5, and if we could, if someone could actually look more into the Khoi in this area to see what parts of towns or things we really want to get, so we could match the sections that we're talking about. So we're not just sort of arbitrarily grabbing an entire city here and cutting the city there. Let's try to get what areas we're really looking to keep together.
Chair, I understand. I can work with Tamina on just making sure the splits in Martinez and in Antioch and seeing if they're appropriate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And other tasks. Nope. I think we're going to go on break. Any other items that we should address? Commissioner Kudogawa?
One, I do like the new redistricting term, swimming pool areas. Secondly, I just wanted to let everybody know that we've cleared up the confusion. I think the versions that Commissioner Fornaciari and Yee did, there was confusion thinking that was the 4 options that we're talking about. They're working on trying to get those 4 options up so that for all the commissioners and all the public, that's the message that I got, is that they're working on it to get it up.
And yeah, Marcy would be happy to help out with that. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We'll go on break and we'll come back let's see, at say 8:05. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We've just sort of wrapped up our line drawing events for the day. I want to say we're just about to go into public comment right now. So to the line drawers, I want to thank you very much for all your work today, and also for all the assignments that we've asked you to do between today and tomorrow. Because the public should know how much our line drawers are working. They're working when they're not on here, they're also working. And that sometimes means late into the night, early in the morning. So I think the whole state should really appreciate them. And I want to send thank you and congratulations to a job well done for all the people who've been working with us, including the public. Thank you very much for all your participation. At this time, I'd like to have Katie or Christian read the instructions for the public to come on in. We'd love to hear them.
Thank you so much, Chair. To all of those that have called in, and if you have not chose to, please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Our comment time this evening will be 2 minutes. 1 minute and 30 seconds. I apologize for that. And you will be receiving a verbal warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. Right now, we'll be going to caller 2948, and up next after that will be caller 2588. Caller 2948, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And again, for those in the queue, please be alert. We are in public comment at time. Please be alert for when it is your turn to speak. Caller 2948, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2948 appear to be having some type of connectivity issues at the moment. I will come back to you. Caller 5958, up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 5958, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Hello, I'm Jane from Long Beach, and I just want to remind the Commission about the large LGBTQ+ community that stretches from downtown Long Beach to Belmont Shore on the Orange County border. This is really important because while I support keeping the ports separate, more important to me is that if you combine the ports which sit in downtown Long Beach, you are breaking up the historic LGBTQ+ community. Please do not do this and support us. The Equality California LGBTQ heat maps show the community density. Please look that up and do not remove downtown or the port from the greater Long Beach gay community. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 1043, and up next after that will be caller 2927. Caller 1043, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. First, I would like to thank Commissioner Anderson to your comment to protect Little Saigon. This is Hugh, and I'm grateful to hear your comment. The comment of our Little Saigon areas and removing Stanton and putting a portion of North Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach is almost there. While we advocate for months to ask you to add North of Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach with Little Saigon, we were asking for the entire portion of North of Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach and not asking just for a portion of it. Please add all of North of Garfield Avenue to Seaport Street of Huntington Beach to GGW for the Little Saigon community of interest. Please don't stop at the beach boulevard. This will finish Little Saigon, and we will be forever grateful for you to give us the assembly district we want for our community for the next decade. Thank you very, very much. God bless Little Saigon and bless all commissioners. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2927. And up next after that will be caller 2922. Caller 2927, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 2927, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2927, you appear to be having some type of connectivity issues at the moment. We'll have to come back to you. And right now we're going to caller 2922, and up next after that will be call in user 1. Caller 2922, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And again, for those in the queue, please be alert for when it is your opportunity to speak. Caller 2922, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sharon Weissman, and I'm the Vice President of the Long Beach Board of Harbor Commissioners. I believe you received a letter from our Executive Director this morning asking for strong congressional representation. I would just like to highlight a few key points. Please ensure 2 congressional representatives for this region, 1 for each port. The ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles are 2 separate entities. We need 2 representatives for this region, and one of the reasons for that is to continue making progress while getting our fair share of federal funding for supply chain projects in this region. We move 40% of the nation's imports to every congressional district in America. Please ensure California has 2 representatives for this region. As someone who works on port issues every day, please trust me. The port workers, the truck drivers, the terminal operators, we all lean on both members of Congress. I thank you for your time and your hard work. Good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have call-in user 1. And up next after that will be caller 4361. Call-in user 1, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Call-in user 1, as I do not have the last 4 digits of your phone number. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. If you're calling in with a blocked phone number from an office line, I do apologize. You appear to have some type of connectivity issues at the moment. I will try to come back to you. And right now we will have caller 4361, and up next after that will be caller 6590. Caller 4361, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dee Dee Rossi. I've been a Long Beach resident for many years and retired after an incredible career in athletics at Cal State Long Beach. I also served as the Executive Director for the Belmont Shore Parking and Business Improvement District and the Long Beach Airport Commissioner. Needless to say, I'm very involved and care deeply about my community. As you know, our city has been dealing with a congestion crisis at our port for months now, and our congressional representation has been more important than ever. As you have likely seen covered in the news, both ports each have their own congressional representative has been extremely important in tackling this crisis. Not just because of the impact the backlog has on our supply chain, but also because the backlog impact on our environment. I've seen and heard several potential options for our area over the last day, one of them being to cut the LA Long Beach Port representation in half. Please keep Long Beach as together as possible in your congressional maps as you have done your best to achieve thus far. And please do not move our port into a district with our sister port. Leaving the map in the iteration posted this morning is completely
15.
fine with me, but as long as you keep the ports separate. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6590. And up next after that will be caller 7672. Caller 6590, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The
Hello.
floor is yours.
Right. Good evening, Commissioners. This is Shannon with the Greater High Desert Chamber of Commerce. I'm the chair of our Legislative Affairs Committee that works with governments at all levels to address the need of our local businesses and community. We feel very strongly that you should respect the county boundary between us and Los Angeles. We have a history of our community being treated as a redheaded stepchild by Los Angeles, and putting us into districts with them would mean our representatives would have not only different but conflicting interests in addressing issues like education, transportation, and public safety. Please work to keep our San Bernardino County high desert separate from LA County and with other rural communities near us that we can work collaboratively with to address the needs of our community. These maps make us feel like you are not listening, and I ask you to please hear us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7672. And up next after that will be caller 2153. Caller 7672, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Henry Fong. I want to thank all you guys for spending all this time on redistricting. I just want to remind the Commissioners of the need to put Cal Poly Pomona and Pomona in the same district. As a Cal Poly Pomona graduate, and very much support the university, and it is in the same district in the assembly, but according to the draft that I saw while I was watching the meeting yesterday, and today, I didn't see Cal Poly Pomona and Pomona in the same district in the Congress. So it needs to be in the same district congressionally, and also needs to be in the same district in the Senate. And there is a small portion, just as a reminder, there's a small portion of unincorporated Los Angeles County that comprises the Cal Poly Pomona campus. The Cal Poly Pomona campus is split between the city and the unincorporated area, and they need to be connected. And I just want to also elevate Commissioner Sanai's concerns about the call-in of people calling in, having to call in before 6 p.m.
30 seconds.
That is not acceptable. And we need to allow call-ins until the public comment period begins at 8 p.m. or whenever the public comment period begins. So I very much appreciate Commissioner Sanai elevating those comments. And I thank you so much, and I hope that those changes can be made. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2153. And up next after that will be caller 8209. Caller 2153, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate the hard work that the Commission has been doing, and I'd like to look at the San Gabriel Valley of Los Angeles County for the congressional districts. I've served on a city redistricting commission and currently serving on a school district redistricting commission and live in Pasadena. For CD 210, I would strongly urge that you return to the foothills configuration of the draft maps from the week of November 7th. The pandemic has reinforced the importance of access to public open space, and the San Gabriel Mountains supply 70% of our public open space in Los Angeles County with 2.5 million visitors. I would urge that you keep the foothill communities to the south of the San Gabriel Mountains together as a community of interest and keep them connected to the mountains. A legislator for this area can consider the recreational needs, management of forests, fire prevention, wildlife, watersheds, and their constituents in mind. So I would urge that you, for CD 210, go back to the November 7th configuration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8209. And up next after that will be caller 9216. Caller 8209, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 8209, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 8209, appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you. I will be coming back around to these retries shortly, just trying to give everybody an opportunity either to get back to their phone or get different reception. And right now we'll be going to caller 9216, and up next after that will be caller 5777. Caller 9216, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yes. Hi. I appreciate all the hard work that the commissioner is doing right now. I heard that a group of students from VitRise called in last night and make some false statement against Little Saigon and Huntington Beach. I'm a Vietnamese American and live in Huntington Beach. How am I racist against myself? If the people are as bad as described by the VitRise, I would have moved already. The people in Huntington Beach are great and friendly people. I have lived in Huntington Beach for over 10 years, and more Vietnamese Americans have moved here. Housing prices and every similar Westminster and Fountain Valley are roughly around 700,000. Huntington Harbor alone has over 40% Vietnamese American residents living there. I'm asking you to listen to the hundreds of callers, emails, and calls that have been submitted for months, and not just a few organized groups who have their own agenda. Assembly put north of Garfield Street on all the way to Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach. Delete Stanton and East Garden Grove at Euclid Street. Congressional at Huntington Beach and Sea Beach. Keep Little Saigon together and allow the growth for the next decade. Thank you so much, and thank you for all your hard work, commissioners. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5777, and up next after that will be caller 2931. Caller 5777, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 5777, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And caller 5777, I have you down as a retry. And caller 2931, and up next after that will be caller 3192. Caller 2931, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Dear Commissioner, thanks Commissioner Akutagawa for waiting. Created the Costa District in Orange County. You can still do this and make Little Saigon whole by putting the inland part of on North Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach, and Costa Park will be included in Costa Park where it's belonging. This is satisfies the Costa Beach area and the Little Saigon community. The inland part of Huntington Beach that on the North Garfield to Sea Point Street need to be with Little Saigon because the majority of Asian population in Huntington Beach live in the north of Garfield Street. Don't stop at Beach Boulevard. Little Saigon is asking you to please listen to our voice and do the right thing. Thank you and have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3192. And up next after that will be caller 8037. Caller 3192, please follow the prompts to unmute. And And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 3192. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And caller 3192, we have you on the retry list. Caller 8037, and up next after that will be caller 8549. Caller 8037, please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure
Hi,
can.
you
The
hear
floor is yours.
Hi, I've watched the process from the start, and it's been exhausting, but after last night, I was actually believing in it. I watched as the commission thoughtfully considered testimony, weighed the benefits, and acknowledged not everyone would be happy. It was a high-level focused discussion. Today was the opposite. The commission hastily reverted every thoughtful decision they made and ruined fair Orange County maps built on months of COI testimony. I'm not sure if it was because two Democrat callers called you racist or because you forgot the many months of calls. I'm just so confused because you had fair maps. Please reverse your course. We know the population's even out, so bring Orange County back to where you were Wednesday night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8549. And up next after that will be caller 4201. Caller 8549, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 8549. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I'm from Canyon Country. My name is Kimberly Rousseau, and I wanted to voice my concerns over the map change in District 25 and a pressing issue why Simi Valley and Santa Clarita should be together. There's no logical reason for a change, and the map change would be a considerable one, and it would not be a representative one for sure. First, Simi Valley and Santa Clarita have a population that includes a majority of working class people in LA County, not the super rich as in Agora. So we must stay together on this map. And two, Simi, Santa Clarita, and Antelope Valley are homes to people in the aerospace industry, a major economic engine that is a community. And many are homes to people who work in LA, such as firefighters, police, and teachers. And so there is definitely a working community here. And it works and has worked well. Three, when it comes to population, San Fernando Valley is part of LA, which is the largest city in the US. And Santa Clarita and Simi Valley are outside of LA. And I don't think a representative can represent merge with San Fernando. It's such a massive valley.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4201, and up next after that will be caller 5184. Caller 4201, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Stuart Waldman from VICA. I want to thank you. I really would like to complain about the maps in the San Fernando Valley, but I can't. I know how hard it is with districts this size and with the deviations, and I appreciate all that you've done for the San Fernando Valley districts. You listened, we asked for some changes, you made them. Obviously, it's not perfect, and how could they be? with all the problems trying to put everything together. But we want to thank you for listening, and we're okay. Don't change them. Just change everything else on other places, but don't touch the valley, the San Fernando Valley. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5184, and up next after that will be caller 3580. Caller 5184, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Chris Subser from Mammoth Lakes. I just want to say that I've been watching as you have gone to great painstaking lengths to protect communities. Your tenacity and commitment are truly impressive. I just want to point out that when you addressed ECA earlier, not a single commissioner mentioned our community, whether it's Mono County or our neighbor Alpine County. Those counties weren't even mentioned at all. It's like we don't exist. You did briefly zoom in on Inyo to show how you're going to split it, and there's no mention that the Eastern Sierra is one community. Many people who work in Mammoth Lakes live in Bishop, and now they won't be in the same district. Our environmental groups across the Sierra work as one to protect our wilderness areas and our federal and indigenous lands. I know you care deeply about leaving vulnerable communities with no voice, but the current configuration does just that to us. We know our populations are small. All three counties together are 33,415 people. So you can keep us together. I'm imploring you to please give Alpine, Mono, and Inyo the same painstaking care as the rest of the state. And finally, just to remind you that if you with connecting Mono County to Modesto, you create a situation where we will have to drive through multiple other congressional districts to visit our congressperson. No one can say that is acceptable. So please hear us. Please go back to VCD ECA 11.2. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3580, and up next after that will be caller 4125. Caller 3580, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, yes, I just want to thank you all for all the work that you've done. I really do appreciate it, and I know so many of us do, with all your conflicting interests that you have to deal with. I'd like to reiterate that Simi Valley should please stay with Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley. These are working class families, and as we stated beforehand, Simi Valley is at the end of the Ventura County, and Santa Clarita is at the end of the Los Angeles County. And if they're actually changed, then we will not get the fair representation. And then I know that some of the prior maps have actually made Simi Valley to part with, Agoura and Calabasas with the uber rich. And we know that our rights will not be actually listened to if they actually are going to be moved with the uber rich, like the Kardashians and Calabasas. And, we're working class families that have many, many shared interests that we have. We share the same force, the same power. And I just wanted to say that please keep Simi Valley with Santa Clarita. Thank you so very much. And I wish each of you very happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and hope that you're able to enjoy them with your families and friends. Thank you so much for this time. We do appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4125, and up next after that will be caller 3311. Caller 4125, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. I just want to thank you all for your hard work throughout this process. You got the 3 congressional districts for the San Fernando Valley right, and I just wanted to encourage you not to change them. Don't let those with the political axe to grind cause you to change them. You listened to the Valley. You drew districts that addressed our most important concerns. I thank you especially for keeping my area in the North Valley together with Granada Hills, Chatsworth, and West Hills. The Porter Ranch natural gas blowout was the biggest natural gas leak in the history of America and affected not only Porter Ranch, but Granada Hills, Chatsworth, and the West Hills. And we need to push a Congress member to enforce the EPA to strictly enforce natural gas storage safety regulations today, and then shut down the facility soon. Thank you again for all your work. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3311, and up next after that will be caller 4258. Caller 3311, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Gene. I'm calling today to point out a few mistakes you've made in Orange County. Irvine and the Coastal District should never have been grouped together. There was never any testimony behind this. Everyone knows this. Completely partisan politics. Rather, I believe Newport Beach and Huntington Beach should have been kept together, as there has been significant public testimony for this. I am a resident of Laguna Niguel, which is in Orange County. I am dumbfounded as to why you placed us in San Diego County. We have absolutely nothing in common with San Diego County. I find it ridiculous to be drawn in with cities such as Oceanside. Please fix this. It's not too late. Follow the desires of the general public and not pay Democratic operatives. I have one question for you guys as I leave. If you lived in Laguna Niguel, who would you want representing you? Someone down in San Diego or someone in Orange County?
30 seconds.
Who would have your best interest? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4258. And up next after that will be caller 3338. Caller 4258, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 42. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Getting a little hung up on those buttons. Appreciate the hard work you're doing and the challenge. Concerned about the Simi Valley, not part of the Santa Clarita and Simi Valley anymore. I have friends that are dealing with the fires and the power shutoff issues. And I'm concerned that including Sylmar and other parts of the San Fernando Valley with Santa Clarita would dilute our representation on those issues. Also, I think Simi Valley would be a better match to align with us in the Antelope Valley because it's got more of a working class feel compared to Sylmar and the San Fernando Valley, which is really part of Los Angeles Metro, different character to that, which I think some of the prior callers mentioned.
30 seconds.
So I think Simi Valley would be a better fit to align with Santa Clarita and the Antelope Valley. Thanks for your good work. Good night.
And right now we will have caller 3338. And up next after that will be caller 7175. Caller 3338, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Forsyth. I want to speak to what I feel is the primary concern of the Commission, which is to assure districts serve competitive democracy and represent the character and common interests of district residents. So we're back to the Simi Valley thing and Santa Clarita. Simi Valley and Santa Clarita, they closely share key demographics. They should be together. Both share a large population of working class, including first responders and public servants of Los Angeles. This contrasts with the wealthy communities of Calabasas and Agoura Hills, where Simi Valley would otherwise be located. The aerospace industry is another convergence of interests among Simi Valley, Antelope Valley, and Santa Clarita. Many residents of these communities are employed in aerospace. Please give due consideration to the shared and unique interests of the growing communities in Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, and Antelope Valley. We deserve to have our interests represented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7175. And up next after that will be caller 3841. Caller 7175, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Jeremy Payne, calling on behalf of Equality California. Regarding the Bay Area options that were presented today, I would like to thank Commissioners Turner, Toledo, and Akutagawa for opposing option 4, which would have split the LGBTQ plus community of interest in San Francisco by removing densely LGBTQ plus neighborhoods like Weston's Twin Peaks. I would also like to speak on the Long Beach region and reiterate our support for Commissioners Sadwani, Toledo, Akutagawa, and Sinai's proposal of a Long Beach, Signal Hill, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach coastal district that would better unite the LGBTQ plus community and coastal communities with environmental interests, configuration that would also strengthen Latino VRA districts in the gateway cities and strengthen API opportunity in Little Saigon. We also want to echo the overwhelming testimony to not combine the ports of San Pedro and Long Beach, particularly because the LGBTQ plus community of Long Beach extends from downtown Long Beach, where the Long Beach port is located, to Belmont Shore. An unnecessary merge of the Long Beach and Los Angeles ports may jeopardize the unification of our LGBTQ plus community in Greater Long Beach. Thank you for your careful attention to our communities of interest, and we hope that you continue to oppose districts that break up the LGBTQ plus community where possible. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3841, and up next after that will be caller 7803. Caller 3841, please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
You sure can. The floor is yours.
Dear Redistricting Commission members, I really appreciate the work that you've done through this long process. I'm the former chair and founding board member of Silicon Valley Clean Energy and former chair of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, as well as a former mayor of Cupertino. And I happen to be president of the Rotary Club in my town this year, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. The map that you've created that rings the cities of the South Bay, called Greater ED in your draft, that includes cities including Cupertino at the south end of the San Francisco Bay, does a very good job, I believe, in retaining the nexus in cities that share common infrastructure. And that's infrastructure that will be inundated by sea level rise. If, you know, it's going to take a major lift from our congressional representative to deal with the fact that those plants are going to be inundated perhaps as soon as 10 years. Wastewater treatment so that we can recycle and become less dependent on water imports is going to be super important. So in short, I just thank you for the draft map and urge you to leave it as you do final adoption. Thank you so much. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7803, and up next after that will be caller 1339. Caller 7803, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Georgianne, and I'm calling in regards to Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. And why should they be kept together? Simi Valley has nothing in common with the super rich cities of Agoura Hills and Calabasas. We are a working class city like Santa Clarita. Please bring us back together with Santa Clarita on the congressional map. Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, and the Antelope Valley are homes for the workers in the aerospace industry, a major economic engine in the area. Simi Valley and Santa Clarita are both bedroom communities for people that work in Los Angeles, particularly public sector workers like law enforcement, firefighters, and teachers. The Simi Valley portion of Ventura County and the Antelope Valley are better fits to include with Santa Clarita rather than the San Fernando Valley. The San Fernando Valley is part of the second biggest city in the United States, Los Angeles. Simi Valley and Santa Clarita are both small suburban towns outside of Los Angeles, so a representative cannot properly represent a merged district if they are that different. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1339, and up next after that will be caller 4218. Caller 1339, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tracy Thrower Conyers, and I spent most of the day with you and completely understand the enormity of your responsibility and appreciate what you're doing. I'm calling tonight about the congressional map for the Los Angeles area with LAX in it. I think that's STHLA5. I have a small, simple request. This is the area that one panelist this afternoon called the gray area above LAX and asked if there was any population. I'm speaking as a resident of the area. The area may not look that dense because it's primarily single-family homes. The boundary line on the northwest corner currently bisects a 3,400-member homeowners association in the neighborhood known as Kentwood and bisects the larger Los Angeles community of Westchester. I'm asking you to keep the HOA and Westchester together and bring them in with our sister cities in the Shoreline District. This would involve drawing the boundary to include all of the zip code 90045 in the Shoreline District. I think this is a minor population change and may help your Torrance quandary to a limited extent too, if I understand that discussion correctly to mean that you want to move Torrance out of Shoreline. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4218, and up next after that will be caller 9819. Caller 4218, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 4218. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Do apologize, caller 4218. Appears to be some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. I will come back to you. And right now we have caller 9819. Up next after that will be caller 7039. Caller 9819, please follow the prompts to unmute. And caller with the last 4 digits, 9819. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And we will come back to you. Caller 7039. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And up next after that will be caller 1327. Caller 7039. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. There have been over 500 submissions in the last 2 months asking for a coastal district on top of a petition that has been signed by over 1,000 people, and not one of these requests include Irvine with that district. We want a real coastal district that can fight against climate change, counteract oil spills, and protect our beaches. Irvine is and never was a part of our coast. I certainly hope it is not included now because of political reasons. We have to consider our maps and rectify the political influence that has happened tonight. We have had 5 resolutions passed, over 200 calls, and over 500 emails asking for an actual coastal district. None of this has happened. It's not too late to disengage from the liberal activist groups and make a district that the public actually wants. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will go into caller 1327, and up next after that we will retry call in user 1. Caller 1327, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller with the last four digits, 1327. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I live in Santa Clarita and appreciate the opportunity to express my concern about separating the suburbs of Santa Clarita Valley from Simi Valley on the 25th District map, and grouping Santa Clarita with San Fernando Valley, which is part of the city of Los Angeles. Both Santa Clarita and Simi are similar. They're situated beside hills and a national forest and are prone to devastating wildfires that sweep through the mountain ranges. San Fernando Valley uses the Department of Water and Power, while Santa Clarita and Simi Valley use Southern California Edison for electricity and have to endure Edison's public safety power shutoff, which for the residents means no lights. They can't charge cell phones. They can't watch TV for safety announcements. Students can't attend classes online. People can't conduct business. And for those who depend on wells, there's no water. They can't even douse the fire. Some have turned to generators during these devastating shutoffs, but generators are blamed for starting fires or exploding if they catch fire. After the tick fire burned through our neighborhood, burned it to a crisp during a power shutoff, I turned to our representatives for help. They should be able to focus to regulate and prevent power shutoffs. They can't afford to get entangled with different departments when shaping public policy. Please keep Santa Clarita and Simi Valley grouped together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will retry call-in user 1, and then up next after that will be caller 3241. Call-in user 1. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I didn't realize I was user 1. My name is John Munson. I represent Nature for All, and I'd specifically like to thank Commissioner Ray Kennedy and the rest of the commission for your willingness to extend the boundaries of SFV and Glen 2BA north so they can include national forest land, as do their counterparts, the 29th and 28th districts right now. I have updated our recommendations and the maps for them today based on the new districts that were drawn yesterday, and I submitted that. It might be helpful if your line drawing team to be able to see that. These changes will empower the congressional representatives of those two districts to represent the Foothill community constituents and the diverse communities south of the Foothill City's community of interest on public lands issues. These improvements put more communities in the Foothill City's community of interest in congressional districts of public lands like Tujunga and Pacoima. These changes are very important, even though they do not alter your district numbers. Members of Congress who do not have public land in their districts have almost no say in how public lands like the Angeles National Forest are managed, and neither would their constituents. Note that AVSC maintains a presence in the main section of the Angeles National Forest, even though almost all of the gateway cities are in the south, and they have 100,000 acres of forest in the district, and so they'll be represented well, even with these changes.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3241. And up next after that will be caller 3480. Caller 3241, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Hi there. I would just like to say that adding inland cities to a coastal district in Orange County is a horrendous idea because none of these communities have anything in common. Because what does an inland city and a city like, say, Newport or Huntington have that are similar? I mean, does Irvine have sand? Does it have an ocean? No, it doesn't. So they have completely different interests. And so keeping them separate is a paramount idea. And not only that, Irvine, it's good you guys kept Irvine whole, but you should put Irvine whole in its own district rather than adding it to a coastal, because it doesn't make any sense. And they honestly, beach cities should just stay with beach cities because they're all similar. They have the same economies, cultures, histories, and they share an environment. And so just please keep the beach cities together and keep neighboring counties, neighboring inland cities out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 3480. And up next after that will be caller 6795. Caller 3480. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Richard Bietle. I am a Vietnamese voter living in Huntington Beach, and I'm calling because there's a political effort to separate Little Saigon and Huntington Beach. Like a community that has long shared interests with the Little Saigon cities like Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove. It's disappointing to see, and I hope the commission sees this for what it is. Our residents have been calling for months, asking you to put Little Saigon with Huntington Beach, and you did. So please keep it that way. Please keep Huntington Beach whole, and please do not let this last-minute political coup by a special interest group sway your opinion. You know, Huntington Beach is a city with 20,000 Vietnamese residents, and anyone calling to say otherwise doesn't live here or isn't actually a part of our Vietnamese community. I hope you can keep the maps this way. Thank you so much for your time, and we really appreciate the hard work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6795. And up next after that will be caller 9194. Caller 6795. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi. My name is Mia. The commission has been hearing a lot of complaints tonight, so I thought I would break it up and say a thank you. Little Saigon has asked for months to be included with Huntington Beach, a city that we share an economy, community, and residents with, and the commission did just that. I am proud that our community of interest has been recognized, and I hope that the commission will keep it this way when they realize the maps on Saturday and Monday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9194. And up next after that is caller 3434. Caller 9194. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ryan, and I'm deeply upset about the Commission has for some reason decided to pick politics over doing the right thing. Yesterday, clearly individuals associated with the paid Democrat group demanded that the Commission spend today redrawing Orange County lines because of the fake and false claim of racism. Unbelievable. Revert OC lines to what they were drawn yesterday. This is clearly based on truth and public input, not political influence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3434. And up next after that is caller 8939. Caller 3434, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Eugene, and I would like to talk about the people who are saying that it would be racist to place Simi Valley in the same district as Santa Clarita. That is basically false because Simi Valley shares the same demographic characteristics as Santa Clarita, Palmdale, Lancaster, having all those cities have an above 20% Hispanic population, and Simi Valley does not belong with the other wealthy communities in Ventura County, like Calabasas, Thousand Oaks, and Agora Hills, which all have a median household income of above $100,000, while Simi Valley, Santa Clarita, Palmdale, and Lancaster all have a median household income of below $100,000. So please do not listen to these interest groups and people who are trying to make racist claims of racism. They're just acting as Democratic allies and interest groups. So please, the right thing to do is to keep these cities on the outskirts of Los Angeles together and not place it with the second biggest city in the country, Los Angeles. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8939. And up next after that will be caller 2714. Caller 8939, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 8939, if you'll please double check your phone and make sure it is not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
My apologies. I have been following this process for many months now, and I'll make this quick. It seemed that we started with a noble goal of understanding communities of interest, and now that the rubber hits the road, we've abandoned a lot of that and have broken up rational communities of interest. Specifically, I'm calling from Mammoth and Mono County, and we've been saying for months that creating a district where the leader of the district is going to be a 5 to 7 hour drive away, inaccessible during the winter months, makes no sense for anybody. And so I would just urge you to go back to the earlier maps that had been proposed. I think it was 1102. And instead of going east, which does not make rational sense, respect the needs of the rural communities of the Eastern Sierra and go north and keep those communities together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2714. And up next after that will be caller 3995. Caller 2714, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, hello, Commissioner. I was at work yesterday and were not able to stay on the call for too long. But I heard some of the public comment who claim that they are from Little Saigon and say that Huntington Beach doesn't belong to our community. They forgot to mention that the average house price in Huntington Beach are similar to Farm Valley and Westminster, around 700,000 to 600,000. On educational, Huntington Beach High School District has school in Farm Valley and Westminster. Ocean View School District in Huntington Beach has school in Westminster, Midway City, and Farm Valley. Farm Valley School District has school in Huntington Beach and Garden Grove. For the Assembly District, Lee put all up north of Garfield Street in Huntington Beach. Don't stop at Beach Boulevard. Go to Sepoy Street. Remove Stanton and East Garden Road at Hewlett. The area are majority Hispanic. Lee, hear our voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3995. And up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 3995. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling from the high desert of San Bernardino County to comment on the Marcola map. My question to each of you is, why have you grouped the high desert community of Wrightwood into Los Angeles County, despite Wrightwood and Phelan, which is in our district, literally sharing a school district and public safety services in San Bernardino County? Instead, you've given parts of Los Angeles County to this high desert district. I don't know why you're ignoring the concerns of our high desert residents. It's really unfair to us. So all we're asking is that you please keep our high desert community together. And also this public comment process, please help us out and just not let us wait this long. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3783. And up next after that will be caller 7517. Caller 3783, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, my name's Irene. Hello, I'm a Vietnamese resident in Orange County, and I live in Huntington Beach. Little Saigon is the home of the largest Vietnamese population in the United States. It is vibrant and growing beyond just Westminster and Garden Grove. Huntington Beach is not home to over 20,000 Vietnamese residents. Politically motivated callers have decided to call in and call the commission racist for putting Huntington Beach and Little Saigon together. I wanted to call them out on behalf of our community and again emphasize that Little Saigon and Huntington Beach have always been connected communities, with many Vietnamese residents now living in the city making Little Saigon crossover. I wanted to make sure you all knew that the actual Vietnamese community is excited to be included with Huntington Beach, and we are happy our larger community is all in one congressional district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7517, and up next after that will be caller 1234. Caller 7517, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. I'm in Huntington Beach in Orange County, and I want to start by remarking on what was said the other evening, and it's reckless to label Huntington as racist. It's a blanket statement, it's irresponsible, and outright wrong. We love the diversity here, and the beach welcomes everyone, and I've certainly enjoyed a multitude of diverse restaurants all over our city. That being said, I hope that you are drawing the maps for the Assembly, Senate, and Congress, and that you keep in mind our biggest community of interest, Little Saigon, which is certainly intertwined into Huntington Beach, without a doubt. Our current representative in the Assembly is Vietnamese American and does well in representing all of our communities and bringing us all together. So I ask that you keep us in one district for each office that will allow us to have that person in office who could support that diversity. Based on what I've seen on the Assembly map, I think the commission should add all of North Huntington Beach, starting north of Garfield in Huntington. Delete East Garden Grove and Stanton. I don't think we have anything in common with Stanton. I don't believe that I've never been to Stanton for anything really. And then add all of Huntington Beach and Seal Beach into the congressional district with Little Saigon. So thank you for all of your hard work, and please keep our Little Saigon community together, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1234, and up next after that we caller 6542. Caller 1234, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Michael Littlepage. I'm from Turlock, California. I'm calling in because I'm really concerned with the congressional redistricting for Stanislaus County. I mean, the borders drawn are just when I first saw them, I had to take a minute because the division is so unnecessary. The way it continually crosses Highway 99. I live in Northern Turlock, and I did a quick, a route of I just did a route of driving to my hospital. I would cross congressional districts 5 times just to go to the doctor's office that I need to go to get my daily, or not daily, but my check-ins. So I really don't understand why they're being divided up so much, except
Caller 1234, I want to double check. Maybe you hit your mute button. We are not hearing you.
Completely divided up. Hello?
There you are.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Please continue. You have
where did I
30
get
seconds.
left off at? Oh, okay. I'm not sure I got left off on. But basically, yes, please keep Turlock and keep Modesto whole. Preferably, Grupo Merced. I think our current congressional district is really good as it is right now. And all this unnecessary dividing is not needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6542. And up next after that we will have caller 7618. Caller 6542. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I am a resident of Orange and will be talking about North Orange County. I was originally going to call today to express my appreciation for the commissioners that stood up in the interest of Northern Orange County and maintain our important region. And I truly appreciated the changes that were made last night that kept Orange, Yorba Linda, and Anaheim Hills together with Freya and North Fullerton. I know it wasn't easy, but you had respected the VRA boundaries while keeping our North Orange County communities of interest together to make everything work. And this morning, all of that great work was destroyed by splitting up North Orange County and putting parts of Brea, Placentia, and Fullerton separately from Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, and Orange. Please fix this by going back to the OCBSLA map that you drew last night. Keep North Orange County and all in the same district. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7618. And up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 7618, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, this is Foong. It was really important for me today to wait in this long line and call in to emphasize that Little Saigon wants to be in Huntington Beach in a congressional district. Separating us will actually disenfranchise the Vietnamese community because there's so much crossover in our community. Commissioner Taylor said it best last night when he explained that the inland Vietnamese Huntington Beach community is completely connected to the coastal community. We shop there, eat there, work there. I'm not sure what organization is telling people that Little Saigon is disenfranchising them by being put with Huntington Beach. That's just not true, and anyone that lives here would know that. We are happy to be with Huntington Beach. Please, please keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3700. And up next after that will be caller 0011. Caller 3700. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I'm calling in for our coalition, Don't San Joaquin County. Listening to the discussions tonight, we know you folks have had some hard decisions to make. Please don't break up our strong working class and Latino population or our essential workers that work day by day to make a better way for their families. We have concerns about splitting up areas that have been together for years or adding areas with no common interest. We would once again refer back to the map dated 1110 or review and consider our submitted map 1006, 202, 1112. It just seems like tonight so many communities were split and many moved around. One of the commissioners shared we are not just looking at populations but people. Please consider the voice of our communities. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0011. And up next after that will be caller 7331. Caller 0011, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Salvatore Ramirez. I'm a resident of Eagle Rock, a community in the northeast portion of the city of Los Angeles. The community advocate of NELA, as we have called this geographic area for decades, it's not just a redistricting designation of 2021. I thank you for the work you are doing in CD NELA draft map, but I must insist that you include the entirety of Eagle Rock to the 134 freeway, including Occidental College, and west to at least the 2 freeway, and down to Glassell Park by way of the 5 freeway to Stadium Way. We share school districts, businesses, business corridors, CBO service areas, and municipal services. This would ensure a voice for our community and the region we call NELA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7331. And up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 7331, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller 7331, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. To apologize, caller 7331 appears to have some type of connectivity issue for you at the moment. We will be coming back to those retries after our next break. Right now, we have caller 6659, and up next after that, we caller 7592. Caller 6659, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening. My name is Hui Tran, and this is not my first time calling in. Since the start of this process in October, I have worked with the Vietnamese leaders in Orange County to protect Little Saigon in redistricting and ensure our community was empowered. At the 11th hour, there's now a political organization with a clear and deliberate political agenda, trying to call the commission racist for doing exactly what the Vietnamese community has been asking for months. Keep Greater Little Saigon together, which includes Fountain Valley, Westminster, Garden Grove, and bleeds into Huntington Beach. Please don't take these comments seriously and empower the Vietnamese community, and not the special interest groups, by keeping us with Huntington Beach, a city that is completely connected to our thriving economy. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7592. And up next after that will be caller 4351. Caller 7592. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. In regards to call-in times, I would ask that the phone lines be open from the beginning of the meeting. And for today, if the lines did actually close at 6 p.m., it seems too early. In regards to redistricting, it seems that Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, and Walnut would be in a Hispanic U.S. citizen VAP district for both state assembly and U.S. House of Representatives. This is not how it is currently, so I hope you can re-examine perhaps having Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, and Walnut not in a Hispanic U.S. citizen VAP district for both state assembly and U.S. House. Coming to congressional for Santa Clara County seems like a big change for the Clara Bonito district, or I guess it's also known as the Cupertino district. So I'm sure I'll have comments to say in regards to redistricting of the congressional district in Santa Clara County when I see the appropriate, shape files and CSV files. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4351. And up next after that will be caller 1002. Caller 4351. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for all the work that you're putting in this endeavor. I'm not sure if the Commission understood the comment that I made yesterday, so I just wanted to repeat it. As a lifelong resident of three generations in San Bernardino County who lives in Yucaipa, I'd like to make two brief points. First, we appreciate the Commission's efforts to group Yucaipa with Big Bear in the Marcoa mapping. We're two communities who share wildfire concerns and need representatives who will fight for the critical resources we need to combat wildfires. Secondly, please consider regrouping Calamasa into this map. Our two neighboring communities that are adjacent to each other share a school board and a water board. The housing is the same in both communities, the demographics are the same, the business interests are the same. Their addition into this map would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1002. And up next after that will be caller 8412. Caller 1002, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello?
The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, the commissioners. My name is Nam Deng, and I'm calling in today because I couldn't keep this is so quiet anymore. I heard that a couple of the young people speaking during the public comments yesterday, saying that the Huntington Beach does not belong to the Little Saigon because the Little Saigon have more, low-income working class, while Huntington Beach is wealthier, and that is ridiculous, and that is not true at all. Huntington Beach median household income is at $95,000, while Fountain Valley is at $93,000. And Fountain Valley just passed a resolution this week to ask you to add Fountain Valley with Huntington Beach in the Assembly, Senate, and the Congressional. So please listen to the Little Saigon's voice and add Huntington Beach to the Little Saigon. Please do not listen to the Bit Rice. That is a political group funded by the political party. They have their own agendas, and they are not protecting the overall populations for the community of the interests for the Little Saigon at all. So please do something. This is now never too late.
15.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8412. And up next after that will be caller 9947. Caller 8412. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Gina. I'm calling from Manteca in the Central Valley. Thanks for your efforts towards fair and equitable boundaries and districts. Several proposals significantly disrupt and carve up the current California 10, which includes the Central Valley communities of Modesto, Manteca, Tracy, and Turlock. I'm calling to please keep the Modesto area whole and the Central Valley intact, as these communities have common interests unrelated to areas that have been proposed that are adjacent to Nevada, and we would like to keep these areas together. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9947, and up next after that will be caller 4150. Caller 9947, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling regarding the comments from some folks regarding the Little Saigon community. I've lived in Orange County for over 58 years. I'm currently a realtor, and I have been for over 30 years. My office is in the city of Garden Grove, and I service all the surrounding cities. Given the population growth in this area, a lot of my clients are Vietnamese Americans. In my experience, their interests for homes are within the cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, Midway City, Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, and Rossmore. I've had the opportunity to learn, witness, and enjoy Vietnamese American culture, food, and festivals. I have seen this community grow dramatically in the past few decades. Regarding the Assembly District GGW map, I am asking you to please look at and consider removing the city of Stanton and adding north of Garfield Street, Point Street in Huntington Beach. This will give Little Saigon a true representation due to the many Vietnamese businesses and restaurants that are located on north of Garfield Street to Sea Point and Pacific Coast Highway. I hope you will investigate and or research this area, protect the Little Saigon community of interest.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4150. And up next after that will be caller 3746. Caller 4150, please follow the prompts to unmute.
Good evening.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I've waited a very long time to talk to you about this. I'm a 20-year resident of San Bernardino County and the high desert communities, and I would like to, as you understand, we are very close up here in the high desert, and we love our region, and we want our, it's important that we keep our communities oriented. I'm not trying to say anything bad about Los Angeles County. I grew up in Los Angeles County, but there's a reason I live in San Bernardino County now. And I really, really would like to hope that you keep the Morca, I believe it's pronounced, district within San Bernardino County boundaries. You currently have that district going into Los Angeles County, Lake Los Angeles. And may I suggest that maybe swapping out Alta Loma and maybe the San Antonio Heights, which is North Upland, and the Wrightwood area to compensate for the population. We have deep ties in our communities, and we just wish to keep our communities of interest intact. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3746, and up next after that will be caller 3770. Caller 3746, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Dave Tong, and I'm a resident of Little Saigon, and my brother's actually from Huntington Beach, and he lived there for over almost 20 years. And I feel like thank you to the commission for listening to our community's voice for the past months or so, and kind of give us our Little Saigon and Huntington Beach together. And I don't know what's going on, why there's this awesomely out of nowhere, this group thinking there's racism, making all these claims. But if you notice all the voice calling, you have many different broken English, fluent English, you have mom, you have grandpa, this is what a true community is. You have a variety of interests, a variety of people, and it's not just organizations, because our community needs to stick together for us to have a voice. And by dividing us, we will lose our voice for the next 10 years. And I think by losing our voice, defeat the intention of the commission of protecting it. So please go back and protect our community, our voice, to keep being Little Saigon and Huntington Beach together. And then another thing I want to mention is the way you guys have the system set up tonight. A few people that's trying to call in basically got dropped. All the PTA moms I know got dropped because of the system. So if you guys could kind of fix it, because it's not fair for them.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 3770, and up next after that we caller 9736. Caller 3770, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 3770. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Cheryl, and I'm from Laguna Niguel. And I was disappointed to see Laguna Niguel removed from Orange County Coast yesterday. I feel like there's been significant testimony asking us not to be placed with San Diego. And the only reason we were was because you started in San Diego and had to even out the population. You then decided to place Irvine and Tustin in with the largely coastal community of Newport Beach. This was never discussed until yesterday, and as a resident in Laguna Niguel, it is closely connected with the Orange County coast. It does not make any sense. We should be together with the OC coast, and Irvine should be back together with the inland region. This was just arbitrary, and I suppose I would ask you to revisit this on Saturday and make decisions that start with VRA districts and communities of interest, not just what you determine the schedule to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9736. And up next after that will be caller 3752. Caller 9736, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller with the last 4 digits, 9736, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 9736, you appear to have a connectivity issue at the moment. We will be coming back around to our retries shortly. Right now we have caller 3752. And up next after that, we caller 0469. Caller 3752, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm an interested person who lives in the 42nd Congressional District, and my interest is to keep the cities along the I-15 corridor together because they belong together, they're economically similar, and they work well together. We're so different from the desert cities like Coachella. And that's all I have to say this evening. Just if we can keep those as they were, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, and appreciate all your hard work, and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0469. And up next after that, we caller 7087. Caller 0469. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, I'm Nahid. I'm calling from Santa Clarita Valley, and I've called a few times before. And again, I want to thank the commissioners for working so hard and putting all this together. I wanted to reiterate my concerns that I've raised in the past to keep areas of similar population density, distance to metro areas, and income and other demographics together. And right now, our congressional district in Santa Clarita is being lumped in with Sylmar. And Sylmar is really part of San Fernando and Sun Valley areas. It borders Pacoima and Sun Valley, and schools and all of those neighborhoods are very close together, and they have nothing in common with Santa Clarita. So Sylmar putting them with Santa Clarita makes no sense. Sylmar is high Hispanic population as well. Santa Clarita belongs with Simi, not Sylmar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, right now we have caller 7087. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. My name is Hayden, and I'm a resident from the High Desert. I just want to call in tonight and let you know that you guys were looking at the Morcoa draft earlier, and I think that that's a good draft, but it's not quite perfect, and I think it could be a lot better. So, as a resident of the High Desert, I have two issues with the map, and one of them is that I don't believe that we should be grouped in with Los Angeles County. There's a part of it that's looped into the map, and I don't believe that that's fair to the residents of the High Desert. These people are my neighbors and friends, and I believe that when we're grouped in with Los Angeles, we get our voice drowned out, and I believe these maps should be fair and give these people a voice. And another thing is that this district is not functionally contiguous. As many of the residents know in this area, Highway 18 is often closed, which means that it's really hard for this district to be connected. And again, our voices get drowned out by communities such as Los Angeles. So I believe that that community should be separated from that map draft. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And caller 2902, please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 2902. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Well, at this time, we are up against a break. And caller 2902, we will be coming back to our retries after this break. And for all those that have called in, please do not hang up through this break. You are in line, and I will be coming back around. to the retries and the people who have not spoke. Chair, pass this over to you.
Thank you very much, Katie. It is indeed time for our break. It'll be 9:35 and we will come back at 9:50. And so, as Katie said, anyone who's still in line, please hang on. We will be back. Thank you. Welcome back all to our California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting. We are taking public comment at this time. Thank you to all those in our queue, all the public who have been waiting a long time to give us their comments, and for all those people who have already participated and will continue to participate. Thank you. With that, please let in the next caller.
Thank you so much, Chair. And right now we will go ahead and retry caller with the last four, 2948. And then up next after that will be the retry of caller 3192. Caller 2948, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tom Moore, Council Member for Seal Beach. Thank you for keeping Seal Beach as part of Orange County and making the county line a firm dividing line for all three draft maps that I can see. As a person who represents a coastal Orange County city, and in conversations with my peers down the OC coast, Seal Beach should be in a district with closer Orange County cities that have more in common, like Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, and Laguna Beach. We are a small beach city with common aspects. The recent oil spill is an example where our representative was important for us and represented these common areas. Seal Beach shares Pacific Coast Highway, sand replenishment, parking, traffic, lifeguard issues, potential sea rise, and other common ocean-related problems with these cities. Why not have a representative that could be familiar with similar types of problems? It just makes sense. This Monday, the Seal Beach City Council will vote on a resolution to keep Seal Beach with the other beach cities in Orange County. I ask at least that you look at that and keep that in mind, as it will represent the interest of Seal Beach. Thank you for keeping Seal Beach in the Orange County area, and I hope that Seal Beach is aligned with Orange County cities with similar interests along the coast. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 3192. And then up next after that will be the retry of caller 2902. Caller 3192, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Susan Henry, and I am an elected school board trustee with the Huntington Beach Union High School District in Orange County and a past president of the California School Boards Association. I've been a resident of Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach for over 40 years. I want to address some of the public comments that were made by callers last night regarding Huntington Beach. Those comments do not reflect the reality and celebration of diversity in our community and were inaccurate and misleading. The Huntington Beach Union High School District has an enrollment of just under 16,000 students in grades 9 through 12. Our district serves students in the communities of Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, and Westminster, with 6 comprehensive high schools, 2 alternative education campuses, and the Huntington Beach Adult School. Our student demographics are 34.9% white, 28.9% Hispanic, 28% Asian, 0.3% American Indian, 1.3% Filipino, 0.9% African American, and 4.5% 2 or more races. 37% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged, 10% are English learners, 2.3% are homeless, and 0.3% are foster youth. In order to advocate for the students and families that I represent, I am asking that you draw the Assembly, Senate, and congressional lines along school district lines. It is extremely important not to split the representation of our school district so that we can maintain one strong, united voice in the Assembly, Senate, and Congress. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have retry caller 2902. And then up next after that will be caller 8797. Caller 2902, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Ling Wen. I am a longtime resident of Orange County and in Westminster in particular. I have participated in a lot of activities within our Little Saigon community. I've seen so many children and students sharing the Huntington Beach High School District, and I go to beach almost every day. I enjoy the beach, and I've seen so many friends of mine and residents of Westminster, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove. They enjoy Huntington Beach. I also have a chance to listen during the past 4 hours waiting for my call. That I understand besides me, there are a lot of Vietnamese and people living in Little Saigon truly want the Huntington Beach to be with Little Saigon as before. I am so disappointed that today the commission separated the Little Saigon community in Orange County.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8797, and up next after that will be caller 2667. Caller 8797, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi guys, my name is John Lee, and I've been with Orange County over 30 years, and I work in Westminster, and my residence is in Huntington Beach. Okay, so just to keep it short, if things not broken, don't fix it. So I like what we are right now, then so just keep it the way it is. Don't change if things is not right. So I hear a lot of people talking about things, and most people complain. They're not happy with the change. So, and also there's another thing here I just want to say. We listen to the public input first before you can make a change. So we think about this right here, right? You can make all the change, and you listen to the public comment at the end. Now it's like what? 10 o'clock. That's very late, okay? That's supposed to be in the morning, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2667, and up next after that will be caller 5736. For those that have called in that have not spoke this evening, if you'll please press *9. So raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. And for those of you that have raised your hand previously and we need to retry, if you press *9, it indicates you are near your phone and ready to give comment again. Makes my job a little easier. Right now we have caller 2667, and up next after that we have caller 5736. And I do see all those hands. I'll be addressing those shortly. Caller 2667, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Deanne, and I'm a resident of the High Desert. I'd like to ask each of you to please keep the High Desert together and do not group us with communities who do not understand our struggle. We often have We often have to address issues like federal lands conservation and rural transportation in our community. That's something that more urban communities do not have to deal with. Please leave the high desert whole and do not group us with communities who do not experience the same issues. Thank you very much. And I have lived in the high desert for 60 years, so I'm very concerned that our high desert stays whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5736. And then up next after that, we will retry caller 2927. Caller 5736, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello? Good evening. I'm calling in to set the record straight. There's a pending lawsuit against the commissions for partisanship, and that's exactly what we saw today. Democrat testimony outweighed weeks of public commentary to get what they want, and it is a partisan sham. I've seen articles written in Cal Matters and SoCal Daily Pulse explaining what exactly is happening here. Democrats are mad because the lines are not drawn in their favor, so the commission destroyed the Orange County lines today. We had solid lines based on months of testimony, but the commissioners decided against compromise in favor of the Democrat operation. It's embarrassing, and we need to revert back to the Wednesday night lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2927 as a retry. And then up next after that will be caller 3970. Caller 2927, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Schultz. For identification purposes, I'm a non-elected city official serving on the Nonpartisan Equity and Human Relations Commission for the City of Long Beach. But today, I call you as a small business owner in the Long Beach area. My business and income have been directly and severely impacted by the nation's supply chain crisis, a big part of which can be seen by anyone looking out to our local ocean waters to a backlog of container ships. First and foremost, I ask that the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles be kept in separate congressional districts. Our ports move about 40% of America's imported goods, so your decision on our boundaries down here are much further reaching than just my warehouse. The ports are in crisis, we are in crisis, and we can use all the help we can get in regards to congressional representation. In short, the two ports should have two representatives. Some of us are still reeling from our own recent citywide independent redistricting process. Thousands of residents and businesses are trying to navigate new representation on a local level. I submit that it's more important than ever to keep consistency of congressional representation for the city of Long Beach. As a fellow commissioner, I thank you for your work on the commission, and I hope you all have a happy and healthy rest of the holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3970. And up next after that will be the retry of caller 4218. Caller 3970, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Last night, the Commission started with reasonable Orange County congressional maps. Sure, not everyone was happy, but it was a compromise that actually took into account months of public comment. For some reason, the Commission decided to completely reverse every thoughtful decision they made over the last 24 hours, coincidentally, after the Democrat operative began calling to influence a supposedly independent commission. I'll say it, it's a joke. The second Democrat operatives get involved, the commission completely disregards the actual public input. It is an embarrassment to our state, and I hope the commission can go back to the maps they settled on Wednesday night. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. Right now we will be caller 4218, and up next after that will be caller 0565. Caller 4218, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thanks for getting back to me. Good evening. My name's Bob. I live in Orange County, and I want to echo some of the thoughts that people have been calling in about. I'm just amazed at what happened today in Orange County congressional maps. You know, we had fair maps that represented the inland communities and put the coastal communities together, and had 1/3 Asian district, and obviously we kept the VRA intact. And today, for no apparent reason, it just got all blown up. And you had great maps, and you decided to ignore all the thoughtful work that you did yesterday. And I'm not asking you to spend more time on it, but I mean, I know it's been a long day. Just go back to the work that we did, and listen to all the calls that have been coming in. I mean, it's 100% in favor of going back. So
30 seconds.
I'm just asking you to revert back to those maps that were concluded on Wednesday night, and let's not play politics with this. You know, we're better than that, aren't we, in California? Listen to the people. Listen to our communities. That's what
15.
should be the focus of redistricting. Thanks, and have a great evening. Bye.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0565. And up next after that will be the retry of caller 5777. Caller 0565, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jennifer Jones, and I am a resident of Simi Valley. And first off, I would like to thank everybody from the host to the line drawers to the redistricting committee for taking public comments this late at night. I know you probably all are very tired and would like to go to bed. So with that being said, I feel strongly that Simi Valley and Santa Clarita should be kept whole. I feel strongly that they should be kept together. We have a lot in common, such as the aerospace industry, film industry, and whatnot. One thing that I did notice recently in regards to your map drawing is that you have San Fernando split up, and you're also taking Samar and putting it closer into Santa Clarita. And that concerns me because that is a Latino stronghold, and I really feel that
30 seconds.
the heavy Latino population in the entire state of California, just disseminating their voices in any way just only harms them. And one last thing, Agoura and Calabasas, Simi Valley really has nothing in common with them. Have a good evening, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5777. And then up next after that will be caller 5621. Caller 5777, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for what you do, and you did a great job. I know you are not talking about the assembly seat tonight, but I'm asking you to please revisit it. You are just so close. You give part of north of Garfield Street in Huntington Beach with the Little Saigon district, but we have been asking for you to add the entire north of Garfield Street, which is roughly about 49,000 people. 20% of Huntington Beach residents are foreign born, and that are mostly in the northern part of Huntington Beach, where majority of the 8,000 residents in Huntington Harbor are Vietnamese American alone. For the Assembly District, at all the north of Garfield Street, all the way to Sea Point Street, which has 49,000 people. Remove Stanton, which has 38,000 people, and east of Garden Grove at Euclid Street, which has 20,000 people. Enough and exact population for you to do this. Protect Little Saigon, please. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now will be caller 5621. And then up next after that will be the retry of caller 9736. Caller 5621, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name's Robert, and I've worked in Huntington Beach for a few years. So I was shocked to hear the other night when people levied allegations of racism against our city. That could be farther from the truth, as many people have called in tonight and said Huntington Beach, Westminster, Fountain Valley all share common interests. There are school districts between Huntington Beach and Westminster. The Little Saigon area has asked to go with Huntington Beach. Callers have called last 2 days to do it. Your maps last night were perfect. Even though they didn't achieve that coastal district people wanted, I think it was a fair compromise to that. And on top of that, it all changed this morning, or well, early this afternoon, when all of a sudden you reverted everything and went back. Now, if you don't want to go back, I can understand that, and I would just stick with that. I think it's a fair compromise to also do that as
30
well.
seconds.
However, I think a lot of callers tonight have advocated for putting Huntington Beach with Westminster, and you should listen to them instead of the partisan special interest groups who called in last night and tried to change your minds. On top of that, another partisan special interest group trying to influence you to put Long Beach into Huntington Beach, and everyone
10
has
seconds.
said not to do that. They are the only ones who want to do that. Please do not do that. Beach has nothing in common with Long Beach. Long Beach is a majority minority city. Putting
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9736. And up next after that will be caller 3378. Caller 9736, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Martinez. I'm calling from San Bernardino County's High Desert. It seems that over the past week, you've continuously ignored testimony given by our community members here in the High Desert. You've now decided to undermine the High Desert again by grouping parts of Los Angeles County into our map. After numerous public comments from the High Desert voicing the request to not be grouped with the Antelope Valley. During this process, you've gone as far as grouping communities like Wrightwood with Los Angeles, even though they have so much more in common with the High Desert. Wrightwood shares a school district with Phelan and public safety services with San Bernardino County. This is blatantly disrespectful to the High Desert and ignores our wishes. We're asking you to strongly consider the wishes and the voices coming from the San Bernardino's High Desert. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3378. And up next after that will be the retry of caller 8209. Caller 3378, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the oh, there you go. The floor is yours.
Hi. I'd like to ask that you please keep Santa Clarita and Simi Valley together. I've lived in Santa Clarita for 36 years and have friends in Simi Valley. Our communities are mainly working class and have many shared concerns. Thank you for considering my request. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8209, and then up next after that will be caller 9517. Caller 8209, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Harper. I'm the mayor of Fountain Valley in Orange County, and just wanted to let you know on Tuesday our council passed a resolution that we would request to be included in the with the cities of Huntington Beach and Westminster in any districts that are drawn. We share a southern and western border with Huntington Beach, and as the high school district person mentioned, we share a high school district with Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, and Westminster. About a third of our population is Vietnamese, and so we share a lot of common interests with Little Saigon. And so what I would suggest is use the Santa Ana River as the east boundary. And that way you could include all of Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley together. We even have our Boys and Girls Clubs is called the Boys and Girls Club of Huntington Valley. So we have a Huntington Valley Little and many other such things. So I appreciate again all that you do. Also would recommend similar lines for the Assembly District and the Congressional District. Thank you again for your efforts and appreciate the time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 9517, and up next after that will be caller 4867. Caller 9517, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Minvo. I am a Hello Commission. 10 years ago, the Private Restriction Commission at Huntington Beach to Little Saigon for Assembly, Senate, and Congressional because they see that Huntington Beach belongs to Little Saigon. Over the years, the Asian population is growing in Huntington Beach, especially Vietnamese people. Just so you know, our school system crossover within Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Westminster, and Garden Grove, and in all the North Garfield in Huntington Beach. Stop at the Seapoint Street is the right move to make sure Little Saigon has a true representation. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4867, and up next after that will be caller 4102. Caller 4867, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. What we have witnessed today is an assault on democracy. Settled last night with 4 solid Orange County districts, a BRA district, an Asian-centric district, an inland district, and a South Coast district. Though not every COI was accommodated, just listing the description out shows just how much was actually considered. Now the commission completely blew up these maps for no reason. The line drawer said it best. Control V these lines. It's a joke. We had a compromise, and I'm not sure if it's because liberal groups started calling in, but the commission completely reversed their solid direction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4102, and up next after that will be caller 8408. Caller 4102, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. First, I want to thank you for your hard working, and I know you're very tired, so I want to talk fast and short. Little Saigon community. My name is Lan Nguyen, and I live in Huntington Beach. The zip code is 92647. Little Saigon community has been paying close attention to this redistricting because it is very important for us to keep our community of interest together. So we are please asking you, please, for one more chance, please thinking and why did you stop at Beach Boulevard to add north of Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach for Little Saigon to Garden Grove, Westminster Assembly map? We please asking you to add all of north of Garfield Avenue
15
in Huntington Beach to Seapoint Street. Please complete and give us your attention. Help us. Give us the assembly representation question for us.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 8408. And up next after that will be caller 5490. Caller 8408, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Lori Sassoon. I'm calling on behalf of the City of Rancho Cucamonga to urge the Commission to reconsider its proposed districts and keep the City of Rancho Cucamonga whole. In the newest maps, the City of Rancho Cucamonga is now split into three congressional districts, for one medium-sized Belgian community in the Inland Empire. We have a strong sense of identity and have historically been all or mostly in one Senate, Assembly, or congressional district. The maps, depending on the map, split us across the foothills, largely into Los Angeles County, with which we have absolutely no identity. We're also in other maps portioned off with high desert regions in San Bernardino County. Some of those communities are more than 70 miles from us, include rural communities, which are in stark contrast to our more suburban environment. We have virtually no commonalities between our residents, hills of LA County, and the remote mountain and desert areas. We really ask that you consider the unique diversities of our community and how that gets diluted when we are lumped in with other districts with competing priorities. We respectfully request the Commission keep Rancho Cucamonga whole, revise the proposed congressional Assembly and Senate district maps to include all of Rancho in one district. And we thank you so much for your consideration tonight.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5490. And up next after that will be caller 7507. Caller 5490. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Kim, and I'm from Pinion Hills, which is in the San Bernardino County High Desert. I was shocked to watch you add our community to a district with Pasadena last week in the Assembly. Now you're combining us with LA County at the congressional level. Our community is rural Mojave Desert. It cannot be anything different from Pasadena. Most of our streets are dirt roads. Our houses are cheap. There's no $1 million mansions here. And we work with San Bernardino County for public safety and for other services such as healthcare and public transportation. Putting us with LA County communities for representation purposes will be a detriment to our community. How is a representative from Pasadena, one of the most urban areas and most expensive areas in Los Angeles, going to be able to advocate for our needs? The Commission has spent multiple hours discussing other rural areas like the Eastern Sierras, but almost no time with the concerns of our area. You are supposed to be the voice of all Californians, and right now we feel left behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7507. And up next after that will be caller 8888. Caller 7507, please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Bin Nguyen, representing the Vietnamese community of Southern California. And I just want to make a comment about Huntington Beach being in the new district. Besides from all the political and demographic reasons, there's just a very simple reason why without Huntington Beach, there will be a big hole in this district. And that hole can only be filled by the city of Huntington Beach. That's the only one to make this district compact. And so for that reason alone, for me, it's the main reason why the Commission should keep Huntington Beach within this new district to make it compact and whole. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8888. And up next after that will be caller 4607. Caller 8888, please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. This is Councilman Ted Bowie from the City of Fountain Valley. We passed a resolution this week on 12/7 to ask your commission to make sure that Fountain Valley is with Huntington Beach in the Assembly, Senate, and the Congressional District. Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach share many commerce and cultural overlaps. Fountain Valley School District has school in Huntington Beach. Huntington Beach Union School District oversees Fountain Valley High School. Ocean View School District has school in Fountain Valley. The Boys and Girls Clubs of Fountain Valley serve children in Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley. I'm asking you to keep Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Seal Beach, Newport Beach, and Westminster are coastal cities within Orange County that have common interests and concerns, as well as similar challenges, and would benefit from having the same representative. Particularly, the city of Huntington Beach and the city of Fountain Valley have many shared commerce, streams, and cultural overlap, and should there be drawn together in the same Assembly, Senate, and Congressional District. Due to population limits, just add all north of Garfield Street to Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach for the Assembly, and all of Huntington Beach for the Congressional District. Thank you for giving Fountain Valley a strong voice in each district so we can protect families and children. Lastly, thank you for all you do, and good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4607. And up next after that will be caller 1945. Caller 4607, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 4607, if you'll please double check your phone and make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Good evening, Commissioners. It is very unfortunate that there were people last night who called in and made statements that are not true about our community. These people were organized by VietRice, a proud political organization paid for by a political party leaders who decided to start calling in just yesterday. From day one, our community has been involved and submitted hundreds of emails, calls, and call in almost daily to make comments to ask for your support to protect Little Saigon. Our interests are our families, children, and friends, not a political party or leadership. It is very clear from all of the comments you have heard from our community, minus the few from last night, that our community of interest lies with Westminster, Midway City, Fountain Valley, Seal Beach, Rossmore, Los Alamitos, and west of Garden Grove, and north of Huntington Beach. This city and community share culture, traditions, healthcare systems, education, and art.
30 seconds.
For the Assembly map, please add all of north of Garfield Street all the way to Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach. Remove Stanton and east of Garden Grove. The majority of the residents here are Hispanic, and they belong with the Latino districts. For the congressional map, please add Seal Beach and all of Huntington Beach in with Little Saigon. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1945. And up next after that, we caller 3257. Caller 1945, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Caller 1945. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Kathy Green and currently serve on the Orange County Water District Board of Directors, and I'm a former mayor of Huntington Beach. My husband, Peter Green, also served as mayor of Huntington Beach. I've been elected to many positions within the Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach, and Westminster areas in the last 20 years. There were comments made yesterday to claim that the people of Huntington Beach are racist. It is really unfortunate that these false statements were made and that someone feels that way. I am a board member of the Boys and Girls Club of Huntington Valley, where we serve children from Fountain Valley and Huntington Beach. Many other youth programs like the Huntington West Little League Baseball serve children from Huntington Beach and Westminster. It is a disservice to make these reckless statements to try to incite unnecessary targets against Huntington Beach and its residents.
30 seconds.
For the GGW map, please put north of Garfield Street to Pacific Coast Highway in Huntington Beach and remove Stanton and East Garden Grove. For the congressional district, keep all of Huntington Beach, Seal Beach,
10 seconds.
Westminster, and Fountain Valley together with Garden Grove, Rossmore, and Los Alamitos together. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3257. And up next after that will be caller 2846. Caller 3257. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours. Caller 3257, if you'll please double check your telephone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hello, Commission. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Hi, Commissioner. I am John Bowie. I'm own a business in Westminster, and I have lived in this area for 30 years. I'm involved in Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club, Chamber of Commerce, Taste Festival, and many throughout the years. Last night you heard from a student who spoke perfect English and tell you that Huntington Beach doesn't belong to the Little Saigon area because of income level. And that Little Saigon needs a different government program than Huntington Beach resident. If this is the case, and why did the county board supervisor put Westminster, Fountain Valley, Rossmore, Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, west of Garden Grove, and all of the Huntington Beach into the first district supervisorial district in approved redistrict map? It is clear a fact that Vietnamese Americans who live in Huntington Beach share many social, economic, culture, education, and business interests with the Little Saigon community of interest. For your assembly map, add North Garfield Street to the Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach and remove Stanton and East Garden Grove at Euclid Street off the GGW map. And thank you for your time and help. Happy holiday to all of you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2846. And up next after that will be caller 0345. Caller 2846. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is
Hello,
yours.
can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes. Yes. Good evening, commissioners. Even though I'm moving my mom today to a hospice place, but I'm still calling in because this is about the future of my family, my children and grandchildren. I am Vietnamese American and I have lived in Huntington Beach for over 30 years. I have called in before and I have sent in comments in the past. While I respect others' opinions, I have to say that the young voices who claim they know Little Saigon are not telling the truth. Here are the facts. Vietnamese is the #1 language other than English spoken in Huntington Beach, just like Westminster and Fountain Valley. House sales average are the same. The largest minority group in Huntington Beach are Asian Americans. Our youth programs serve Huntington Beach, Westminster, and Fountain Valley. We are begging you to allow Little Saigon the growth and the right assembly, congressional, and Senate seats to include Huntington Beach with Little Saigon. Please remove Stanton and east of Garden Grove at Euclid Street. They should go with the Latino district. Add all of North Garfield Street to Sea Point Street in Huntington Beach to Little Saigon.
15.
Don't stop at Beach Boulevard, please. Make Little Saigon whole and add all of North Garfield Street in Huntington Beach to the GGW Assembly District. Please keep our Little Saigon community of interest together. Thank you and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0345. And up next after that will be caller 0983. Caller 0345. Please follow the prompts to unmute. And one more time, caller with the last four digits 0345. If you wish to give comment this evening, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Thank you so much for joining us, caller 0345. This evening. Right now we have caller 0983. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. And then after that will be caller 1926. Caller 0983. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Xin chào quý vị, tôi gọi đến từ Little Sài Gòn. Tôi không hài lòng vì bản đồ mới đây của quý vị không có Huntington Beach. Xin hãy cộng vô nọt Huntington Beach vào bản đồ của Hạ viện tiểu bang. Chúng tôi là người Mỹ gốc Việt sinh hoạt rất nhiều tại Huntington Beach. Hôm qua có một số cư dân trẻ tuổi nói rằng Little Sài Gòn là low income và không thuộc về Huntington Beach, nơi có quá nhiều người giàu ở. Tôi không đồng ý vì hiện nay đa số thế hệ trẻ người Việt đều sinh sống ở những thành phố như Huntington Beach hoặc Palm Valley để có một môi trường sống tốt hơn cho gia đình họ. Tôi yêu cầu quý vị chỉnh sửa lại bản đồ để người Việt tại Little Sài Gòn có một tiếng nói đích thực. Not Huntington Beach belong to Little Sài Gòn. Cảm ơn.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 1926. And then up next after that will be caller 2212. Caller 1926. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is John Mendoza. I live in the city of Pomona, 35th Congressional District, and I'm speaking on behalf of my family who live in Upland, California, and also an article that came out in the newspaper regarding redistricting. I'd like to see a modified change in map for 35th Congressional District and have all of Upland crafted into the 35th Congressional District and take Eastville out of the 35th, which is located in Riverside County. Eastville does not share community interest with Upland, Ontario, Montclair, Fontana, and Pomona, however, share community interest with water issues, transportation, environment, and public safety. Connecting Upland to eastern San Gabriel Valley makes no sense, but splits community interest for Upland and undermines Upland's effort to influence or elect candidate of their choice. Please put all Upland within the 35th Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And this time we will be going to caller 2212. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrew Cho, resident of Fullerton since 1979. Practiced law in Buena Park since 2006. So yesterday the OC map made perfect sense, kept the areas of North Orange County COIs together. But the drastic changes obviously separated Placentia and Brea and actually split Brea from contiguous Yorba Linda and Anaheim. So the timing's kind of suspect. The changes were big and obviously in reaction to these false allegations of racism. So I'm advocating and taking the position that the common interests of North Orange County, tens of thousands of residents on the current map, should not be divided in North Orange County. And the COI testimony has been clear that Fullerton, Brea, Yorba Linda, Placentia, Chino Hills, Anaheim Hills.
30
They're
seconds.
all the community of interest that want to be kept together. So the map looked great last night, but got completely ruined this morning. It was actually tortured, and really it did put the community's interest together last night, but it just makes no sense to split up North Orange County. So I'm asking that you please revert back to yesterday's map. It's the fairest district for North Orange County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time, that is all of our callers.
Well, thank you very much, Katie. Thank you very much to everyone who's called in tonight. We will be starting the meeting again tomorrow at 11 a.m. And we will go into recess now. Thank you very much.